Chapter 26-27. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With his strength at that time, he could not even get close to the celestial fire hidden in that place, let alone take it for himself. However, he did not expect the celestial fire to be so powerful. The celestial fire must be a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. As far as Duan Lingtian knew, only great overarching golden celestials and above could get close to some of the rarer primitive celestial fires and take them for themselves. Naturally, primitive celestial fires were rare. Ordinary golden immortals would be able to obtain an inferior grade immortal fire with their bare hands after discovering it. The entire process was very simple. However, he did not know much about mediocre grade celestial fires. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, since it was a mediocre celestial fire, it was much more difficult to obtain than a primitive celestial fire. It was not surprising that only great overarching golden celestials were capable of obtaining it. For this reason, he told Duan Lingtian, the celestial fire is a rare celestial fire. The celestial fire he discovered was most likely a mediocre grade celestial fire. Of course, it was only a possibility. He was not 100% sure. After all, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger could take away primitive celestial fires. City Lord. Now that I've said this, do you regret telling me about the immortal fire? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. There's nothing to regret. Lu Fenggu shook his head. It's unlikely that the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. Even if it is, I might not be able to take it. After all, I might not even be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. On this point, I am well aware of my own limitations. If it's a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to take it, let alone me. Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh at himself when he reached the end of his sentence. It doesn't matter if the celestial fire is a primitive, mediocre, prominent, or supreme celestial fire. I'm very interested in it. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of anticipation flashed through his eyes. He didn't hide his desire to obtain the immortal flame's core. With Brother Lingtian's current strength, it's impossible for you to obtain the celestial fire even if you go to that place. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain the celestial fire when you're strong enough to defeat Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu said with a smile. In the end, the city lord is still anxious to take revenge. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu deeply before he asked, Governor, if I go to the county governor's estate and discover that Zhou Tong isn't someone who should be killed as you said, and our deal is voided, will you not tell me the location of the celestial fire? Don't worry. Lu Fenggu smiled confidently. The deal between us won't be voided. In his opinion, if Zhou Tong was not someone who deserved to be killed, then there were probably not many people in the world who deserved to be killed. After a short while, Lu Fenggu bade farewell and left. Duan Lingtian returned to his room and continued to read the memory celestial talismans he had bought in Bloody Spectre City. Inscribing an immortal talisman is not as troublesome as refining pills and refining artifacts. One must first obtain a heavenly treasure like an immortal fire that can only be found by chance. As long as golden immortals and above are willing to spend some time studying it, they can inscribe immortal talismans on their own. For example, memory celestial talismans and ordinary floating image celestial talismans. As long as an ordinary golden immortal knows the runes of the corresponding celestial talismans, they can easily inscribe them. As for the mother-child floating image celestial talismans, although ordinary golden immortals can inscribe them, the materials required to inscribe them are too rare and precious. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms. Whether it's the memory celestial talismans or the floating image celestial talismans, they're only assist-type celestial talismans. As for the offensive, defensive, and movement celestial talismans, they can only be inscribed by great overarching golden immortals. The higher the grade of the celestial talismans, the more powerful they are. Moreover, some high-grade celestial talismans can be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Naturally, some powerful offensive celestial talismans can also be used to kill. For example, many young celestials with powerful backgrounds have powerful celestial talismans inscribed by their seniors to save their lives at a critical moment. After learning about the celestial talismans, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the information recorded in the other memory celestial talismans. In the Devata realms, there's no distinction between Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. This is because some of the powerful celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms can draw upon the heaven and earth energy to attack, unlike in the mundane realms. There's also the heavenly veins. Those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are all extremely talented. Their cultivation speed is not something ordinary celestials can compare to. In the mundane realms, those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. However, that's not the case in the Devata realms. In fact, some natives have 81 or more saint veins due to their good genes. Duan Lingtian was shocked. As expected of the Devata realms. To think that 81 heavenly veins is so common in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The number of heavenly veins affects one's cultivation speed and the speed at which one can mobilize one's celestial origin energy. Those with more heavenly veins have an advantage in both aspects. However, in the Devata realms, having more heavenly veins doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to surpass those who don't have as many heavenly veins. There are all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, and anything is possible. In fact, some heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms don't even have 81 heavenly veins. Having more heavenly veins only means one has a higher starting point. Most of the time, one has to rely on oneself and fortuitous encounters in the future. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian put away the feeling of superiority he had since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Senior Feng Qingyang was able to make a name for himself in the Devata realms in just 100,000 years even though he only has 81 heavenly veins. He even became a heavenly emperor who rules over one of the 81 Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian was still in the mundane realm, he had heard that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang possessed 81 saint veins. The saint veins in the mundane realm he came from were the heavenly veins in the Devata realms. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure Senior Feng Qingyang would still be in the solitary destructive heaven, enjoying his position as the heavenly emperor. Now, he's trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Furthermore, that place, even if a heavenly emperor goes in, it's close to certain death. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he thought about this. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled violently. If anything happens to Senior Feng Qingyang, Yun Qin Yen, I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that were filled with extreme hatred. When he opened his mouth to speak, he let out a hysterical roar that was close to gnashing his teeth. A month later, 3 figures shot out of Bloody Spectre City like 3 bolts of lightning and left the city. The leader of the trio was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his movements exuded an otherworldly aura. The old man led the way. 2 young men followed closely behind him. Of these 2 young men, one wore purple clothes, and the other wore black clothes. Both of them were tall, had distinct facial features, and were handsome. Moreover, their faces revealed a bit of coldness, and it was as if they kept others 1,000 miles away. The trio was none other than Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the special envoy from the county city of 9 Spectres County. The special envoy from the county governor's estate was the gray-clad old man who led the way. He had arrived early in the morning. After declining the city governor's invitation to stay a night in Bloody Spectre City, he led Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu out of Bloody Spectre City in the direction of the county city of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu, I've read the memory immortal talisman that City Governor Lu gave me about you. Half a year ago, you were only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army under the command of Bloody Spectre City? Suddenly, The old man who was leading the way turned around and looked at Qin Yu, who was beside Duanling Tian. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. I've long heard that Bloody Spectre City has close to 10 golden immortals under the age of 100. I didn't expect that one of the 2 spots to go to the county governor's estate would be obtained by someone who was only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. How rare. You're not bad at all. The old man praised Qin Yu as he reached the end of his sentence. Thank you for your praise, Special Envoy. Qin Yu's originally calm face slightly squeezed out a smile. The old man nodded at Qin Yu before he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought to himself, since the city governor gave the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about Qin Yu, he must have also given the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about me. I wonder. How did the city governor introduce me in the memory immortal talisman? Although he did not know how Lu Fenggu had introduced him in the memory immortal talisman, he knew Lu Fenggu would not harm him. After interacting with Lu Fenggu, he was certain Lu Fenggu was not a despicable person. Chapter 26-28. Duanling Tian, City Governor Lu said in the memory celestial talisman that you only joined the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as you joined the Black Dragon Army, you killed a centurion who's a golden celestial with a single blow. Then, in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, you severed the arm of Yang Kongping, a chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping is one of the top 3 chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army. He's an Orange Sun Golden Celestial. The old man leading the way in front, who was also the county governor's estate special envoy, glanced deeply at Duanling Tian as he spoke. It's precisely because of this that City Governor Lu directly reserved a spot for you. It's clear that City Governor Lu thinks highly of you. It's all thanks to the city governor's kindness. Duanling Tian replied humbly. You don't have to be humble. The old man smiled faintly. The fact that you're able to defeat an Orange Sun Golden Celestial who's one of the top 3 chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army when you're not even 100 years old shows that you're one of the strongest Golden Celestials in Bloody Spectre City. City Governor Lu has always been a steady person. You're worthy of being given a spot in the Black Dragon Army. When the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of approval in his eyes. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was very confident. Based on Duanling Tian's battle results, he was certain Duanling Tian was the strongest Golden Celestial in Bloody Spectre City. Even Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was not a match for Duanling Tian. Since the old man had only stayed in Bloody Spectre City for a short time, he had not heard the rumor that Duanling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. Of course, even if he had heard the rumor, he would not believe it, just like the majority of the people in Bloody Spectre City. What a joke. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven was capable of defeating Yang Kongping, who was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 chiliarchs of the Silverworm Army? Although Duanling Tian's soul was protected by the defective metal piece, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect his age through his soul. However, in the Devata realms, powerhouses above the Golden Celestial realm could determine a person's age based on the aura of their flesh and blood. Because of this, the moment the old man saw Duanling Tian for the first time, he was certain that Duanling Tian was not an ordinary person. Duanling Tian was indeed less than 100 years old. All of you only know that I'm the special envoy of the county governor's estate, but you don't know my name. My name is Xianxia, and I'm an inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate. The old man's gaze swept past Duanling Tian and Qin Yu as he unhurriedly introduced himself. An inner mansion elder? Duanling Tian remained calm when he heard the old man's words, but Qin Yu was shocked. He looked at the old man and said, Elder Xianxia. As far as I know, there are only 13 inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate of the 9 Spectres County. Each of the inner mansion elders is a violet sun golden celestial. After saying those words, Qin Yu once again looked to the old man with a gaze filled with respect. Although he knew the old man was the envoy of the county governor's estate, he did not know the old man was a violet sun golden celestial, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. A violet sun golden celestial was a peak golden celestial who was closest to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm from the beginning until the end. This was because Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had told him about the old man through voice transmission before he left Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, he knew the old man was an inner mansion elder. The old man was an inner elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Moreover, he was a violet sun golden celestial. It's a long journey from the county city of Nine Spectres County to the 9 cities of Nine Spectres County. It's inevitable that we'll encounter some robbers along the way. Among those robbers, there's no lack of violet sun golden celestials. Xianxia, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, said, "For this reason, all of the people sent by the county governor's estate to the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County are inner court elders. This is to ensure your safety as much as possible." Qin Yu nodded. Qin Yu nodded. Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and asked curiously, "Do you know why the county governor's estate is recruiting 2 golden celestials below the age of 100 like me and Qin Yu from the 9 cities of Nine Spectres County?" "I'm not too sure about the details, but I heard it has something to do with King Qin's mansion," Xianxia replied. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had asked for nothing. After all, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had already told him about this. Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a peculiar glint in his eyes when Xianxia mentioned King Qin's mansion. Due to the glint in his eyes, neither Duan Lingtian nor Xianxia noticed it. "We were just talking about robbers. I didn't expect that someone would set their sights on us so quickly." Xianxia suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell on the sky in front of him. He seemed to have discovered something and said in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu's eyes shifted to the sky in front of them. However, he discovered that the clouds in front of him were a little different from the clouds in other parts of the sky. Almost immediately after Xianxia, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looked at the sky in front of them. Whoosh! 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 Behind the clouds in the sky in front of them, several figures dashed out and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the 3 of them. "We've been discovered." As expected of a violet sun golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 was surrounded by more than 20 people, 2 old figures descended from the sky unhurriedly and appeared in the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Surprisingly, they were 2 old men. One of them was dressed in a black robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. The old man dressed in a black robe was skinny like a bamboo pole while the old man dressed in a white robe was fat like a ball. At this moment, both of them were looking at Xianxia. When Qin Yu heard that Xianxia was truly worthy of being a purple sun golden immortal, his expression changed again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. It meant Xianxia was not afraid of a violet sun golden celestial. Even Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard the old man's words. He thought to himself, "Are we that lucky? We encountered a violet sun golden celestial so soon after we left Bloody Spectre City?" Since great overarching golden celestials did not bother to rob celestials in a small place like Nine Spectres County, Duan Lingtian did not think the 2 old men were great overarching golden celestials since they were not afraid of Xianxia. However, since they were not afraid of Xianxia, it meant there was a violet sun golden celestial among them. In fact, there might be more than one violet sun golden celestial among them. "How dare you show yourself after probing my cultivation base?" At the same time, Xianxia looked at the 2 old men and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the 2 of you must be the famous raiders in Nine Spectres County, the Black and White Heroes." "That's right. You have good eyes." The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat on his face. A harmless smile appeared on his face. "I've long heard that the Black and White Heroes are violet sun golden celestials. Moreover, they're very cunning and have 3 burrows. Our county governor's estate has sent people out many times with the intention of eliminating both of you, but it's difficult to track you down. A faint smile appeared on Jingqiu's face when he heard the white-clad old man's words. What a coincidence. It seems like I'm in luck. Although there was a smile on his face, Jingqiu's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glint. The county governor's estate? As soon as Jingqiu finished speaking, the white-clad old man and the black-clad old man's expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the over 20 people surrounding Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 changed drastically. Moreover, their bodies began to tremble violently due to the shock they received. The county governor's estate. It was one of the most powerful forces in the 9 Spectres County, and it could even be said to be the most powerful force in the county. Over the years, the county governor's estate had sent people to annihilate them many times. As a result, they did not dare to stay in one place for too long. They had only recently arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. They did not expect to meet people from the county governor's estate here. Initially, they thought the Violet Sun Golden Celestial was a big fish. They did not expect him to be from the county governor's estate. Sir. Are you really from the county governor's estate? The black-clad old man took a deep breath before he looked at Jingqiu and said, as long as you can show us your identity token, not only will our organization not make things difficult for you, but we're also willing to give you 1,000 mediocre celestial stones as an apology. If they could confirm Jingqiu was from the county governor's estate, they could not afford to offend him. Even if Jingqiu was weaker than them, they did not dare to kill him. If Jingqiu was killed, they would infuriate the county governor's estate. At that time, the county governor's estate might even send great overarching golden celestials to hunt them down. In the past, the county governor's estate could not find them because they did not send great overarching golden celestials. If a great overarching golden celestial were to make a move, unless they left 9 Spectres County, they would be in danger of being discovered. There's no need for that. Jingqiu said indifferently, since the black and white heroes have shown up today, don't even think about leaving. The coldness in Jingqiu's eyes intensified when he finished speaking. How boastful of you. The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he heard Jingqiu's words. He said in a deep voice, Sir, there are 3 of you, and you're the only Violet Sun Golden Celestial. If we fight, you might not be a match for us. If you insist on going your own way, don't blame us for ignoring the county governor's estate and killing you. Chapter 26-29. 2 Violet Sun Golden Celestials. When Qin Yu heard that the 2 old men before him, the black and white heroes, were both purple sun golden immortals, Qin Yu's expression changed completely. Even Duan Ling Tian had a grave expression on his face when he heard Jingqiu's words. However, when he saw Jingqiu's reaction, he realized Jingqiu was not afraid at all. Jingqiu did not seem to be afraid of the 2 old men even though they were both Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Based on his words, it was as though he was confident he could kill the 2 old men on his own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression calmed down. It was not because of Jingqiu's confidence, but it was because he was confident in his own strength. Violet Sun Golden Celestials would not be able to kill a Violet Sun Golden Celestial unless they mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily deal with them without using the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Even if the Violet Sun Golden Celestials only mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he could easily kill them if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Naturally, he would not use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, unless it was absolutely necessary. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword was his trump card. Unless he had no other choice, he would not reveal it easily. Is that so? Jingqiu smiled faintly in the face of the black-robed old man's threat. However, the cold light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He shouted sternly, "Let's go." He said coldly, "Go ahead and try." Based on his words, he did not take the black-clad old man's threat seriously at all. "May I know who you are from the county governor's estate?" The white-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Jingqiu's domineering attitude. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Jingqiu again. There were only 2 possibilities for Jingqiu to be so unyielding even after learning their identities. The first possibility was that Xianxia was deliberately mystifying them. The second possibility was that Xianxia was not afraid of them at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat both of them and kill them. Based on the current situation, the possibility of the first possibility was very slim. Remember, the person who's going to kill you is Xianxia from the county governor's estate of 9 Spectres County. As Xianxia's voice faded, his body suddenly shook again. A powerful and violent energy swept out from his body in a timely manner. Like a tornado, it brought him swiftly towards the black and white duo. Xianxia, the second strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the expressions of the black and white duo changed completely. The white-robed old man couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His eyes were filled with fear. Xianxia. He was the inner mansion of the county governor, mansion of county. In the entire 9 Spectres County, there was only one person below the great overarching golden celestial realm. The strongest celestial. When Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu heard the white-robed old man's exclamation, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Because they did not expect the person who was escorting them to the county city of 9 Spectres County would be so powerful. The worried expression on Qin Yu's face disappeared instantly. With such a powerhouse by his side, what was there to be worried about? Lord Xianxia, if you're willing to spare our lives, we're willing to give you our life savings. When the white-robed old man and the black-robed old man saw Xianxia move, they repeatedly cried out as they retreated. Based on their words, they also wanted to use the lifetime savings of the black and white heroes in exchange for their lives. Humph. Xianxia snorted when he heard the white-clad old man's words. He said disdainfully, Lord County Governor has already ordered that whoever kills the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man will have to take everything from the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man. If I kill both of you, your life savings will be mine as well. Xianxia did not give the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man any chance of retreating. Big brother, since he's unwilling to let us live, let's fight it out with him. I'd like to see if he's worthy of being called the second strongest person in 9 Spectres County after a great overarching golden celestial. The black-clad old man's expression turned cold when he saw Xianxia was not giving them any chance of retreating. All right. At this time, the white-robed old man also knew that he had no other choice. The pair of small eyes behind the fat squinted, and a cold and sharp light flashed through them. Whoosh! Following that, he unleashed his celestial origin energy that he had been accumulating for a long time. All of you, make your move and kill those 2 brats. Even if we're going to die in Xianxia's hands, we must kill the 2 brats by his side. The black-clad old man did not forget to order his subordinates as his celestial origin energy surged. Xianxia did not expect the black-clad old man to give such an order. His expression changed immediately. Although he was confident he could kill the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man, it would still take him some time. If the subordinates of the black and white heroes really disregarded their own lives and attacked Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu, whom he was escorting this time, Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu would definitely die. As far as he knew, among the subordinates of the black and white heroes, the weakest was a crimson sun golden celestial while the strongest was a yellow sun golden celestial. Boom! With a boom, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt as he drew closer and closer to the black and white heroes. His vast power slammed into the air, causing a deafening explosion. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared coldly at the 20 or so subordinates of the black and white heroes. He was prepared to kill these 20 or so people first before dealing with the black and white heroes. The expressions of the 20 or so people who were targeted by Xianxia all changed greatly. Haha. Xianxia, it seems that you care a lot about these 2 brats. When the black-robed old man saw Xianxia's action, he laughed and rushed out with the white-robed old man. They tacitly blocked Xianxia's path. At the same time, they didn't forget to give orders to the group of people under them. Kill them. Don't worry about Xianxia. Xianxia became anxious when he heard the black-robed old man's order. His eyes flashed coldly. My target today is the black and white heroes. As long as you stay where you are and don't act rashly, I'll spare your lives. For the sake of Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu's safety, Jianghu made a compromise with the group of people surrounding the two Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. As soon as Jianghu finished speaking, the eyes of the people surrounding the two Duan Lingtian brightened. Don't believe his nonsense. The black-robed old man seemed to have noticed his subordinate's hesitation. He said coldly, all of you, quickly kill those two brats and scatter. Big Brother and I will do our best to stop Jianghu so that all of you have enough time to escape. Jianghu's expression changed drastically when he heard the black-robed old man's words. Kill. Kill them. The moment the black-robed old man's words left his mouth, the 20 over people surrounding Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated and instantly made their move. Waves of vast and majestic energy swept toward Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. They trusted the black-robed old man more than Jianghu. You're seeking death. When Jianghu realized it was too late for him to compromise with the black and white heroes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a loud shout, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a tornado and swept toward the black and white heroes who were blocking his path. Jianghu, this is your own choice. Even if they die, it's your fault. The black-robed old man said with a ruthless expression on his face as he charged toward Jianghu. As for the white-robed old man, he joined the black-robed old man in charging toward Jianghu when he realized there was no way out for him. On the other side. They're all golden celestials. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by their strength, he was not as terrified as Qin Yu when faced with the attacks from more than 20 people. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a fountain through his 99 heavenly veins. It turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that emitted the sound of sword whistling in the air. Whoosh! 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 The dazzling sword lights were like dazzling suns when looked at from afar. They were dazzling to the extreme and dazzling to the extreme. Elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian took out a celestial sword. It was the primitive celestial weapon he had obtained after coming to the spirit overarching heaven. To him, it was already an honor to be able to make him attack the group of people in front of him like this. These people were not worthy of him using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Whoosh! 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 Without using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian unleashed the sword formation. The 13 golden celestials did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. Blood splattered from the sky as though it was raining blood. While Duan Lingtian was killing the 13 golden celestial raiders, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was severely injured by the remaining 11 golden celestials. The follow-up attacks of the 11 golden immortal raiders rained down on him like a downpour. Am I going to die here today? Qin Yu's expression was one of despair. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He still had too many things he wanted to do. Whoosh! 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 Just when Qin Yu was in despair, at the critical moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles entered his ears from afar. Immediately after, he saw a sword flash across the sky before his eyes. Boom! 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 Chapter 26:30. In Qin Yu's eyes, the sword ray that streaked across the sky before his eyes was like a ray of light that lit up the darkness and pulled him out from the abyss of darkness. Duan Lingtian? When he realized it was Duan Lingtian who had made the move, he was shocked to see the sword ray. The sword ray that had blocked the attacks of the 11 golden celestials continued to surge forward and shrouded the 11 golden celestials who were charging at him. It was as though a dam had been breached, drowning all of them. No! No. Unlike the dozen or so bandits who were killed by Duanling Tian in such a domineering manner, this group of bandits only regained their senses after a while. Faced with Duanling Tian's unstoppable sword formation, they could not help but scream in agony. After that, only a rain of blood could be seen falling from the sky. Whoosh! Duanling Tian waved his hand, and waves of invisible energy swept out and collected the spatial rings of the 20 over people he had just killed that were shrouded in the bloody mist. All of these could be considered as his spoils of war. How's this possible? Damn it! How can this purple-clad young man be so strong? The black and white heroes, who were retreating under Jianghu's attacks, also discovered that their subordinates had all been killed. For a moment, they took the time to glance at the purple figure not far away, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of shock. However, after their shock, they hurriedly recovered from their shock and focused on dealing with Jianghu's attacks, not daring to be distracted again. Thank you, Duanling Tian. Qin Yu looked at Duanling Tian, and besides the shock in his eyes, he said with a serious expression, I, Qin Yu, owe you a life. It's nothing. Don't mention it. Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Qin Yu's words. If it was someone else, I would have saved them too. I know. Qin Yu nodded. However, his gaze was as firm as before. However, this does not affect the fact that I, Qin Yu, owe you a life. Facing the stubborn Qin Yu, Duanling Tian shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly, but did not say anything more. However, even though he appeared to be helpless, in his heart, he rather admired Qin Yu's stubbornness. At the very least, it can be seen that this Qin Yu was a person who knew how to be grateful. Elder Jianghu's side should be coming to a conclusion soon. A moment later, Duanling Tian's gaze landed in the distance. Under Jianghu's relentless barrage of attacks, the black and white heroes were forced to retreat again, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. About 15 minutes later. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two loud sounds, Jianghu had found a flaw in the black and white heroes. He broke through their defenses in one fell swoop and sent the two of them flying, heavily injuring them. The black and white heroes, who were heavily injured and sent flying, each spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their sorry figures shot out like arrows from a bow, and they barely managed to stop after a while. Big brother, let's use soul attacks to kill that purple-clothed brat. Seeing Jianghu chasing after them, the eyes of the black-robed old man, who knew that he would die, suddenly turned cold. He immediately transmitted his voice to the white-robed old man beside him and said in a determined tone. Okay. The white-robed old man also had the will to die, so he cooperated with the black-robed old man and looked at Duanling Tian, who was not far away. Duanling Tian, who was being stared at by the black and white heroes, could not help but be startled for a moment. When he saw the cruel sneers on the black and white heroes' faces, he felt his hair stand on end for a moment, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. Not good. Jianghu, who was chasing after the black and white heroes, saw that the black and white heroes ignored his attacks and looked at Duanling Tian in unison. In a moment, he realized what the black and white heroes wanted to do, and his expression changed greatly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Jianghu's expression changed drastically, the black and white hero's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, a dark gray flowing light shot out from between their eyebrows in a very crude and simple direction toward Duanling Tian. It was the soul attack that they had cast. Whoosh! Although Duanling Tian had disappeared from his original spot in a flash, the two dark gray flowing lights were still firmly locked onto him. It was as though they would not stop until they entered his body. Moreover, the speed of the two dark gray flowing lights was so fast that it was even faster than the speed at which Duanling Tian had fled. Duanling Tian had flashed a few times, but they were getting closer and closer to Duanling Tian. The two dark flowing lights were about to enter Duanling Tian's body. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, another dark gray flowing light shot out. This time, Jianghu had cast a soul attack in an attempt to block the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, like the black and white heroes, he was not good at soul attacks. Therefore, his soul attack could only block one of the soul attacks from the black and white heroes. Whoosh! The remaining soul attack, the dark gray flowing light, directly entered Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian. Jingqiu's expression changed drastically. The black and white heroes smiled cruelly. When Qin Yu saw the cruel smiles on the black and white heroes' faces, he seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, just when they thought Duan Lingtian was about to collapse from the soul attack from the purple sun golden celestial, the soul attack from a purple sun golden celestial is indeed fast. Unfortunately, soul attacks of your level are not enough to break through the protection of my soul defense celestial weapon. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall, but he even glanced at the black and white duo indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. With the mysterious defective metal piece, he was, naturally, not afraid of the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Earlier, he had moved to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes because he wanted to see if he could dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, he discovered something else. Unless he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, to help him escape, he would not be able to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Soul defense celestial weapon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black and white heroes' expressions changed drastically. They were so angry that they threw up another mouthful of blood. Their faces turned even paler. They did not expect this. They did not expect the purple-clad young man next to Jingqiu would possess a soul defense celestial weapon. Moreover, the soul defense celestial weapon that could withstand the soul attack from golden celestials was at least a mediocre celestial weapon. Whoosh! 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 Along with the waves of solidified wind blades that were swept up by the tornado, the black and white heroes finally died in Jingqiu's hands. Only 2 storage rings were left, and they were pulled into Jingqiu's hand by an invisible force that extended out with a raise of his hand. Phew, Qin Yu heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Elder Jingqiu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the 20 spatial rings that he had collected earlier. He used an invisible force to pull them toward Jingqiu. These are your spoils of war. Keep them for yourself. Jingqiu said with a faint smile as he pushed the 20 spatial rings back to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jingqiu's gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 subordinates of the black and white heroes. The strongest subordinate of the black and white heroes was a yellow sun golden celestial. Even the weakest subordinate was a scarlet sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 golden celestials in one go. Even if the golden celestials were caught off guard, it was not something an ordinary golden celestial could do. At the very least, one had to be a powerful blue sun golden celestial to be able to do this. A blue sun golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. He's definitely the strongest among the 18 people selected from the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. Even the 12 golden immortals under the age of 100 that our county governor's mansion picked from 9 Spectres County can't compare to him. Jingqiu thought to himself. Thank you, Elder Jingqiu. When Duan Lingtian saw Jingqiu pushing the spatial rings back to him, he quickly put them away and thanked Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought both of you were going to die at the hands of the black and white heroes. If that's the case, I won't be able to explain myself to Lord County Governor even if I return to the County Governor's estate. Jingqiu sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. No matter what, this time, I owe you a favor. Jingqiu said. You're too kind, Elder Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I only did what I did to save my own life. I'm afraid I can't accept your favor, Elder Jingqiu. If I say you can accept it, then you can accept it. There's no need for you to decline. Jingqiu waved his hand, signaling Duan Lingtian to stop declining. Then, he shook his head and said, I really don't understand. Everyone wants me to owe them a favor. But when it comes to you, you actually want to tactfully reject my favor. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, but he did not say anything else. What else could he say at this moment? No matter what, Jingqiu wanting to owe him a favor was something that would only benefit him. It could be said that he was taking advantage of the situation. With your innate talent and strength, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in our county governor's mansion. When we arrive at the county governor's mansion, I'll personally look for the county governor and recommend you. I'll do my best to provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Jingqiu said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Jingqiu's words. He thanked Jingqiu sincerely. This was what he lacked the most at this moment. Chapter 26:31. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu continued to follow Jingqiu as they made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. In the Yin clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young Master. In just a blink of an eye, a travel-worn figure appeared in front of Yun Qin Yen, the great young master of the Yun clan, and bowed respectfully. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the person had a dark expression on his face. The person's expression was unsightly. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the person who bowed respectfully to Yun Qin Yen as Yun Yi was the person who had almost killed him in the Yan Huang realm. His strength was comparable to a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Yun Yi had been ordered by Yun Qin Yen to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he had failed due to Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia clan, and had fled to the Divine Offering Land from Yan Huang realm. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yun Qin Yen frowned when he saw Yun Ye's expression. He knew Yun Yi would not have reacted in such a manner if nothing had happened. Young master, I heard from the Xia clan that Miss Ning Shui has gone to the realm battlefield without telling the clan leader of the Xia clan. Yun Yi said in a deep voice. What? As soon as Yun Yi finished speaking, Yun Qin Yan's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Yun Yi again, his eyes gleamed coldly as he asked, Are you sure the news you heard is true? I've confirmed it with a few members of the Xia clan, and it's true. Yun Yi smiled wryly. However, the clan leader of the Xia clan is in the realm battlefield as well. I'm afraid he doesn't know Miss Ning Shui has entered the realm battlefield. After all, the realm battlefield is huge, and there are many entrances. Even if Miss Ning Shui has entered, he wouldn't know. She hasn't recovered her cultivation base, right? With her current strength, even if the weak cultivators in the realm battlefield gather, she'll still die. Why would she enter the realm battlefield for no reason? Yun Qin Yen said with a dark expression. Lady Ning Shui is the first lady of the Xia clan, and her status is precious. With her current strength, I'm afraid she only has one reason for going to the planar battlefield. She wants to recover the strength she had in her previous life as soon as possible, or even increase her strength further. Yun Yi speculated. Yun Qin Yan's expression darkened when he heard Yun Ye's words. Naturally, he knew Yun Ye's guess was most likely correct. The reason why Xia Ning Shui went to the planar battlefield and risked her life was most likely because she wanted to increase her strength as quickly as possible. She wanted to have enough strength 1,000 years later to break the engagement between her and him. For the sake of not marrying me, for the sake of that man, you were actually willing to risk your life and enter the planar battlefield. I'm Yun Qin Yen. Do you really look down on me? Yun Qin Yen gritted his teeth and growled, What the hell? After 1,000 years, the passage between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will open again. At that time, I'll personally go to the Devata realms and find Duan Lingtian. I'll tear him into pieces and burn his bones into ashes so you can give up. Yun Qin Yen roared as his eyes gleamed with a sharp light that was as sharp as a blade. In the surroundings of these fierce lights, it was as if the flames of hatred were burning. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything. In the Xia clan. Third brother, did you send Ning Shui to the realm battlefield? A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of curly whiskers asked in a deep voice as he hastily approached Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia clan, who was dressed sloppily. He looked like a furious lion as he glared at Xia Jia and asked in a deep voice. "Second brother, what did you say? I don't understand." In the face of the middle-aged man's questioning, Xia Jia merely glanced at him indifferently before he continued to water the flowers. "If it weren't for you, no one in the clan would dare to send her to the realm battlefield. With her current strength, it's impossible for her to enter the realm battlefield alone." The middle-aged man was none other than Xia Tai, the second master of the Xia clan. His expression darkened as he spoke. "Second brother, there are some things you shouldn't say without evidence. Even if Big Brother is here today, I still don't understand what you're saying," Xia Jia said indifferently. Xia Jia said indifferently. He didn't seem to like his second brother at all. "Xia Jia." Xia Tai glared at Xia Jia as he said coldly, "I know you hate me and my elder brother for what happened back then. However, I'm asking you about Ning Shui now. There's no need for you to bring your emotions into this, right? Moreover, I ask myself, back then, what Big Brother and I did was for your own good. If that woman didn't die, you would have died. Big Brother and I only did that to protect you." Xia Tai's voice darkened as he spoke. "Protect me?" Xia Jia raised his head abruptly, revealing his face underneath his messy hair. He sneered as he said, "In my opinion, you're only protecting the Xia clan, right? I've already said that I'm willing to leave the Xia clan for her. I won't implicate the Xia clan. However, what did you do? You purposely sent me away and allowed them to take her away and kill her. You should know why I'm still alive. If it wasn't for my desire to avenge her, I wouldn't have survived until now." The mocking expression on Xia Jia's face deepened as he spoke. "Alright, let's not talk about what happened back then. I'm here to tell you that you're too rash. What kind of place is the realm battlefield? With Ning Shui's current strength, she'll definitely die if she goes there." Xia Tai said in a deep voice, "If anything happens to her, you'll be the one who indirectly caused her death. Don't you love her a lot? Why are you so foolish to send her there?" As he spoke, the anger that had dissipated from Xia Tai's face resurfaced once again. "I'm foolish?" Xia Jia sneered. "Both of us know that Big Brother is the most foolish one. Shui has already found a home in this life and even gave birth to a daughter. However, Big Brother still wants her to marry that brat from the Yun clan. Is the clan's interest really more important than his daughter's happiness?" Xia Jia asked coldly as he looked at Xia Tai. "That's right. I was the one who sent Shui to the realm battlefield. My happiness has been destroyed by you and the Xia clan. I don't want my niece's happiness to be destroyed by you and the Xia clan as well." When Xia Jia spoke again, he admitted that he was the one who sent Xia Ning Shui to the realm battlefield. "Moreover, I promised Shui, if anything happens to her in the planar battlefield, 1,000 years later, I will safely send her daughter and her friends back to the mundane plane." Xia Jia continued to speak in a resolute and decisive tone. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from Xia Tai's sight in a flash. "If you and Big Brother want to stop me from fulfilling Shui's final wish at that time, it'll be the time for us brothers to fall out. You can keep them here, but you'll have to kill me and step over my dead body." Although Xia Jia had left, he still left a message for Xia Tai. Upon hearing this, Xia Tai was so angry that his body trembled violently. His bearded face was slightly distorted. It took him a long time to calm down. At the same time, a deep sense of helplessness appeared in his gong-sized eyes. "If Big Brother finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll fly into a rage again, right?" Xia Tai shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the Yun clan and the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. At this moment, he was following Jingqiu with Qin Yu as they made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. There's not even a single pill. While Duan Lingtian was going through the spatial rings of the Golden Celestial Bandits, he discovered that there was not a single pill in the spatial rings. There wasn't even a single pill in the Looter's storage rings. It seems like the bottle of primitive spirit accumulating pills that the city governor gave me is really precious. This made the bottle of pills that Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had given to Duan Lingtian seem even more precious now. However, although there are no pills in their spatial rings, there are many celestial stones. There are over 100 high-grade celestial stones. As for medium-grade celestial stones, there are even more. As for low-grade celestial stones, there are countless of them. There are also some celestial weapons. There were at least 1 or 2 celestial weapons in each of the spatial rings. The original owners of these spatial rings, the bandits, were killed in just a blink of an eye. They did not even have the time to take out their celestial weapons before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Are you really an ascender who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago like the Silverworm army said? A voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qin Yu's voice transmission. Then, he turned to look at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you believe me?" "I'm not sure if I should believe the Silverworm army's words. However, I believe you." Qin Yu replied. His words were very clear. As long as Duan Lingtian said that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, Qin Yu would believe him. If Duan Lingtian denied it, Qin Yu would also believe him. Is this important? When Duan Lingtian replied to Qin Yu through voice transmission, he took a deep look at Qin Yu and asked. It was not that he wanted to hide it. If it was before, he would not feel that there was anything to hide. However, after coming in contact with the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Qin Yu knew that there was no need to hide it. If this matter were to spread, it would only bring harm to him. In Bloody Spectre City, there was almost no one who could threaten him. Chapter 2632. Is this important? Qin Yu was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Following that, Qin Yu smiled faintly before he replied to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. It's not important. Qin Yu's reply ended the conversation. This Qin Yu is not a simple person. As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the strange light in Qin Yu's eyes, he knew Qin Yu was right. Qin Yu was certain Duan Lingtian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. At the same time, Duan Lingtian must have guessed the reason Qin Yu was so strong. Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not encounter any bandits on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County after encountering the black and white heroes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With the presence of Jianghu, a violet sun golden celestial, the bandits with weaker cultivation bases did not dare to provoke him when they sensed his cultivation base from afar. Even a bandit organization with a violet sun golden celestial would not dare to take the risk. Only the black and white heroes, who were led by 2 violet sun golden immortals, would act rashly when they discovered that there was only one violet sun golden immortal among the passers-by in order to reap the greatest benefits. Unfortunately, the black and white heroes met their match this time and were completely annihilated. 3 months later. The county city of Nine Spectres County is just up ahead. Suddenly, Jingqiu's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he heard this. We've arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. What entered his eyes was an incomparably vast plain. His field of vision suddenly opened up. On this vast plain, a small black dot was constantly growing larger before his eyes. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a huge beast that was crawling on the vast land. This is the county city of Nine Spectres County. At the same time, the outline of the county city of Nine Spectres County appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. This was a huge city that was 10 times the size of Bloody Spectre City. Not only was it visually stunning, but one could also feel the majestic aura of this huge city even when standing in front of it. The gigantic city was grand and majestic, allowing carriages and horses to flow into it like a dragon. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Jingqiu as they flew through the air above the Nine Spectres County. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the Nine Spectres County. At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized that the number of people around him had increased. Many people were shuttling back and forth above the county city in a hurry. Only a few of them were talking to the people around them. Very few of them were hovering in the air. 3 months. I didn't expect it to take so long to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Of course, he also knew that the reason why he spent 3 months was mostly because Jingqiu was taking care of his and Qin Yu's speed. As for him, he also had to take care of Qin Yu's speed. His speed was completely based on Qin Yu's speed. If I travel at full speed, even if I don't use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, I'll only need half a month to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County's capital. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This must be your first time in the county city, right? Jingqiu turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu after they entered the city. Seeing that the two of them nodded, Jingqiu began to introduce the county city of Nine Spectres County to Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Before they arrived at the county governor's mansion, Jingqiu also introduced Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu to the county city of Nine Spectres County. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's mansion was the most powerful family. However, there were many clans and forces under the county governor's mansion. These family clans were affiliated with the county governor's office and managed almost all of the properties in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Every month, they had to pay half of their profits to the county governor's office, which was equivalent to paying taxes to the county governor's office. Among these clans and forces, the 5 great clans are the strongest. Maijing clan is also one of the 5 great clans. A hint of pride appeared on Jingqiu's face when he spoke up to this point. Although Jingqiu had helped the Jing clan a lot, the Jing clan had not been able to make it this far. However, if the Jing clan did not live up to expectations, they would not have been able to make it this far even with Jingqiu's help. For example, in the county governor's mansion, there was an inner mansion elder who was widely acknowledged as the strongest great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Even with the help of the inner mansion elder, the clan of the inner mansion elder was still useless. That was because the family members behind that inner mansion elder were all worthless people who couldn't hold up the wall. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the strength of a clan depended on many factors. It was not as simple as having a strong fist. No matter how strong one's fist was, could it be stronger than the county governor's mansion? We've arrived at the county governor's mansion. Soon after, under Jingqiu's lead, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu arrived at the eastern side of the county city of Nine Spectres County. They arrived at an inner city that resembled a palace. It was magnificent with golden tiles and red bricks. This is the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu could not help but fall into a daze as they looked at the inner city that occupied more than half of the county city's eastern city. The inner city alone was twice the size of Bloody Spectre City. There's a rule in the county governor's mansion. Those below the level of great overarching golden celestial are not allowed to enter or leave the mansion without permission. Otherwise, they'll be punished severely. Jingqiu did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu when they arrived near the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard Jingqiu's words. Sure enough, he saw many people. Although there were many people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion, they were all obediently moving through the entrance. Not a single person dared to cross the walls of the county governor's mansion. It was as though there was a taboo on the walls that could not be crossed. Elder Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Jingqiu. When they arrived at the entrance of the county governor's estate, 2 rows of golden armored soldiers stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully at Jingqiu. Elder Jingqiu. It was not only the soldiers guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Even the people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion greeted Jingqiu respectfully. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Jingqiu was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion. Apart from that, Xianxia was the second most powerful person in 9 Spectres County below great overarching golden celestials. In other words, if the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below great overarching golden celestials was in the county governor's mansion, then Xianxia would be the 4th most powerful person in the county governor's mansion after the 2 great overarching golden celestials and a peak golden celestial. How many people in the county governor's mansion would dare to disrespect such a person? Have the other inner court elders returned? Xianxia asked one of the soldiers in golden armor who was guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Reporting to Elder Xianxia, before you, the other 8 inner mansion elders have already returned. The golden-armored soldier quickly replied. It seems like Bloody Spectre City is the furthest away from the county city of 9 Spectres County. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he heard the golden-armored soldier's words. Naturally, he knew the other inner court elders Xianxia was asking about were the ones who had gone to the other 8 cities in 9 Spectres County. All right. Xianxia nodded at the golden-armored soldier and strode into the prefectural governor's residence. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Xianxia without being stopped. Are they the people Elder Xianxia went to pick up this time? Which city did Elder Xianxia go to pick up the people in 9 Spectres County this time? I think I heard someone mention it before. However, I forgot about it. I think Elder Xianxia went to Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City? Is that the city that Lord Lu Fenggu is in charge of? That's the city. It's also the city furthest away from the county city. I really don't know why Lord Lu Fenggu left the county governor's mansion and went to such a faraway city to be the city governor. I heard there's more to this matter than meets the eye. When Duan Lingtian crossed the main entrance of the county governor's estate and entered the county governor's estate, he could only hear whispers behind him. Humph. When Xianxia snorted coldly, the people behind him shuddered like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Then, they stopped talking and did not dare to speak anymore. It seems, the city governor was a famous person in the county governor's mansion in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who remember him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Xianxia, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, used to stay in the county governor's mansion? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Clearly, he did not know about this matter beforehand. Yes. Faced with Qin Yu's question, Xianxia nodded. In the past, City Master Lu was an outstanding strategist beside Lord County Governor. However, because of some matters, he left the county governor's mansion and went to the Bloody Spectre City. What matters? Qin Yu was curious. He could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, was willing to leave the county governor's mansion and go to Bloody Spectre City. One must know that compared to the flourishing county city of 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City was a desolate place. It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. Xianxia shook his head. Then, he seemed to have recalled something. He suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'm saying if a consecrated by the name of Zhou Tong wants to take you as his disciple, you must not refuse. Chapter 2633. When Xianxia thought about how Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left the county governor's estate, he sighed inwardly. He did not want Duan Lingtian, a young genius from Bloody Spectre City, to repeat the mistake of Lu Fenggu's direct disciple. For this reason, Xianxia reminded Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong. Before Duan Lingtian could respond to Lu Fenggu's words, Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "What's the matter?" He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Elder Xianxia, is this revered Elder Zhou Tong the other great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres City?" As one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County, Zhou Tong's reputation was widespread. Almost everyone in 9 Spectres County knew about him. Therefore, Qin Yu knew about him as well. As a great overarching golden celestial, Zhou Tong was rather well known even in the various counties under King Qin's mansion. That's him. Xianxia nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong is one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate." His strength is second only to the county governor. Apart from that, he's also the #1 revered elder in the county governor's estate. His status is second only to the county governor. Jianghu spoke as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know who Zhou Tong was. Elder Jianghu, I already have a master. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Jianghu's words. He could not help but recall the story Lu Fenggu had told him previously. After a while, he regained his senses and replied calmly, I won't accept a master. I won't acknowledge a second master in my life. Duan Lingtian said. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no joy or sorrow in his words. He was not trying to find an excuse when he said all that. Instead, it was the truth. In his heart, he had long recognized a master. It was the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met but had taught him the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Although Feng Qingyang was currently trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, nobody knew if he was still alive. However, even if Feng Qingyang really died in the Azura Hell, he, Duan Lingtian, would still regard him as his master, and only him as his master. Shua. Jianghu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know why City Governor Lu left the county governor's estate and went to Bloody Spectre City? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Jianghu told Duan Lingtian everything that had happened to Lu Fenggu in the county governor's estate. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian realized that Lu Fenggu's story was not true. The story that Lu Fenggu had told him was not a fictional story. It had actually happened to Lu Fenggu. It seems like I can't get rid of the deal with the city governor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he heard Jianghu's words. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he still felt a little uneasy when he heard Jianghu's words. If I don't agree, will Zhou Tong kill me like how he killed City Governor Lu's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Jianghu. Forget it. I'll ask the city governor to do me a favor and spare your life. Jianghu seemed to have sensed Duan Lingtian's determination. He knew it was useless to try to persuade Duan Lingtian. He did not continue to persuade Duan Lingtian. Just take this as me returning the favor I owe you. Elder Jianghu. Duan Lingtian frowned and asked through voice transmission, didn't you say we came to the county governor's estate because of King Qin's mansion? If it's the Duke of Qin's manor that wants us, would revered elder Zhou Tong dare to kill me for his own selfish desires? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, King Qin's mansion was in the county governor's estate. Since the county governor's estate had gathered a group of golden celestials below the age of 100 for King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion was bound to be the county governor's estate. This meant King Qin's mansion was in danger. These golden celestials were directly related to King Qin's mansion. Under such circumstances, would Zhou Tong, a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate, dare to kill these golden celestials? If King Qin's mansion finds out about you and values you, revered elder Zhou Tong won't dare to kill you, Jianghu said through voice transmission. However, the problem is, no matter how outstanding you are, King Qin's mansion doesn't care about you. Under such circumstances, even if revered elder Zhou Tong kills you, it'll only be an internal matter of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Perhaps, Lord County Governor knows you're outstanding. However, if you're killed by revered elder Zhou Tong, he'll only keep it a secret to protect revered elder Zhou Tong. After all, revered elder Zhou Tong will definitely infuriate King Qin's mansion. After saying so much, I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Jianghu asked in return. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression instantly turned solemn. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Jianghu's words were nothing more than telling him one thing. Before Duan Lingtian entered King Qin's mansion's sights, even if Zhou Tong killed him, the county governor of 9 Spectres County would do everything in his power to protect Zhou Tong. After all, few people could replace Zhou Tong's value in the eyes of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It seems like I'll have to hurry up and raise my strength. That way, I'll be able to defeat Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for the city governor to deal with. After the city governor deals with him, he'll tell me where the celestial fire is. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more eager to become stronger. He wished he had the strength to defeat Zhou Tong as soon as possible. Elder Jingqiu, where will we stay? Qin Yu asked. I don't know for now. I'll bring you to a place to settle you down for now. After that, I'll report to Lord County Governor about the black and white heroes. Qin Yu nodded. Soon after, Jingqiu brought Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu to his residence. Both of you can stay here for now. If you need anything, just tell the servants. I'll go see Lord County Governor now. Jingqiu said before he left. He left Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu in his residence. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is so dense. Sitting in the large courtyard of Jingqiu's residence, Qin Yu narrows his eyes and says in a somewhat intoxicated manner while feeling the rich holy energy. As expected of the second strongest person in 9 Spectres County below a great overarching golden celestial. The cultivation environment here is even better than the city governor's cultivation room. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Although he could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in Jingqiu's residence was the densest, the cultivation environment here was much better. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in Jingqiu's residence was much denser than the city governor's cultivation room. In other words, in terms of cultivation environment, Jingqiu's residence was much better than the heaven and earth spiritual qi in Bloody Spectre City. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and discovered that Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. At some point, Qin Yu had already sat down with his legs crossed and was immersed in his practice. One could vaguely see that streams of almost mist-like holy energy of the universe were fusing into Qin Yu's body at an extremely fast speed, as if they would never stop. That's true. Compared to me, I'm sure Qin Yu is more shocked by the cultivation environment here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had cultivated in the city governor's cultivation room in Bloody Spectre City before. As far as Qin Yu was concerned, the best training environment he had ever come into contact with was perhaps the valley where the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Kiliarka's tent resided. After arriving here, it was also normal for Qin Yu to feel a greater contrast than him. Phew, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief before he sat cross-legged on the ground. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand and began to cultivate. He did not consume the low-grade celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. This was because he had not fully digested the spirit-nourishing pill in his body. Therefore, there was no need for him to consume another spirit-nourishing pill for the time being. However, after 9 months, I'm only left with 2 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. 3 months ago, when he left Bloody Spectre City, he only had 4 spirit-nourishing pills left. During the 3 months on the road, he cultivated as he hurried along, and consumed 2 more spirit-nourishing pills. When I return, I'll have to think of a way to obtain more spirit-nourishing pills. Without the spirit-nourishing pills, my cultivation speed will slow down a lot. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer thought about it and immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian seemed to have lost track of time. After an unknown amount of time, it felt as though he had only cultivated for a few hours. It also felt as though he had cultivated for several days and nights. It was only when Jingqiu's voice sounded in his ears that he was awakened. You two are pretty lucky. Jingqiu returned and woke Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu up. He said with a smile, some time ago, Lord City Governor personally brought some elders and revered elders of the inner mansion to prepare a place for you two to cultivate. Among all the places you cultivate, it has the best cultivation environment. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is not inferior to the places where Lord County Governor and revered elder Zhou Tong cultivate. You should know that in the County Governor's mansion and the entire 9 Spectres County, the places where Lord County Governor and revered elder Zhou Tong cultivate have the best cultivation environment. A hint of envy could be seen in Jingqiu's eyes when he finished speaking. Although the cultivation environment here was not bad, it was still not good. However, compared to the cultivation grounds of the county governor of Nine Spectres County and revered elder Zhou Tong, it was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Jing Qiu's words. Among all the places we cultivate, the place with the best cultivation environment? Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, heard some clues from Jing Qiu's words. Chapter 2634. Under Jing Qiu's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu left Jing Qiu's residence and made their way to the west of the county governor's mansion. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at a huge stone platform on the west side of the county governor's mansion. The huge stone platform was located on a vast open space. They could vaguely see many people sparring on the open space. Moreover, when they sensed the aura of their flesh and blood, they discovered something in common. They were all younger than 100 years old. These people are the golden celestials below the age of 100 from the other 8 cities in Nine Spectres County and the outstanding golden celestials below the age of 100 from the county city of Nine Spectres County. Like all of you, the golden celestials below the age of 100 were chosen from their respective cities. Similarly, the golden celestials were selected by the county governor's mansion. Jing Qiu explained to Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu. Upon hearing Jing Qiu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu instinctively looked around the huge stone platform. They discovered there were 12 people in total. All of them had the appearance of young men. Their auras of flesh and blood were majestic and powerful. When Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu looked at the 12 people, they noticed the 8 people who were sparring with each other. The other 4 people who were watching the battle turned to look at them when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu looking at them. Follow the stairs at the center of the stone platform, and you'll arrive at the cultivation place in the county governor's mansion. When Jing Qiu's voice rang in the air, Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu shifted their gazes from the people around the stone platform to where Jing Qiu was looking. They saw a huge pit in the middle of the huge stone platform. Naturally, this pit was not dug out. It was deliberately made when the stone platform was being built. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu followed Jing Qiu and landed in front of a flight of stairs at the center of the stone platform. The stairs led to the huge pit on the stone platform. They could clearly see the situation inside the pit. The staircase continued to descend, and at the side of the staircase, there was a stone room. The stone rooms were equipped with stone doors. Looking down, there were more than 20 stone rooms. Moreover, these stone rooms were separated by 30 flights of stairs. There are a total of 900 steps on this flight of stairs. If you go down 30 steps, you'll reach the first stone chamber, which is the place with the worst cultivation environment. 30 more steps down, the second stone chamber has a better environment for cultivation. At the same time, Jing Qiu introduced it to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. Just down this path, to the side of the 900 steps, there are a total of 30 stone chambers. The stone chamber at the deepest part has the best cultivation environment. It's comparable to the cultivation grounds of Lord County Governor and Reverend Zhou Tong. The cultivation environment of the penultimate stone room is similar to the cultivation environment of my room. As for the cultivation environment in the third last stone room, it is similar to the cultivation environment in my courtyard. At this point, Jing Qiu paused for a moment before continuing. Lord County Governor has named this place the Hidden Dragon Abyss. It's a place that he and many other inner court elders and reverends specially created for you to cultivate. At the same time, it's also a place to train you. If you want to obtain the best cultivation environment here, you can only rely on yourself. In the Hidden Dragon Abyss, anyone can use their own strength to seize a stone chamber. Just like the stone room with the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, as long as you can defeat its current owner, you can take over the magpie's nest and take it for yourself. Following Jing Qiu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian also understood the rules of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The deeper one went into the stone chambers in the Hidden Dragon Abyss, the better the cultivation environment was. Here, no matter who it was, they could seize a stone chamber with a better cultivation environment from someone else by force. However, there were also rules when it came to challenging someone and snatching their stone chamber from them. The challenger could only defeat the person being challenged and could not intentionally injure the person being challenged. On the other hand, the person being challenged could injure the challenger as long as the challenger was not killed or crippled. The rules were set up to prevent people from challenging the stone chambers with malicious intent. In other words, if one did not have the strength to challenge the owner of the stone chamber, the person being challenged could easily injure the person being challenged as long as the person was not killed or crippled. The stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. As long as I can occupy the stone chamber for a month, I'll be able to obtain 3 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this from Jianghu. After all, he did not have many spirit-nourishing pills left in his storage. If he could obtain 3 spirit-nourishing pills a month from the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, it would be great news for him. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to bid farewell to Jianghu and Qinyu before he flew toward the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. This brat is really... I haven't finished speaking yet. Jianghu could guess Duan Lingtian's intention when he saw Duan Lingtian rushing into the hidden dragon abyss. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Qinyu, it seems like you're not in the mood to listen to me anymore. You'll know what I'm going to say next after staying in the hidden dragon abyss for half a month. Therefore, I won't say anything else. Jianghu flew into the air and left the hidden dragon abyss after he spoke to Qinyu. When Duan Lingtian dove into the hidden dragon abyss, Qinyu's eyes followed him into the hidden dragon abyss. It was only because Jianghu was present that he did not abandon Jianghu and follow Duan Lingtian. Now that Jianghu had left, he could not wait to enter the hidden dragon abyss again. He followed Duan Lingtian all the way to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. The hidden dragon abyss is going to be lively today, Jianghu thought to himself after they left the hidden dragon abyss. He was well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. Because of this, he did not doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. In his opinion, the stone chamber seemed to have been specially made for Duan Lingtian. Because he had already guessed the result, he had no interest in following Duan Lingtian into the hidden dragon abyss. The hidden dragon abyss. Who is he? I've never seen him before, he looks like a stranger. Duan Lingtian dove all the way to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. Naturally, he attracted the attention of several young men who had just walked out of the stone chambers. Their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as they watched Duan Lingtian reach the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. In front of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian stared indifferently at the stone door in front of him. Immediately after, he raised his hand and a strong wind slapped the stone door, making a loud bang. I, Duan Lingtian, want this stone chamber. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. Although his voice was not loud and his tone was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. His words were filled with strong confidence. Whoosh! At the same time, Qinyu followed Duan Lingtian to the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss. He wants to challenge the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss? Heavens! Where did he get his courage from? Although the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss is not even 100 years old like us, his cultivation base is already at the yellow sun golden celestial stage. He's far stronger than us. He's a stranger. I think he just arrived today. As far as I know, the only person who's missing is someone from Bloody Spectre City. Is he from Bloody Spectre City? Apart from the young men who had just walked out of the stone chamber, there were a few young men who had heard Duan Lingtian's voice and the commotion outside. All of them turned their attention to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 A group of people who had noticed the commotion began to descend from the sky. They appeared near Qinyu and watched the development of the situation with Qinyu. There's an unfamiliar face here. At the same time, someone noticed Qinyu's unfamiliar face. That person should be with the purple-clad young man. Up until now, I haven't seen the 2 people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the two people from Bloody Spectre City. A young man said. His words were also acknowledged by the others. Whoosh. 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 The sound of wind whistling could be heard again. Outside of the hidden dragon abyss, 12 figures had arrived together. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the hidden dragon abyss. When they arrived at the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man, isn't he the person who came with Elder Jingqiu earlier? Elder Jingqiu seems to be in charge of the two golden immortals from Bloody Spectre City. It seems like this purple-clad young man should be one of the two people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. I remember, he had a companion with him earlier. Isn't he right there? Soon, several of the 12 people who had just entered the hidden dragon abyss all looked at Qin Yu, who was standing to one side. They recognized that Qin Yu was the one who had followed the purple-clothed youth into the hidden dragon abyss. Just as Qin Yu was being stared at by many people, boom. Rumble. Following the rumbling sound, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of the stone room in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, slowly opened the stone door. You want to challenge me to seize this stone room? When the stone door was halfway opened, a cold voice that was neither happy nor angry came from behind the stone door. When the stone door was fully opened, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was an average-looking young man with a medium build. He looked like an ordinary person. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Chapter 26:35. Zhou Fei is here. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This brat who just came from Bloody Spectre City wants to challenge Zhou Fei and occupy the best cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. I think his name is Duan Lingtian or something. His name is quite arrogant. Not only is his name arrogant, but he's arrogant as well. He wants to challenge the owner of the best cultivation room as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Does he really think it's that easy to obtain the best cultivation room? Humph. If it's that easy, I would have made a move long ago. How badly do you think Zhou Fei will injure him? Not only did the group of young men mention the name of the current owner of the cultivation room in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, but they also thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. He's also the godson of Lord Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He's always the center of attention in the county governor's estate. I heard revered elder Zhou Tong took a liking to Zhou Fei because of his high innate talent. He took Zhou Fei as his direct disciple and adopted Zhou Fei as his godson. Zhou Fei, who was not originally called Zhou Fei, changed his name to Zhou Fei. Rumor has it that Zhou Fei betrayed his former master and joined revered elder Zhou Tong. I heard about that as well. Zhou Fei's former master was so infuriated by Zhou Fei's betrayal that he vomited 3 liters of blood before he was killed by revered elder Zhou Tong. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? More whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized who the young man standing in front of him was. Zhou Tong's godson. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he studied the young man named Zhou Fei from head to toe. He discovered that Zhou Fei's expression was rather strange. This Zhou Fei, even when he heard whispers about how he had betrayed his master and turned to Zhou Tong's side, and how his master had been killed by Zhou Tong, he still had a calm expression. It was as if he didn't take it seriously at all. This made him increasingly feel that he could not figure out Zhou Fei. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at Zhou Fei, had a thought. I almost thought that he didn't care. In an instant, Duan Lingtian clearly caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes, Zhou Fei moved. However, it didn't come towards him. Instead, it rose into the air and landed in the middle of the group of young men who were watching. His gaze was locked onto one person. This person seems to be the one who betrayed Zhou Fei's previous master and joined Zhou Tong's side. Duan Lingtian recognized the young man that Zhou Tong was staring at. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. I don't think that was betrayal. Zhou Fei suddenly spoke. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. Zhou Fei, I was just speaking casually. Since you've said it, you'll have to pay the price. Zhou Fei's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and formed a saber with his palm. Buzz. In the next instant, Zhou Fei raised his hand, and the saber in his hand shone brightly. It whistled as the saber made an ear-piercing sound. Spurt. Ah! The sound of something being severed rang in the air, accompanied by a shrill cry. The latent dragon abyss had quietened down. The expressions of the other young men changed drastically. They looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. How ruthless. Just because he spoke the truth, he cut off his arm. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The young man's arm had been severed by Zhou Fei's palm blade. However, due to the hidden dragon abyss's rule of not crippling people, Zhou Fei did not dare to destroy the young man's severed arm. Instead, he allowed the young man's other hand to reach out with lightning speed and catch the severed arm. Even if this arm is reattached, it will require a very long period of recuperation before it can fully recover. During this period of time, in order to prevent any problems from occurring during the recovery process, I will have to spend a lot of effort to keep an eye on it, and it will inevitably delay my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If it wasn't for the rule in the latent dragon abyss, you would have been dead by now. Zhou Fei glanced coldly at the young man whose arm was severed by him. The young man was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Zhou Fei in the eye for fear of angering him again. How ruthless. We can't afford to offend Zhou Fei. At the same time, whether it was the group of onlookers in the hidden dragon abyss or those who had just heard the commotion and came out of the other stone rooms, they all looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Zhou Fei's eyes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, cut off one of your arms. Then, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If that's the case, I'll pretend you didn't challenge me. If you're unwilling, I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs when I defeat you. I'll make you suffer unbearable pain. Zhou Fei's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, everyone in the latent dragon abyss shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Zhou Fei is really angry. I wonder if this brat from Bloody Spectre City knows what's good for him. If he knows what's good for him, he'll only need to cut off one of his arms to recover quickly. However, if all 4 of his limbs are cut off, even if Zhou Fei doesn't cut them off, it'll be difficult for him to recover completely. Most importantly, cutting off an arm and cutting off all 4 of your limbs are 2 completely different things. After losing an arm, the main focus was on a few things so that it could heal perfectly and return to how it was before it was broken. However, if you cut off all 4 of your limbs, it'll be difficult to heal all 4 of your limbs. That's right. It's much harder to heal all 4 of your limbs than it is to heal an arm. The spectators in the latent dragon abyss were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. There was only one person who had a determined expression on his face. He had already guessed what Duan Lingtian would do. This person was none other than Jianghu, a yellow sun golden celestial who's below the age of 100. He's truly amazing. Unfortunately, he met a monster like Duan Lingtian. Jianghu thought to himself. This brat from Bloody Spectre City called Duan Lingtian. After witnessing Zhou Fei's strength, he'll probably admit defeat, right? As long as he's smart, he'll definitely choose to cut off one of his arms, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness. From the looks of it, he should be a smart person. In the latent dragon abyss, many of the spectators felt that Duan Lingtian would choose to cut off one of his arms instead of continuing to fight with Zhou Fei for the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. Everyone in the latent dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. Idiot. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhou Fei and spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Even Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to respond so strongly to Zhou Fei's provocation. No matter what, Zhou Fei was the adopted son of the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Was Duan Lingtian not afraid of offending revered elder Zhou Tong by doing this? You dare to call me an idiot? Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he regained his senses. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though he wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Do it. Duan Lingtian frowned impatiently when he heard Zhou Fei's question. He glanced at the cultivation stone room in front of him and said, "Hurry up. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry to go in and cultivate." As he spoke, it was as if he had already taken the stone room in front of him as his own. Hiss. 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 At the same time, the others also regained their senses and gasped in unison. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. This brat from bloody Spectre City. Is he crazy? Although Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong's adopted son, revered elder Zhou Tong wouldn't have taken him in if it wasn't for his high innate talent. He's only able to occupy the best cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss because of his own strength. It has nothing to do with revered elder Zhou Tong. This brat from bloody Spectre City must have heard what we said about Zhou Fei being a yellow sun golden celestial. However, he acted as though he didn't hear us. Does he think he can defeat a yellow sun golden celestial? If he's from King Qin's mansion, he might be able to defeat Zhou Fei. However, he's from bloody Spectre City. The cultivation environment and resources in bloody Spectre City are far inferior to the county city of 9 Spectres County. At this moment, most people thought Duan Lingtian was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Apart from Qin Yu, no one thought Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhou Fei. What a boastful statement. Brat, since you're in a hurry to have your limbs crippled, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Fei's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno as it soared into the sky. It seemed as though the temperature in the latent dragon abyss had risen a few degrees. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the flames on Zhou Fei's body exploded. Then, he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Chapter 2636. Wang. 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 The saber ray that covered the sky and earth swept out along with Zhou Fei toward Duan Lingtian. Dense saber lights bloomed, and some of them sputtered out and landed on the stone walls of the latent dragon abyss, leaving clear saber marks on them. The bricks used to build the latent dragon abyss were all very special. Otherwise, Zhou Fei's saber rays, which were formed from his celestial origin energy and combined with his celestial technique and divine ability, would not have only left some saber marks on the walls. However, it was rare for Zhou Fei to leave a saber mark on the walls. It should be noted that the latent dragon abyss was made of extremely hard stones. Even a scarlet sun golden celestial would not be able to leave a mark on the walls. And now, the aftershock of Zhou Fei's saber light had left a clear mark on it. From this, one could see how powerful Zhou Fei's attack was. Zhou Fei had yet to use his celestial weapon. How powerful! As expected of a yellow sun golden celestial. When Zhou Fei charged toward Duan Lingtian, the spectators in the latent dragon abyss held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. At this moment, in their eyes, the saber rays that shone from Zhou Fei's body were like miniature suns that shot out toward Duan Lingtian. It seemed like they were about to engulf Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian was about to be crippled by Zhou Fei, Qin Yu heard Zhou Fei's voice. Is that all you've got? Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in everyone's ears in the latent dragon abyss. Although his voice was not loud, the content of his voice reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Whoosh! 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 The group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, did not have time to react. In the blink of an eye, dense sword cries resounded throughout the entire hidden dragon abyss. Duan Lingtian has made his move. Qin Yu knew that Duan Lingtian had made a move when he saw the numerous sword rays that were enveloped by the boundless and peerless saber rays that covered the sky. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Qin Yu finished his thought, the sword rays suddenly burst into a dazzling light that enveloped the entire latent dragon abyss. It was so dazzling that the group of people in the latent dragon abyss subconsciously squinted their eyes. Boom! 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 At the same time, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the latent dragon abyss. When they subconsciously opened their squinted eyes, they were shocked to see that there was no one around. At some point in time, the blade glow that had been released from Zhou Fei's body had been completely extinguished. Zhou Fei's attack. All that was left was a streak of sword light. Like gangrene attached to the bone, it rushed toward Zhou Fei. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. During this process, the hidden dragon abyss was filled with deafening sounds of air exploding. Along with this, the rolling waves of air turned into a strong wind that slapped the bodies of the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, causing their robes to flutter. Some of the people with weaker cultivation bases felt their vital energy and blood tumbling in their bodies from the impact. They took a few steps back. My godfather is Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If you hurt me, not only will you be violating the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but you'll also be offending my godfather. Zhou Fei's terrified voice rang in the air. He did not hesitate to threaten Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. Facing the myriad of sword lights that were sweeping towards him, panic rose in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the myriad of sword lights. Even if he tried to flee, it would be difficult for him to escape from the saber rays. Horses can slip up, and people can slip up. It's only human nature, Duan Lingtian said calmly in the face of Zhou Fei's threat. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the saber rays shone brightly again before it suddenly accelerated and swept toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei hastily mobilized his celestial origin energy and severed his legs and arms. After severing Zhou Fei's limbs, Duan Lingtian stopped in time and did not destroy them. Ah! Zhou Fei's shrill cry rang in the latent dragon abyss, causing the people in the latent dragon abyss to feel chills running down their spines. It was as though a coward had heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Zhou Fei's blood-curdling screams lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. After the blood-curdling screams came to a stop, one could vaguely see that Zhou Fei was sweating profusely. His eyes were bloodshot as though he had just gone through an extreme punishment. Whoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the others, 4 waves of celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Fei's body. However, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, his celestial origin energy transformed into 4 hands that grabbed Zhou Fei's severed arms and legs and brought them back to his body. Zhou Fei's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper, finally recovered a little after being reattached. Duan Lingtian, you're the challenger, and yet, you've severely injured and crippled me. You've completely disregarded the rules set by Lord County Governor. I, Zhou Fei, won't let this matter rest. Zhou Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. If you don't want your limbs to be severed again, hand over the door talisman. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Fei indifferently. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and threw a jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Then, he glared at Duan Lingtian before he left the latent dragon abyss under the watchful eyes of the others. Earlier, when he made his move, he did not use any celestial weapons. Even so, he was still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, he had seen the entire process clearly. Duan Lingtian did not use any celestial weapons. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian did not have any celestial weapons. Under such circumstances, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he did not continue to attack after his first attack was defeated. This was because he could sense the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the gap was not small at all. "Qin Yu, I'll be going in first." After receiving Zhou Fei's door talisman, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Qin Yu. Then, he infused his soul energy into the door talisman that Zhou Fei had removed from him so that the door talisman would recognize him as its master. This way, the formation in the stone room would no longer reject him and he would be able to enter and leave freely. Inside the hidden dragon abyss, every stone room had some sort of array formation in addition to the stone doors. Only after obtaining the door talisman that corresponded to the stone room would one be able to enter the stone room to cultivate. After greeting Qin Yu, Duan Lingtian entered the stone room. The group of people in the latent dragon abyss looked at each other. No one spoke for a long time. In the end, it was a young man in blue who broke the silence in the latent dragon abyss. "Heavens! This is too exaggerated. That young expert from Bloody Spectre City defeated Zhou Fei in a single move and even crippled his limbs. Indeed. Zhou Fei's strength is on a completely different level compared to him. Just now, he defeated Zhou Fei effortlessly. I wonder what his cultivation base is. I don't think he's as simple as a green sun golden celestial. After all, even Zhou Fei, a yellow sun golden celestial, was defeated by him in a single move. That young expert from Bloody Spectre City seems to be called Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Bloody Spectre City before." More and more people regained their senses and exclaimed in shock. As far as they were concerned, the scenes that had occurred earlier were simply like a fantasy story. Zhou Fei, who was almost invincible among them, had been defeated by a young expert from Bloody Spectre City in just a single move. Perhaps, even the group of people in the latent dragon abyss did not realize this. They no longer addressed Duan Lingtian as a young expert from Bloody Spectre City. "Brother. You're also from Bloody Spectre City, right?" Soon after, someone looked at Qin Yu and asked enthusiastically. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "I saw that young expert from Bloody Spectre City took the initiative to greet you. Are you familiar with him?" That person asked again. "Not really. We're just from the same place, so we can talk a bit," Qin Yu said. "Then do you know what his cultivation base is? Green sun golden celestial? Blue sun golden celestial? If he's a blue sun golden celestial, then he'll be the first blue sun golden celestial to appear in 9 Spectres County in the past 1,000 years." Another person could not help but ask Qin Yu. As he spoke, he exclaimed in shock. "I'm not too sure either." Qin Yu shook his head. Of course, although he did not say it out loud, he knew very well in his heart. Duan Lingtian was most likely not even a scarlet sun golden celestial, much less a green sun golden celestial or a blue sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's immortal techniques and divine abilities are very likely to be heaven-level immortal techniques and divine abilities. Qin Yu thought to himself. It was no wonder Qin Yu thought so. If Duan Lingtian was a heavenly celestial who had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, he would only be so powerful if he had mastered heaven-level immortal techniques and divine abilities. Even if he's a blue sun golden celestial, I'm afraid he's in trouble this time. Not only did he ignore the rules set by Lord County Governor, but he even severed Zhou Fei's limbs and offended revered elder Zhou Tong. In other words, he's offended 2 of the strongest people in the county governor's estate. The county governor's side is still manageable. Even if he breaks the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the county governor might not punish him severely due to his talent. However, if revered elder Zhou Tong fanned the flames, it'll be a different story. Chapter 2637. Although Qin Yu and Duanling Tian did not have much interaction when they were still in Bloody Spectre City, they were not familiar with each other. However, Duanling Tian had saved his life on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Therefore, he felt he owed Duanling Tian his life. At the same time, he also regarded Duanling Tian as his friend. Now that Qin Yu heard the words of the people around him, he could not help but worry about Duanling Tian's safety. Logically speaking, with Duanling Tian's intelligence, he should have realized this as well. However, after some thought, Qin Yu realized another problem. He felt that Duanling Tian would not have thought of the trouble he would face after crippling Zhou Fei. But if he had realized this, why did he cripple Zhou Fei earlier? Not only did he violate the rules set by the county governor for the latent dragon abyss, but he also became enemies with the first reverend of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. It was an unwise move. Qin Yu could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He could not understand what Duanling Tian was thinking. Looks like our latent dragon abyss is going to be lively. Duanling Tian from Bloody Spectre City has revived our latent dragon abyss. I wonder when Reverend Zhou Tong will come to find trouble with Duanling Tian to avenge his adopted son. With Reverend Zhou Tong's status and position in the county governor's mansion, I don't think he needs to come personally to find trouble with Duanling Tian. All he needs to do is inform the county governor, and the county governor will not let Duanling Tian off so easily. I think so too. Qin Yu heard the whispers of the people around him. After a while, the people who had gathered around Duanling Tian's cultivation stone room in the depths of the latent dragon abyss began to disperse. As for Qin Yu, he chose the cultivation stone room at the highest point of the latent dragon abyss. Although he also wanted to cultivate in a stone room with a better environment, he didn't want to. However, he was not in a hurry. He only wanted to figure out the background of the others first. Then, if he was confident, he would issue a challenge and seize the stone room with a better cultivation environment. After all, he was not Duanling Tian, who was more powerful than all the golden celestials below the age of 109 Spectres County. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Qin Yu removed the door talisman at the entrance of the stone room. After making it recognize him as its master, Qin Yu also prepared to enter the stone room to practice and make the best use of his time to improve his power. Even though the cultivation environment in this stone room was the worst in the latent dragon abyss, it was still a very good place to cultivate. However, compared to the location of the Black Dragon Army's Kiliarka's tent in Bloody Spectre City, it was not much different. I hope Duanling Tian has a way to deal with the upcoming trouble. Before starting to practice, Qin Yu thought about the troubles Duanling Tian would soon face and could not help worrying about Duanling Tian. But he also knew that it was useless for him to worry. With his current strength, there was nothing he could do to help Duanling Tian. If it wasn't for the fact that I think it would be a piece of cake for me to help Duanling Tian. In fact, all I have to do is say a few words. Suddenly, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression darkened slightly. I hope that Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County don't cross the line. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. In that instant, a majestic aura was emitted from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a supreme emperor, looking down on all living beings. After a short moment, Qin Yu slightly caught his breath and calmed his heart. Then, he started to train. In the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, in the stone room with the best cultivation environment. What rich heaven and earth spiritual energy! As soon as Duanling Tian entered the cultivation stone room, he was shocked by the dense heaven and earth spirit energy that enveloped him. He only regained his senses after a long time, and his face was filled with surprise. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here. It's several times richer than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Elder Jingqiu's courtyard. As expected of a place that's comparable to the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This is indeed a good place to cultivate. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone room and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. This stone room will be Duan Lingtian's permanent cultivation place in 9 Spectres County. No one will be able to take it away from me. A good cultivation environment had a direct impact on one's cultivation progress. In the entire 9 Spectres County, the place with the best cultivation environment was none other than the county governor's cultivation place. Now that Duan Lingtian had a cultivation place that was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor of 9 Spectres County, it was only natural that he did not want to move. He wanted to cultivate in this place as long as he was in 9 Spectres County. It won't take long for me to break through and become a golden celestial if I cultivate in this place. After experiencing the cultivation environment in the stone chamber, Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to make a breakthrough soon if he continued to cultivate in the stone chamber. Moreover, he would be able to break through to the golden celestial stage. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian took out a prominent celestial stone and closed his eyes to cultivate. The secret of crystal clearance. Whoosh. 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 If someone was standing at the side, they would be able to clearly see the scene. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the air around Duan Lingtian merged with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the prominent celestial stone in his hand and shrouded him before it entered his body through his pores. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered Duan Lingtian's body, it followed the circulation route of the yellow-grade celestial method, the crystal clearance technique, through his 99 heavenly veins before it carried the remaining medicinal efficacy of the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-hardening pill, through his body. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was constantly changing. Outside the stone room, in the latent dragon abyss, it was calm. However, many people in the latent dragon abyss knew this was only the calm before the storm. Although the prefectural governor's manor occupied a large area, the slightest movement in any part of the prefectural governor's manor would usually spread throughout the entire prefectural governor's manor in a short period of time. Hey! Did you hear about what happened in the latent dragon abyss today? Yes. It said that one of the 2 golden celestials under the age of 100 that Elder Jianghu brought back from Bloody Spectre City crippled Zhou Fei, revered Elder Zhou Tong's adopted son, Zhou Fei, as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Although his limbs can be reattached, there will be repercussions. That's right, that's it. I didn't expect such a golden celestial would appear in the remote Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. Before today, I've never heard of a golden celestial under the age of 100 who's as strong as him. Perhaps this is what they mean by, there's always someone better than you. You're right. Duan Lingtian, the golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City who's not even 100 years old, is destined to become famous. I'm afraid the news has already spread out of the county governor's estate. It won't be long before the entire county governor's estate hears about this. At that time, Duan Lingtian will become famous in the county governor's estate. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's estate. That brat really knows how to cause trouble. Jianghu, the inner mansion's elder, who had brought Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu here from Bloody Spectre City, had also heard the news. Jianghu was stunned for a long time before he smiled wryly. It's one thing for Duan Lingtian to obtain the best cultivation environment in the latent dragon abyss, but why did he have to sever Zhou Fei's limbs? This is against the rules set by the county governor in the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, he even offended revered elder Zhou Tong. Brat. Even I can't do anything about the trouble you've caused this time. You're on your own now. Jianghu muttered to himself. Jianghu muttered to himself before letting out a long sigh. Although he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian and was willing to help Duan Lingtian was still in trouble. However, this time, the trouble Duan Lingtian had caused was not something he could help even if he wanted to. There was nothing he could do. Outside the residence of the first revered elder, Zhou Tong, in the county governor's estate. What did you say? Did foster father go on a long journey half a month ago? Zhou Fei, who had just found a place to properly treat his injuries, hurried over to look for Zhou Tong. When he heard that Zhou Tong had left the county governor's estate half a month ago and went on a long journey, his expression turned grave immediately. Godfather left. How could I not know about this? Zhou Fei asked in a deep voice. Young Master Fei, Lord Consecrator has gone on a long journey this time and his whereabouts are a secret. Even the county governor doesn't know about it. If you didn't listen to my advice today and insisted on barging in, I wouldn't dare to tell you about this so easily. Lord Revered Elder said that no one is allowed to know about his departure. The servant in Zhou Tong's residence smiled wryly. Since Godfather isn't here, I'll go look for Lord County Governor. Duan Lingtian dared to violate the rules set by Lord County Governor in the latent dragon abyss. Lord County Governor definitely won't let him off. Zhou Fei did not have time to think about why his godfather had left so secretly. He was completely consumed by anger at this moment. After he left Zhou Tong's residence, he went to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Lord County Governor, you must seek justice for me. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Fei, who had been waiting for a while, stepped forward and knelt in front of the county governor after the few elders who had reported to the county governor of Nine Spectres County left. Chapter 2638. Get up and speak. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, said as he glanced at Zhou Fei who was kneeling on the ground. As the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he had long heard about the incident in the latent dragon abyss. He had expected someone to come looking for him. However, he thought the person who would come looking for him would be Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. He had expected Zhou Fei to come looking for him. When revered elder Zhou Tong heard about the young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, breaking Zhou Fei's limbs, the first thing he did was to look for Duan Lingtian in the latent dragon abyss. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become his direct disciple, he would not hold it against Duan Lingtian for crippling his foster son, Zhou Fei. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was much more valuable than his foster son. After all, Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, just like his foster son. However, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat his foster son with just a blow. Such a young expert would only surpass his adopted son in the future, and would not be inferior to him. However, according to Jianghu, the inner elder of the county governor's estate, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City to become Zhou Tong's direct disciple. Under such circumstances, Zhou Tong would definitely come looking for Duan Lingtian and ask him to punish Duan Lingtian for breaking the rules he had set in the latent dragon abyss. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. Lord County Governor. Zhou Fei lowered his head and said angrily, Lord County Governor. That Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City is really out of control. He knows you've set a rule in the latent dragon abyss that a challenger is not allowed to injure a challenger. However, he still broke my limbs and severely injured me. It's obvious he doesn't respect you, Lord County Governor. Zhou Fei continued to fan the flames of anger in Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, how could Tian Jiyu not know what he was thinking? Where's Zhou Tong? Why didn't she come with you? Tian Jiyu asked. Foster father, as soon as Zhou Fei opened his mouth, he wanted to say that his foster father, Zhou Tong, had gone somewhere far away. However, just as he was about to blurt out those words, he calmed down and tried to salvage the situation by saying, Foster father is currently in closed-door training. I did not disturb him. At this critical moment, he recalled that his foster father had left secretly. Even the county governor of the Nine Spectres County did not know about it. Since Duan Lingtian was one of the two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, and his foster father was a revered elder of the county governor's estate, he should inform the county governor before he left. However, his foster father did not inform him this time. It was obvious that his foster father did not want the county governor to know that he was going out this time. Since his foster father did not want the county governor to know, he did not dare to speak carelessly. I see. Tian Jiyu nodded and continued, give me a few days. After a few days, I will give you, the latent dragon abyss, and the entire prefectural governor's manner a satisfactory answer? Yes. Hearing Tianjiyu's words, Zhou Fei had an idea in his heart. In his opinion, even though his cultivation and talent were not as good as Duan Lingtian's, he was still able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, he was the adopted son of the first revered elder in the county governor's estate. Moreover, his adoptive father was one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. For the sake of his foster father, the prefectural governor would definitely side with him and not that Duan Lingtian. After all, in the eyes of the prefectural governor, his foster father was much more valuable than Duan Lingtian. Lord County Governor, I'll take my leave first. After Zhou Fei had an idea of what was going on, he bowed and left. When Zhou Fei left, Tianjiyu's thoughts were similar to Zhou Fei's. However, if he wanted to punish Duan Lingtian, he would have to investigate the matter thoroughly. For this reason, he quickly sent someone to the latent dragon abyss to investigate. 2 days later, a distinguished guest arrived at the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. This guest was the special envoy from King Qin's mansion. He was here on King Qin's orders to deliver a message to Tianjiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Lord Envoy. In the main hall of the county governor's estate, Tianjiyu greeted the special envoy from King Qin's mansion respectfully. Although the special envoy from King Qin's mansion was also a great overarching golden celestial like him, his strength was not something Tianjiyu could compare to. Moreover, the special envoy from King Qin's mansion represented King Qin. For this reason, Tianjiyu did not dare to be negligent. The special envoy from King Qin's mansion was an old man dressed in a white robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body emitted an otherworldly aura. He looked like an otherworldly elite. County Governor Tian. The white-robed old man looked at Tianjiyu and smiled faintly as he said, "Speaking of which, it has been a few decades since we last met. How have you been all these years?" "Thank you for your concern, Special Envoy. I've always been good." "I've been all right," Tianjiyu replied with a smile. "I'm here on King Qin's orders to deliver a message to you, County Governor Tian." The white-robed old man did not beat around the bush as he said, 3 years later, County Governor Tian will gather 30 golden celestials below the age of 116 counties. King Qin will hold a martial competition of the 16 counties when they gather in King Qin's mansion. Apart from the generous rewards for the top 10, the counties behind these 10 people will also receive generous rewards. The county behind the young powerhouse who wins the first place will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. The county behind the young powerhouse who wins the second place will receive 2 mediocre celestial pills, and the county behind the young powerhouse who wins the third place will receive 1 mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. When the white-robed old man reached the end of his sentence, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he said, "County Governor Tian, I believe I don't have to explain the effects of the mediocre celestial pill, right?" Gasp. Tianjiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, inhaled sharply when he heard the white-robed old man's words. His eyes shone with excitement. Naturally, he knew the effects of the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Although the great overarching pill was only a mediocre celestial pill, it could be considered as one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Due to the rarity and uniqueness of the ingredients, the great overarching pill was more valuable than some prominent celestial pills even though it was only a mediocre celestial pill. The most important effect of the great overarching pill was to improve the cultivation base of a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, if a peak golden celestial consumed a great overarching pill, he would definitely be able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching pill was equivalent to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. With my current cultivation base, as long as I consume 2 great overarching pills, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck that has been holding me back for hundreds of years and break through to the next level. In other words, as long as the 30 golden celestials below the age of 100 from Nine Spectres County are able to rank in the top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, they'll be able to obtain 2 great overarching pills and help me break through to the next level. If someone from 9 Spectres County is able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only will it help me break through to the next level, but it'll also allow 9 Spectres County to have another great overarching golden celestial. Tianji's breathing quickened when he thought about this. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He was extremely excited. I heard that there's a young powerhouse below the age of 100 in 9 Spectres County called Zhou Fei. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a yellow sun golden celestial. The white-clad old man looked at Tianji and said, if he's nurtured for 3 years, he might be able to rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties that'll be held in King Qin's mansion 3 years later. As long as Zhou Fei ranks 3rd, he'll be able to obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for County Governor Tian. When the white-clad old man mentioned the mediocre celestial pill, his eyes shone with excitement again. Zhou Fei? Tianji was stunned when he heard the white-clad old man's words. Then, he immediately thought of Duan Lingtian, who had come from Bloody Spectre City 2 days ago. Zhou Fei's innate talent and strength were not bad. However, Duan Lingtian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he had defeated Zhou Fei with just a blow. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were much stronger than Zhou Fei's. I've conveyed King Qin's message. County Governor Tian, we'll meet again in 3 years. I hope you'll be able to see Zhou Fei shine and rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. After bidding farewell to Tianji, the white-clad old man left. After Tianji sent the white-clad old man off, he looked in the direction of the latent dragon abyss. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, I, Tianji, must obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. It was destined that the county governor's estate would not be peaceful today. The county governor's estate was in a mess because of the announcement made by the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. Moreover, it was related to the incident where Duan Lingtian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhou Fei to a cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss because Elder Jianghu didn't explain the rules of the latent dragon abyss to Zhou Fei. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's actions are understandable. As for Elder Jianghu, as the county governor, I'll punish him. Chapter 2639. 3 days ago, news of Duan Lingtian severing Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injuring him had spread like wildfire in the county governor's mansion. At that time, almost everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was doomed. Most people thought that Duan Lingtian was doomed. After all, not only had Duan Lingtian broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but he had also severed the limbs of Zhou Tong's foster son, the revered elder of the county governor's mansion. However, no one had expected that the outcome would be like this 3 days later. Not only did the county governor not punish Duan Lingtian severely, but he even said that Duan Lingtian was not at fault. Instead, he blamed Jianghu, the inner elder of the county governor's mansion, for not informing Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That was why Duan Lingtian had committed such a crime. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's mistake was excusable. Elder Jianghu did not inform Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Is that why Duan Lingtian injured Zhou Fei? Why does this reason sound a little far-fetched? Elder Jianghu's cautiousness and meticulousness were well known in our county governor's mansion in the past. Is it possible that he forgot to inform Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? Why do I have a feeling that the county governor is protecting Duan Lingtian? That's impossible, right? Why would the county governor protect Duan Lingtian? After all, Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong's foster son. Between revered elder Zhou Tong and Duan Lingtian, the county governor must be on revered elder Zhou Tong's side, right? That's right. No matter how talented Duan Lingtian is, he's not as valuable as revered elder Zhou Tong in the county governor's eyes. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. They were shocked when they heard the county governor of 9 Spectres County's announcement. They found it hard to believe. After all, their county governor's mansion's inner mansion elder Jianghu was famous for his cautiousness and carefulness. They would not be surprised if the other inner mansion elders were as careless as him. However, they found it hard to believe that Jianghu was careless and made such a mistake. In a spacious courtyard in the county governor's mansion, Jianghu, who was sipping his tea at the stone table, could not help but shake his head and smile wryly when he heard the news. I thought Duanling Tian was doomed this time. I didn't expect the arrival of the special envoy from King Qing's mansion would allow him to escape this ordeal. Jianghu was not surprised by the news that spread like wildfire in the prefectural governor's mansion today. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself yesterday. Yesterday, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, had personally come to look for Duanling Tian and told him about the arrival of King Qing's mansion's envoy. At that time, Jianghu knew that Duanling Tian was a genius. In the eyes of the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Duanling Tian, the young powerhouse whom he had brought back from bloody Spectre City, was as valuable as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties and the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. King Qing's mansion is really generous this time, Jianghu exclaimed. He knew that this was why Duanling Tian was as valuable as revered elder Zhou Tong in the eyes of the county governor. After all, the county governor needed Duanling Tian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, in the martial competition of the 16 counties. A mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, was enough to create a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, as far as he knew, if he could obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, the county governor's cultivation base would improve. Before Duanling Tian appeared, the county governor must have thought of Zhou Fei as his hope. However, now that he defeated Duanling Tian with just a blow, he has replaced Zhou Fei as the county governor's hope. This point, Jianghu was also very clear in his heart. Otherwise, the county governor would not have personally come over to discuss with him and let him be the scapegoat this time to protect Duanling Tian. I guess I'll have to take the blame this time, Jianghu thought to himself. Currently, it was widely rumored that Duanling Tian had violated the rules of the latent dragon abyss because he, the guide, did not inform Duanling Tian of the rules. Therefore, he was the root of the problem. Under the county governor's instructions, Jianghu was willing to take the blame. However, even though he was the scapegoat, he was not dissatisfied at all. After all, the county governor had promised him many benefits and even promised him that even if revered elder Zhou Tong came looking for trouble with him, the county governor would protect him and would not let him suffer any harm. In the latent dragon abyss, Duanling Tian is fine. Heavens! Elder Jianghu is the one at fault in the end? Elder Jianghu was the one who brought Duanling Tian back from bloody Spectre City. Although he managed to protect Duanling Tian, he has also sacrificed himself. Is it worth it for him to do this? Do you mean Elder Jianghu is willing to take the blame to protect Duanling Tian? That's right. With Elder Jianghu's meticulous nature, it's impossible he didn't tell Duanling Tian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. He must have taken the blame for Duanling Tian. All the young powerhouses in the latent dragon abyss shared the same thought. It was their county governor's estate's elder Jianghu who took the initiative to take the blame for Duanling Tian to protect him. Otherwise, even if Duanling Tian did not die, he would have been severely injured. Elder Jianghu? Qin Yu, who had just walked out of the stone room, was shocked when he heard about the county governor's estate's decision to punish Duanling Tian for severely injuring Zhou Fei 3 days ago. He did not expect Elder Jianghu would be the one at fault in the end. He had come to the latent dragon abyss with Duanling Tian. Qin Yu could still remember what Elder Jianghu had told Duanling Tian when they arrived at the latent dragon abyss. He remembered clearly. At that time, Elder Jianghu had explained the rules of the latent dragon abyss to them in detail, including the rule that the challenger could not kill the challenger, could not seriously injure the challenger, and could not cripple the challenger. This matter concerns the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong. Elder Jianghu has taken the blame for Duanling Tian so openly. Isn't he afraid revered elder Zhou Tong will come looking for trouble with him? Qin Yu thought to himself. He could not figure this out. Although Xianxia was an inner court elder in the county governor's estate and the second strongest person in the 9 specters county after great overarching golden celestials, he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his value in the county governor's estate was not as high as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder. So much so that even if Zhou Tong were to brazenly kill him, he would not receive any punishment. In the eyes of the county governor of the 9 specters county, Zhou Tong's value was not something Xianxia could compare to. For this reason, Qin Yu was puzzled. Was Elder Xianxia not afraid of offending revered Elder Zhou Tong by helping Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu did not know about the martial competition of the 16 counties and the rewards. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. 3 days ago, when Zhou Fei, one of the main characters of the incident, came out of the stone chamber, he thought he would receive good news that Duan Lingtian had been severely punished. However, he did not expect to receive news that Duan Lingtian was fine and that Elder Xianxia had taken the blame for Duan Lingtian. No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Fei shook his head repeatedly. He could not believe what he had heard. However, as he heard more and more similar words, he had no choice but to believe it. Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia. Zhou Fei immediately went to look for Xianxia. He asked anxiously, Elder Xianxia, why did you help Duan Lingtian? You're known to be careful and attentive in the county governor's mansion. It's impossible that you didn't tell Duan Lingtian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. What's your relationship with Duan Lingtian? Why are you so protective of him? Zhou Fei looked at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice. How dare you? Xianxia shouted and glared at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei, do you know who you're talking to? I, Xianxia, am an inner house elder of the county governor's mansion. How dare you, a mere disciple of the latent dragon abyss, question me? Zhou Fei was not afraid at all. He continued, Elder Xianxia, don't forget that I'm not only a disciple of the latent dragon abyss, but I'm also revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson. If you take the blame for Duan Lingtian, you'll be making an enemy out of my godfather. Not only have you offended me, but you've also offended my godfather. Aren't you worried that my godfather will come after you? Zhou Fei's tone was filled with threat as he spoke. Scram! In the face of Zhou Fei's threat, Xianxia was enraged. He raised his hand and a vast and boundless power swept out. It was like a huge boulder, slamming into Zhou Fei and blasting him out of his courtyard. If you're not satisfied, you can ask revered Elder Zhou Tong to come find me. Xianxia's cold voice rang out as Zhou Fei was sent flying out of the courtyard and landed heavily on the ground. Zhou Fei, who was sprawled on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even get to his feet for a long time. He could not understand this at all. Why did this Elder Xianxia not feel the slightest bit of fear when he mentioned his godfather? In the courtyard, Xianxia sneered. He was naturally afraid of revered Elder Zhou Tong. However, he had taken the blame for Duan Lingtian on the orders of the county governor's mansion. With the county governor's protection, he did not have to worry about revered Elder Zhou Tong finding trouble with him over this matter. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He was in the stone chamber of the latent dragon abyss, completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Finally, half a year later, Duan Lingtian, who had not been disturbed, opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. A golden immortal. Chapter 2640. The celestial origin energy of a scarlet sun golden celestial is indeed much stronger than a violet moon heavenly celestial. After becoming a scarlet sun golden celestial, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his celestial origin energy. The changes in his celestial origin energy could not be compared to the changes in his celestial origin energy when he broke through to become a heavenly celestial. However, I don't know how long I spent in seclusion this time. Although Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through and become a golden celestial, he did not know how long he had been cultivating, since it was impossible for him to keep track of time while he was cultivating. I don't know how long I spent in closed-door cultivation, but I'm certain it wasn't a short period of time. How strange. I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Why didn't anyone question me? When Duanling Tian had defeated Zhou Fei, severed his limbs, and seized the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss that originally belonged to Zhou Fei, he was already prepared for someone to denounce him. After all, he had broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, Zhou Fei was the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. However, he did not expect his breakthrough to the Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial stage would not be interrupted at all. It was as though the incident of him crippling Zhou Fei's limbs did not happen at all. What's going on? Duanling Tian left the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss and appeared in front of a few young men who had just come out of another stone chamber. These young men saw Duanling Tian when he came out of the stone chamber and saw Duanling Tian. It's Duanling Tian. He's out of closed-door cultivation. He finally came out of closed-door cultivation after half a year. What's more surprising is that the matter from half a year ago has come to an end. Come to an end? Based on what I know, it's not necessarily the end. It's said that revered elder Zhou Tong has been in closed-door cultivation since half a year ago, and he hasn't come out yet. That's why he didn't intervene in the matter. If he comes out of seclusion, even if it's been half a year, he won't let it go. That's right. As for the incident half a year ago, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to determine that it was Elder Xianxia who intentionally took the blame and protected this Duanling Tian. If revered elder Zhou Tong comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he would surely not let Elder Xianxia and Duanling Tian off so easily. A few young men looked at Duanling Tian from afar and whispered to each other. Although their whispers were not loud, they were clearly heard by Duanling Tian. For a moment, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. What happened half a year ago? Is it because I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss? That Zhou Tong just so happens to be in closed-door cultivation? It's no wonder they didn't look for trouble with me. However, they said that Elder Xianxia intentionally took the blame to protect me. What's going on? Regarding this, Duanling Tian was extremely puzzled. What do all of you mean by that? In just a flash, Duanling Tian appeared in front of the young men who were whispering to each other like a ghost, causing horror to appear on their faces. Duanling Tian asked calmly, all of you said that Elder Xianxia intentionally took the blame to protect me. What do all of you mean by that? Initially, the young men thought that Duanling Tian was angry because he heard their whispers and wanted to find trouble with them. Due to this reason, their expressions changed immediately. However, in the face of Duanling Tian's question, and when they saw that Duanling Tian did not have the slightest trace of anger on his face, they sighed in relief. However, in the face of Duanling Tian's question, they did not dare to be negligent. They quickly explained everything to Duanling Tian so that Duanling Tian would know that he had been in closed-door cultivation for half a year. Apart from that, it also allowed Duanling Tian to know the reason why the incident from half a year ago was so peaceful and nobody came looking for him to denounce him for his crimes. As it turned out, it was all because of Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia actually said that he didn't tell me about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That's why I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him without knowing the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That's why I broke the rules set by the county governor of Nine Spectres County. A slight frown appeared on Duanling Tian's face. However, doesn't Elder Xianxia know that by doing this, he'll offend Zhou Tong? Isn't he afraid that Zhou Tong will look for trouble with him? Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he left the latent dragon abyss. He began to search for Xianxia, the inner mansion elder, based on his memories from half a year ago. Duanling Tian. You've come out of closed-door cultivation? Xianxia was slightly surprised when he saw Duanling Tian. He had heard that Duanling Tian had not left the stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss and had been in closed-door cultivation for the past 6 months. It was precisely because of this that he asked this question when he saw Duanling Tian had come looking for him. As for the reason why Duanling Tian came looking for him, he could naturally guess it. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. He could not help but sigh. I can't believe I spent half a year in closed-door cultivation. That's how cultivation works. Xianxia smiled. You've only spent half a year in closed-door cultivation. I once spent more than 10 years in closed-door cultivation. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. What I didn't expect was that you, Elder Xianxia, actually took the blame for me half a year ago. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia solemnly and said, Elder Xianxia, I know you did that out of goodwill. However, have you ever thought that Zhou Tong would come looking for trouble with you once he comes out of closed-door cultivation and finds out about what happened half a year ago? Duan Lingtian, do you think I took the blame for you half a year ago to return the favor I owed you when we were on our way to the county city from Bloody Spectre City? Xianxia asked. Isn't that the case? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Of course not. Xianxia shook his head and said, after you came to the county governor's estate, I told you that I'll ask the county governor to help you when revered elder Zhou Tong insists on taking you as his direct disciple so that you won't be harmed by him. That way, I'll be able to return the favor I owe you. In other words, from the moment I sent you to the latent dragon abyss, the favor between us has been repaid. Xianxia continued to speak. Duan Lingtian recalled Xianxia had told him this before he left to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Since we already owe each other a favor, why did you take the blame for me, Elder Xianxia? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. He had a feeling this matter was not as simple as it seemed. If Xianxia did not think he owed Duan Lingtian a favor, he would not take the risk of offending Zhou Tong to help Duan Lingtian. After all, he and this elder Xianxia could only be considered to be acquaintances. I can tell you this later, Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I'm more curious. Why did you insist on breaking Zhou Fei's limbs and injuring him when you knew about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? You should know that not only did you offend Zhou Fei's foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, but you also offended the county governor who set the rules of the latent dragon abyss. You're playing with fire by doing that. I'm really curious. Why did you do that? Didn't you think about the consequences? As Xianxia spoke, he continued to probe further. Why did I do that? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Xianxia's words. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. If it wasn't for Zhou Fei threatening to sever my limbs, I wouldn't have bothered to sever his limbs. It's that simple? Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You broke his limbs and injured him just because he threatened you? Threatened you? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Xianxia's words. Elder Xianxia, it's only because I'm stronger than him that day. If I'm weaker than him, I'm certain the person who would have his limbs severed would have been me instead of him. Even if that's the case, you're too rash. Xianxia shook his head and said, according to the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the challenger can't injure the person being challenged. However, the person being challenged can injure the challenger. In other words, he can break your limbs without destroying them. However, you can't do that. I couldn't care less about the situation at that time. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he had completely portrayed himself as a reckless man who did not care about the consequences. However, was that really the case? In fact, he had already thought of the consequences when he broke Zhou Fei's limbs and injured him. However, he still did it. He had thought of a way to protect himself from Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak to Xianxia, a figure in the latent dragon abyss flew over from the latent dragon abyss. Tens of thousands of miles to the north of the county city of Nine Spectres County, an old figure flew across the sky. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have traveled a great distance. The figure was getting closer and closer to the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was obvious he was heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian who injured Fei, is from Bloody Spectre City? The old man's eyes glinted coldly as he muttered to himself. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. And that Xianxia. How dare he take the blame for Duan Lingtian? He's seeking death. Based on the old man's muttering, it was obvious who he was. Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2641. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, in the county governor's mansion, Jingqiu's residence. Duan Lingtian, you need to change that temper of yours. You're lucky this time. Otherwise, even if you didn't die from that incident half a year ago, you would have at least lost a layer of skin. Jingqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly. In his opinion, half a year ago, if the special envoy from the King Qin's mansion had not arrived in time to convey the message to the county governor of the Nine Spectres County, Duan Lingtian would have been doomed. After all, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son. As for Zhou Tong, he had always been protective. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become Zhou Tong's disciple, then he might be able to bury the hatchet. But the problem was, he knew that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become Zhou Tong's disciple. This time, you can be considered to have escaped calamity. But if there is a next time, you might not be able to escape calamity. Jingqiu said in a deep voice, your innate talent is extraordinary. However, in the spirit overarching heaven, there are many people with extraordinary innate talent like you. Many of those people died young because they have a temper like yours. In the Devata realms, talent and brute force alone won't be enough to have the last laugh. As Jingqiu spoke, his tone became more like he was educating someone. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally understood this. If he had not thought of more than one way to deal with the consequences of that incident, he would not have recklessly broken Zhou Fei's 4 limbs and crippled him. However, in front of Jingqiu, he did not intend to explain, nor was it convenient for him to explain. Elder Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian stared at Jingqiu with a burning gaze and went straight to the point. Why did you take the blame for me 6 months ago? You just said that I was lucky, so you were probably talking about that, right? There must be something fishy going on. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Half a year ago, it was the county governor's order for me to take the blame for you, Jingqiu said. Before Jingqiu could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He interrupted Jingqiu and asked in a low voice, you're saying it was the county governor's idea to make you take the blame for me half a year ago? Yes. Jingqiu nodded. Why? Duan Lingtian did not expect the county governor of Nine Spectres County had instructed Jingqiu to take the blame for him and help him solve the matter 6 months ago. The county governor of the Nine Spectres County had instructed Jingqiu to become the scapegoat. However, he could not figure out why the county governor of Nine Spectres County would do that. He had never seen the county governor of Nine Spectres County even after he came to the county city and the county governor's mansion. Since he had never seen him before, why would he help him? He couldn't figure it out. Because of the martial competition of 16 counties in 2.5 years. Jingqiu said. Martial competition of the 16 counties? Duan Lingtian was confused. What's that? You should know that there are 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. One of them is our Nine Spectres County, Jingqiu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded, he was aware of this. He knew that there were 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, and one of them was the Nine Spectres County. For example, cities like Bloody Spectre City under Nine Spectres County had to hand over celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. Similarly, counties under King Qin's mansion had to hand over a large amount of celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. King Qin's mansion and Nine Spectres County were subordinate to each other. Half a year ago, the county governor's office recruited 30 golden immortals under the age of 100, including you. They're the young powerhouses living in the latent dragon abyss. You should know this as well. Jingqiu said. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Half a year ago, I only know that King Qin's mansion ordered us to search for these 30 experts. As for the specific reason, I don't know. I told you this half a year ago. I told you about this. Half a year ago, 3 days after you severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, the Nine Spectres County welcomed an envoy from the King Qin's mansion. The special envoy from King Qin's mansion came to 9 Spectres County to look for the county governor. He passed on King Qin's mansion's message to the county governor that the martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 years. Only golden celestials under the age of 100 from King Qin's mansion can participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, the county governor also found out the reason King Qin's mansion ordered the 16 counties, including 9 Spectres County, to gather 30 golden celestials who are younger than 100 years old. As it turns out, King Qin's mansion is preparing for the martial competition of the 16 counties. At this point, Xianxia paused and didn't continue speaking for the time being. In other words, everyone living in the latent dragon abyss, including me, will have to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years? And our opponents will be a group of gold immortals who are less than 100 years old and have been recruited from the other 15 counties? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. King Qin's mansion is placing great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. According to the county governor, not only will King Qin's mansion reward the top 10, but the counties behind the top 10 will also be rewarded handsomely. The county city behind the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive the medium-grade celestial pill, the Great Luo pill. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will get 3 Great Luo elixirs. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will get 2 Great Luo elixirs. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will also get 1. Xianxia finished his sentence in one breath. Great overarching pills? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. He was impressed by King Qin's mansion's generosity. He knew what a great overarching pill was. It was a pill that could help a violet sun golden celestial to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. It was more precious than most prominent celestial pills. Ordinary mediocre celestial alchemists would not be able to refine it. Only mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a specific celestial fire could refine it. Moreover, even a great overarching golden celestial could greatly improve his cultivation base after consuming a great overarching pill. Some Daoist golden immortals who encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation could also take Daoist pills to break through the bottleneck and step into the next level of cultivation. One could imagine how valuable a great overarching pill was. From the looks of it, you should know how precious the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill is, right? Xianxia asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he could not help but frown. He looked at Xianxia in confusion and asked, Elder Xianxia, do you know why King Qin's mansion is organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties? He had a feeling that King Qin's mansion was not organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties just to recruit new talents. After all, King Qin's mansion had offered 6 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm not sure. Xianxia had wanted to say that King Qin's mansion was recruiting talents. However, when he thought about how generous King Qin's mansion was with the great overarching pills, he felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Now, you should know why the county governor asked me to take the initiative to be the scapegoat, right? Xianxia asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded. He was not a fool. When Xianxia mentioned the Great Luo pill as a reward for the top 3 contestants, he knew why the county governor of 9 Spectres County would protect him, a person he had never met before. If that's the case, I have to thank the special envoy for his timely arrival. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He finally found out. As it turned out, the county governor of 9 Spectres County regarded him, a nobody who had just arrived from bloody Spectre City, to be on par with Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If it weren't for me, Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son, would have been the hope of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, after I arrived at the county governor's estate from bloody Spectre City and easily defeated and severely injured Zhou Fei, the county governor has placed his hopes on me. After all, based on the strength I displayed half a year ago, I have a much better chance of getting into the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties than Zhou Fei. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. All of a sudden, Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian was about to bid farewell to Jingqiu when an old voice that was filled with anger rang from outside Jingqiu's courtyard. It was as though Jingqiu hated him for killing his father and stealing his wife. Duan Lingtian, who was about to bid farewell to Jingqiu, was stunned when he heard the angry voice. He instinctively turned to look at Jingqiu. Its revered elder Zhou Tong. When Duan Lingtian looked at Jingqiu narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's coming out of closed-door cultivation today. Jingqiu was already prepared for Zhou Tong to come looking for trouble with him after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, even if Zhou Tong came now, he didn't panic in the slightest. Swoosh! Jingqiu raised his hand and took out a jade token. After he injected his celestial origin energy into it, the jade token turned into a streak of light and flew out of his courtyard at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian recognized the jade token as a communication celestial talisman with just a glance. It was not difficult for him to guess why Jingqiu had sent him a communication celestial talisman. In the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, there was only one person who could suppress Zhou Tong, the first revered elder. Chapter 2642. Jingqiu. Accompanying the furious roar was an old, ghost-like figure. Moreover, the old figure brought a young man with him. In the blink of an eye, they had barged into Jingqiu's courtyard without Jingqiu's permission. Whoosh! Whoosh! An old man and a young man appeared in front of Jingqiu and Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the young man who was brought in by the old man. It was Zhou Fei whom he had severely injured half a year ago. As for the old man, Zhou Tong, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the old man. He noticed that the old man looked ordinary and did not seem like an evil person. However, at this moment, his eyes and face were filled with anger. After Jingqiu's reminder, Duan Lingtian realized this. The old man in front of him was the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Fei was brought here by Zhou Tong, he immediately noticed Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked like a venomous snake that could not wait to bite and poison Duan Lingtian to death. Duan Lingtian? Zhou Tong, who had been looking at Jingqiu the moment he appeared, shifted his gaze from Jingqiu to Duan Lingtian when he heard Zhou Fei's angry shout. You're Duan Lingtian? Zhou Tong's gloomy expression darkened further. Elder Jingqiu, who is this? Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's hostile gazes. He asked Jingqiu, who was standing next to him, even though he already knew the answer. He's revered elder Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's godfather. Jingqiu replied. So it's revered elder Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon after, his gaze once again turned towards Zhou Tong, sizing him up. He was very interested in Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, who was the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Lingtian, now that you've become my direct disciple, the matter of you heavily injuring Fei, half a year ago, has been written off. From now on, the matter between you and Fei, is written off. At that time, you and Fei, will no longer be enemies, but fellow disciples. Suddenly, the gloomy expression on Zhou Tong's face disappeared without any warning and was replaced by a faint smile. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly stated that he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. He also promised that if Duan Lingtian became his disciple, he would no longer make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, and Zhou Fei would no longer make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Almost at the same time, Zhou Tong's voice fell. An expression of as expected appeared on Jingqiu's face. It was clear he had already guessed this would happen. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, but inwardly, he felt even more disgusted with Zhou Tong. As expected, Zhou Tong was not much different from the rumors. Godfather. Unlike Duan Lingtian and Jingqiu, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Tong's promise to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he became anxious. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Shut up. Zhou Tong, who was waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, turned to glare at Zhou Fei when he heard Zhou Fei's voice. Zhou Fei was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone speak. Revered Elder Zhou Tong. Under Zhou Tong's slightly expectant gaze, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he said in an indifferent tone, "First of all, thank you for your kindness. Secondly, I already have a master. So, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint revered Elder Zhou Tong." Duan Lingtian directly rejected Zhou Tong's offer. "You can come under my tutelage." Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. He raised his voice and spoke in an overbearing manner. "Impossible." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I won't betray my master. Duan Lingtian, it's your blessing that my godfather has taken a fancy to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Just as Zhou Tong's expression darkened again and became incomparably ugly, Zhou Fei, whose eyes flashed with joy, pretended to be angry as he looked at Duan Lingtian and coldly shouted. His words sounded more like he was standing up for his godfather. "Duan Lingtian." Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Don't think that it's over just because Jing Qiu took the blame for what happened 6 months ago. Let me tell you, even Jing Qiu can't protect himself today. Let alone you." Zhou Tong's tone became heavier when he reached the end of his sentence. "Elder Jing Qiu can't protect himself?" Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Jing Qiu, who was next to him. He saw Jing Qiu standing at the side calmly. His expression did not change at all because of Zhou Tong's words. Humph. Following Duan Lingtian's gaze, Zhou Tong also noticed Jing Qiu's calmness. He was instantly enraged as he shouted, "Jing Qiu, don't you think you owe me an explanation for taking the blame for this Duan Lingtian 6 months ago? If you don't give me an explanation, you should know what I'm capable of." A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes as he spoke. "Elder Zhou Tong, you shouldn't ask me for an explanation for this matter. After all, I was only following orders," Jing Qiu said indifferently. Zhou Tong frowned. "Whose orders?" Zhou Tong asked sternly. However, he seemed to have forgotten about it. In the county governor's estate, the only other person who could order Jing Qiu around was the county governor of 9 Spectres County. "My orders." Just as Zhou Tong's body was emitting waves of killing intent, as if he could directly attack and kill Jing Qiu at any moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, making it difficult for one to determine the source of the voice. Whoosh! A moment later, as if a gust of wind had blown past, another figure appeared in the courtyard where Jing Qiu lived. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the courtyard was a tall middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face and a determined expression. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body emitted waves of majestic aura. "So this is Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally figured out the middle-aged man's identity. "Lord County Governor." As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Jing Qiu hurriedly bowed respectfully to him. Even Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, bowed respectfully in a somewhat panicked manner. Only Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong did not move at all. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong abruptly glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly, "You actually dare to not greet the county governor when you see him? Are you looking down on the county governor? Do you know you've committed the crime of being disrespectful to the county governor? Revered Elder Zhou Tong, you didn't greet him as well, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Tong indifferently. "Humph." Zhou Tong snorted coldly and raised his arrogant head. "Lord Prefectural Governor said many years ago that I don't need to bow when I see him. How can a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears be compared to me?" When I, Zhou Tong, made great contributions to the county governor's estate and 9 Spectres County, you weren't even born yet. Duan Lingtian, how dare you disrespect the county governor? As the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, it's my duty to punish you. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His right arm trembled as he lashed out at Duan Lingtian like a ferocious python. His palm seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong's palm contained the profundity of a celestial method and divine ability. It was as powerful as 1,000 caddies of lightning. It did not seem like it was meant to punish Duan Lingtian, but it seemed more like it was meant to kill Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Tong's palm shot toward Duan Lingtian, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Zhou Tong would try to kill him. His expression changed completely, and his eyes gleamed coldly. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees as far as his eyes could see. Duan Lingtian was about to circulate his celestial origin energy to block Zhou Tong's palm that was filled with killing intent. Humph! Accompanied by an earth-shaking cold snort, a dragon-like power whizzed over from the side. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Zhou Tong's thunder-like palm. Bang! The dragon-like power collided with the power of Zhou Tong's palm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A small mushroom cloud blossomed. The rolling chi waves slammed into the air, creating gusts of wind. After Zhou Tong's palm was blocked, he did not attack again because he did not dare to. The person who had blocked his attack was none other than Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, who had not made a sound since he had appeared. Lord County Governor? Zhou Tong looked at Tian Jiyu with a hint of fear in his eyes. He did not expect the county governor of 9 Spectres County would make a move against him for the sake of a young powerhouse that they had recently recruited. He originally thought that his palm strike would be able to kill Duan Lingtian, who refused to become his disciple, to avenge his adopted son, and to vent his anger for himself. He did not expect Tian Jiyu would make a move against him. Revered Elder Zhou Tong. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, finally spoke. He looked at Zhou Tong and said indifferently, 6 months ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Tian Jiyu asked. Chapter 2643. Over the past 6 months, Tian Jiyu had not been idle. He had spent a lot of effort and sent people to investigate the background of the Golden Immortals who were younger than 100 years old in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. After some investigation, he found out, with the strength of Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the prefectural governor's mansion, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, let alone enter the top 3. At that time, he couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, the 9 Spectres County had Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, the other Golden Immortals under 100 years of age that the prefectural governor's mansion had recruited, including Zhou Fei, would not have been able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of 16 counties. Among the 450 Golden Celestials under the age of 100 from the 15 counties, there are at least 5 people who can defeat Zhou Fei in a single blow. Even if the county governor's mansion spares no effort in grooming Zhou Fei in the remaining 2.5 years, he'll only be able to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties at most. However, if we can't enter the top 3, we won't be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Tian Jiyu also realized this when he found out about the young experts who were below the age of 100 from the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's value and status in his eyes became even higher. Without Duan Lingtian, 9 Spectres County would not be able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre grade celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill. That was not what he wanted to see. Half a year ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei were stunned when they heard Tian Jiyu's words. At this moment, Zhou Tong recalled something. Earlier, Xianxia had indeed said that the reason he took the blame for Duan Lingtian half a year ago was because he was following orders. However, he did not think of the county governor of Nine Spectres County at that time. Now that he thought about it, the only other person in Nine Spectres County who could order Xianxia around was the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Lord County Governor, why are you doing this? Zhou Tong looked at Tianjiu and asked in a deep voice. As a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Ling Tian was free to speak his mind in front of Tianjiu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Even if Nine Spectres County could not accept him, the other counties would welcome him. Half a year ago, the envoy from the King Qin's mansion came to the Nine Spectres County to look for me. In the face of Zhou Tong's question, Tianjiu immediately stated the reason, in a forthright manner. He started from the arrival of the Duke of Qin's envoy. Finally, he talked about the investigation he had conducted over the past 6 months. He had been searching for young golden immortals under the age of 100 in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Tianjiu said these words directly in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhou Fei, the two parties involved, without any taboo. I see. Zhou Fei's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. The mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill? After listening to Tianjiu's words, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing became rapid. One could vaguely see his chest twitching like a bellows due to his excitement. Yes. Tianjiu nodded, confirming with Zhou Tong. As the light in Zhou Tong's eyes grew brighter, Tianjiu said in a timely manner, Elder Zhou Tong, if you're willing to work with me and the county governor's mansion to help Duan Lingtian achieve great results in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. If Duan Lingtian can rank in the top 2 of the competition, I'm willing to give you a great luo pill. I'll give you a great luo pill. Once Tianjiu's words came out, Zhou Tong's breathing became even more rapid. One could vaguely see the waves of excitement on his face. Although Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were not divided into 7 levels like Celestial Immortals and Golden Immortals, they were still Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. However, there were also 5 levels. They were Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Earth Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Heaven Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, and Peak Great Luo Golden Celestial. Among them, Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial was the weakest while Peak Great Luo Golden Celestial was the strongest. As a Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial who was half a step away from becoming a Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Zhou Tong had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. If he could obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill, he would be able to easily become a Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial. At that time, his strength would be further enhanced. Lord County Governor, I'm willing to work with you and the County Governor's mansion to help Duan Lingtian achieve great results in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. After regaining his senses, Zhou Tong immediately made his stance clear. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, to begin with. Now that Duan Lingtian was likely to obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill, for him, Duan Lingtian's value skyrocketed. In fact, Duan Lingtian's position in his heart had even surpassed his foster son, Zhou Fei. Foster father. Zhou Fei panicked when he heard Zhou Tong's words. Initially, he had planned to surpass Duan Lingtian's strength with the help of his foster father. However, his foster father, Zhou Tong, had turned to help his rival, Duan Lingtian. How could he not be anxious? Slap. However, as soon as Zhou Fei cried out, Zhou Tong gave him a backhand slap. Then, he glared at Zhou Fei and said angrily, "How dare you shout in front of the Lord County Governor? If you dare to shout in front of the Lord County Governor again, don't blame me for putting righteousness before family." Zhou Fei felt so wrong that he was on the verge of tears after being slapped for no reason. However, he could only glare at Duan Lingtian and did not dare to make a sound. Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Fei's glare. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's gaze was no longer filled with killing intent like before. Instead, it was filled with kindness. Zhou Tong was not used to this. This Zhou Tong really won't do anything without benefits. Just because the county governor of 9 Spectres County promised to give him a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo pill, he's trying his best to nurture me so that I'll be able to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw through Zhou Tong. He would not do anything without benefits. With the arrival of Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, the matter came to an end. Zhou Tong bade farewell to Tian Jiyu. Before he left with Zhou Fei, he looked at Duan Lingtian kindly and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. Here are 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills." As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, he handed 2 bottles of pills to Duan Lingtian. Zhou Fei's eyes turned red when he saw the bottles of pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. His foster father had never been so generous to him before. "Thank you, revered elder Zhou Tong." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. He did not hesitate to accept them. He knew very well. If it was not for the fact that he was useful to Zhou Tong would not have treated him so well. Not only would Zhou Tong not treat him well, but Zhou Tong would also want to kill him. After Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei left, Tian Jiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face and handed a bottle of pills to him. "Duan Lingtian, since Elder Zhou Tong has given you 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills, I'm sure you won't be lacking spirit-nourishing pills for the time being. The pills in this bottle are primitive hidden spirit pills. It's a primitive celestial pill that can be absorbed along with the spirit-nourishing pills. Its effect is slightly stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills." Tian Jiyu handed the bottle of pills to Duan Lingtian. "Hidden spirit pills?" Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he heard Tian Jiyu's words. The hidden spirit pill was a primitive celestial pill that could increase one's cultivation speed. Its effect was even stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills. However, compared to the spirit-nourishing pills, it was much more valuable. Most importantly, the hidden spirit pill could be consumed together with the spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, their effects could overlap. If one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills and hidden spirit pills at the same time, one's cultivation speed would be much faster than if one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills alone. "Thank you, County Governor." Duan Lingtian was excited when he received the spirit-nourishing pills from Zhou Tong earlier. Now that he received the hidden spirit pills from the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he was even more excited. "Now, you should know that the reason I took care of you and helped you resolve the matter half a year ago is because I think you'll be able to rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. Tian Jiyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, "If you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, not only will you be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill for 9 Spectres County, but you'll also be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion. Of course, if you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, I won't mistreat you." Tian Jiyu said. "I'll do my best." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Tian Jiyu's magnanimity made him have a better impression of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He knew Tian Jiyu was only treating him so well because he was useful to him. Duan Lingtian. After Zhou Fei returned to the second-last stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss, his originally calm face was contorted in an instant. He looked exceptionally ferocious. Where did that Duan Lingtian come from? If it weren't for him, Lord County Governor and Godfather would have spared no effort in cultivating me so that I can rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. At this moment, Zhou Fei's heart was in turmoil. In his opinion. Chapter 2644. After obtaining a bottle of hidden spirit pills from Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and 2 bottles of spirit accumulating pills from Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to cultivating. Now, the 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County wanted him to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible as well. It could be said that they were in agreement. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong were the first revered elders. Tian Jiyu, Zhou Tong, and him were just taking what they wanted. The martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion will reward the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to those who rank in the top 3. I wonder what kind of reward King Qin's mansion will give to those who rank in the top 3. After returning to the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this matter. Although he was curious, he was also looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian consumed the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, and immersed himself in cultivating. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a person walked out of the stone chamber on the second to last level of the latent dragon abyss. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, he went straight to one of the courtyards in the county governor's mansion. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei immediately went to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County. Foster father. Zhou Fei bowed respectfully when he saw Zhou Tong again. What's the matter? Zhou Tong raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Zhou Fei lazily. Compared to before, his current attitude towards Zhou Fei had imperceptibly changed quite a bit. In the past, he had taken Zhou Fei as his foster son because of Zhou Fei's innate talent. However, Zhou Fei's innate talent paled in comparison to Duan Lingtian, who came from Bloody Spectre City. Therefore, he was disappointed in his foster son and was no longer as enthusiastic about him as before. Zhou Fei also felt this. Duan Lingtian, because of this, Zhou Fei now hated Duan Lingtian so much that he gnashed his teeth. Foster father, I want to go out for a while. I want to ask you to send one of the inner mansion elders out with me. Although he hated Duan Lingtian so much that he was gnashing his teeth, Zhou Fei did not dare to show it. That was because he knew that Duan Lingtian's position in his foster father's eyes was already higher than his foster son's. Where do you want to go? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he asked. I don't know yet. I just want to go out and gain experience. Zhou Fei said. Now, even Zhou Fei's position in Zhou Tong's eyes was not as high as Duan Lingtian's. However, Zhou Fei was still Zhou Tong's adopted son. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not refuse Zhou Fei's request. Very soon, he gave the order for an inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion to accompany Zhou Fei and protect him. After Zhou Fei and the inner estate elder left the county city of Nine Spectres County, they seemed to be heading in the direction of Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was the first place Duan Lingtian went to after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I'd like to see Duan Lingtian's background. I've never heard of such a person in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei wanted to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. He had a feeling that with Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength, he would not be an ordinary person in Bloody Spectre City. It was impossible for him to be an unknown person before he entered the county city of Nine Spectres County. This Duan Lingtian might be someone Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, has secretly trained to deal with my foster father. If I can confirm this, with my foster father's character, he'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. This was the reason Zhou Fei had come to Bloody Spectre City. He knew about the enmity between Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, and his foster father. As long as he could confirm that Duan Lingtian was secretly nurtured by Lu Fenggu to deal with his foster father would not let such a potential threat go unpunished. Moreover, he would not allow Duan Lingtian to continue growing stronger. If I can confirm that Duan Lingtian is someone Lu Fenggu has trained to deal with my foster father. Even if the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, is very tempting to my foster father will definitely kill Duan Lingtian before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. After all, based on the rewards set by King Qin's mansion for the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties, it seems like King Qin's mansion places a lot of importance on this competition. If Duanling Tian manages to make it into the top 3, King Qin's mansion will probably keep him in King Qin's mansion. When that time comes, even if foster father wants to kill him and eliminate him by the roots, it will be harder than ascending to heaven. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he thought about this. In a place far away from Nine Spectres County. In a vast area that was surrounded by clouds all year round, lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a fairyland. On the peak of one of the mountains, there stood an elegant woman who looked like a fairy. The lady stood on the peak as she looked in the direction of Nine Spectres County. Her eyes seemed to be in a daze. The lady was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was partially covered by the veil. However, due to the veil, one could vaguely see the outline of her face, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. People couldn't help but have the impulse to lift the veil and look at the beautiful face under it. One could imagine how charming she was even with a veil on her face. If she were to remove the veil, how devastatingly beautiful would her cheeks be without the veil restraining them. If I knew I would have a heart demon because of him, I would have killed him that day. The lady's red lips parted slightly as she muttered to herself. However, when she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to lack confidence. If she could do it all over again, would she really kill him? Even she herself wasn't sure of it. After all, she was the one at fault, not him. Third senior sister, suddenly, a pleasant voice like that of a silver bell rang out. A young lady in green clothes stepped on the air from below the mountain peak. She seemed to have transformed into a green ray of light. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived beside the purple-dressed lady. Liu Luo, why are you here? The lady in purple looked at the green-clad young girl with a doting expression on her face. Third senior sister, why do I feel like you've been in a bad mood ever since you returned a year ago? Didn't you help the sect find the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? Isn't that something to be happy about? Master, senior uncles, and junior uncles have been praising you. The green-clad young girl blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, it was obvious who the purple-clad young girl was. She was none other than Murong Bing, the lady whom Duan Lingtian had met in the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, although they were not husband and wife in name, they were in fact husband and wife. Also, I just heard Martial Aunt say that in a month's sect meeting, she will appoint you as the successor of the sect master. After she abdicates, she will pass the position of sect master to you. The green-clad young girl continued to say. Senior uncles. Did she really say that? Murong Bing asked with a glint in her eyes. Yes. I heard it with my own ears. The green-clad young girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, Murong Bing could not help but sigh inwardly. According to the rules of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, apart from one's innate talent and strength, there was another basic requirement to become the sect leader. She had to be a virgin. As for Murong Bing, she was no longer a virgin ever since she came out of the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect a year ago. In other words, she was not destined to be the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Liu Luo. Where's senior uncles now? After learning the whereabouts of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect from the green-clad young girl, Murong Bing's purple dress fluttered in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, she left the mountain. Senior uncles. Murong Bing met the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who was also her senior uncles, in a spacious courtyard halfway up the mountain. Bing, why are you looking for senior uncles? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a white robe with many lotuses embroidered on it. When she saw Murong Bing, a gentle expression could be seen on her face. It was as though she was a senior looking at her most outstanding junior. Although Murongbing was not her direct disciple, she was the direct disciple of her junior sister who shared the same master as her. Murongbing was also the disciple she was most satisfied with in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, she would not have made Murongbing the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Murongbing was the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Senior uncles, I heard that you're going to appoint me as the successor of the sect leader in a month's time. I'm here to ask you to rescind your decision. Murongbing said bluntly. Huh? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was stunned when she heard Murongbing's words. Then, she asked in confusion, Bing, what do you mean? Don't you want to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Chapter 2645. Murongbing fell silent when she heard the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's question. Bing, there's something on your mind. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at Murongbing's eyes and said solemnly. Senior aunt. Murongbing took a deep breath. Her beautiful cheeks trembled slightly under the veil. Then, she said softly, ever since I was young, although I am not your disciple, in my heart, I have always treated you as my second master. Moreover, there are things I didn't dare to say to my master in the past, but I've always shared them with you. In my heart, you're no different from my mother. Murongbing's voice was tinged with emotion when she spoke. Bing, did something happen to you? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with worry when she looked at Murongbing again. She could tell something was amiss from Murongbing's tone. Murongbing had a secret that very few people knew about. She knew this secret. The Murongbing in front of her was her twin sister's daughter. She was her niece. Her twin sister had fallen in love with a bad man and had committed suicide, leaving Murongbing as her daughter. At that time, she was already the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. To avoid gossip, it was inconvenient for her to bring Murongbing back to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the end, she had placed Murongbing in swaddling clothes at the entrance of the courtyard where one of her junior sisters lived. Murongbing's junior sister was Murongbing's master. Whether it was her junior sister or Murongbing herself, no one knew about this secret. Senior aunt, Murongbing wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she found it difficult to speak. After all, it was related to her innocence. She was not worried about gossip. After all, she had always been indifferent. Even if people gossiped about her, she did not care. However, even if she did not care about gossip, it did not mean her master did not care about gossip as well. She could imagine her master's disappointment. If her master found out about this, she would definitely be disappointed since her master had been grooming her as the future sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect since she was young. Now that she had lost her virginity, she was destined to lose her chance to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Bing, do we still need to worry so much between us? Don't worry. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you. If you don't want your master to know, I won't tell her either. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect saw Murongbing's hesitation, she quickly gave her a heads up. Martial uncle, I am no longer a virgin. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had a worried expression on her face, so she did not hesitate any longer. Whoosh! As soon as Murongbing finished speaking, the expression of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect changed drastically. Who did it? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Murongbing looked at each other with killing intent flashing in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Murongbing. It was directed at the man who had caused her to lose her virginity. In the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, once a person lost their virginity, they would lose their chance to become the sect leader. Even though she was the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she could not ignore this rule. After all, the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to be tested by the elders before she could become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If one was not a virgin, one would not be able to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a purely female sect. Although they did not interfere with the private lives of the women in the sect, they did not allow the women to involve themselves in the affairs of the sect. This was especially true for the sect leader. The sect leader had to be a virgin. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect set this rule, she felt that if a woman had a husband, she would not be able to devote herself to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If that happened, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be destroyed as time passed. It was an accident. Murongbing sighed. The purple figure appeared in her mind again. She couldn't get rid of it. It was this purple figure that had caused her to develop an inner demon during her cultivation, causing her to almost suffer from chi deviation many times. Even if it was an accident, you still have to tell me what happened, right? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked solemnly. Murongbing nodded. Then, she told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect everything that had happened a year ago. Naturally, she did not mention the man's name. After all, she knew that if she did, the man would definitely die. As it turns out, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The sect has implicated you. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said. I was too careless. If I didn't destroy the body of the blissful sect Celestial King, none of this would have happened. Murongbing shook her head. Who's that man? What's his name? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked as she looked at Murongbing. When she asked the question, a murderous intent flashed in the depths of her eyes, as if she was about to devour someone. I don't know who he is. Murongbing shook her head. Then, she paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and she continued, I don't know his name. Ever since you were young, whenever you lied, your eyes would flicker. It seems like you know that man's name. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said. Martial uncle, that matter was my fault. It has nothing to do with him. He didn't force me. If we really want to talk about it, he himself is a victim. Murongbing said. Girl, you're just too kind. That man, only by killing him can he not spread the news and ruin your reputation. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said with a sigh, in the future, you must learn to nip all hidden dangers in the bud. Tell me the man's name. You don't have to do it yourself. I'll take care of him for you to prevent future troubles. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said to Murongbing with killing intent in her eyes. Martial uncle, you don't have to force me. Murongbing said with a bitter expression on her face. Don't tell me, you've fallen in love with that man? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically as though she had just recalled something. Due to the incident with her twin sister, she did not have a good impression of men. She did not want her niece to make the same mistake as her twin sister. As a mother, she had already suffered a loss once. As a daughter, she could not suffer a loss again. Fallen in love with him? Upon hearing the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's words, Murongbing's beautiful eyes became misty again. The purple figure kept appearing in her mind. She kept asking herself, what's the matter? Have I really fallen in love with him? In the end, she discovered she could not answer this question at all. However, there was one thing she was certain of. If that man was present and her martial uncle wanted to kill him, she would definitely protect him even if it meant sacrificing her life. Perhaps, she felt it was her fault. Perhaps it was because she was truly moved by the man who had taken away her first time, which was also the only time she had ever had sex with him up until now. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect sighed when she saw Murongbing's misty eyes. Then, she said with a tired expression on her face, Bing, I'm a little tired. You can leave now. Yes. Murong Bing nodded and left. After Murong Bing left, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect no longer looked tired. A determined expression appeared on her face. No matter who you are, I won't let you hurt Bing, Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find you and kill you to prevent future trouble. The killing intent in the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's eyes intensified. It was as though even slaughtering thousands of cities would not be able to quell her killing intent. Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Qin's Mansion, 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's eyes that were filled with killing intent began to burn fiercely. It was as though the flames in her eyes were capable of incinerating everything. Time continued to pass. In the Silverworm Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City, 3 people were standing in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, while one of them was seated. Are you sure Duan Lingtian has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? Moreover, he's just a heavenly celestial? The young man sitting in the tent asked in a deep voice as he looked at one of the 3 people standing in the tent. If the Silverworm Army's soldiers were present, they would recognize the person the young man was questioning was none other than Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. However, Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was extremely humble in front of this young man. It was as though he was facing Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Young Master Fei, I'm certain. If you don't believe me, I can bring you to see the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Lingtian. Those people who have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago wouldn't dare to trick you, young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long said confidently. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would recognize the young man with just a glance. The young man sitting in the tent was none other than Zhou Fei, whom Miao Lai Long had severed earlier. He was also the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Chapter 2646. After staying in the Silverworm Army for a few days, Zhou Fei finally confirmed one thing. Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Moreover, he had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool. Those who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool were only heavenly celestials. A heavenly celestial who managed to defeat me half a year after ascending to the spirit overarching heaven. The celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered must be heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he realized this. If any of you dare to spread this news, I'll make sure all of you die a graveless death. Zhou Fei looked at Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Feng, and Yang Kong Ping coldly before he added, when I return to the county governor's estate, I'll go to the county governor's estate. When I return to the prefectural governor's mansion, I will tell my adoptive father about this. When the time comes, I will ask him to bestow upon you a generous reward. Zhou Fei used both the carrot and the stick to prevent the trio from spreading this news. If news of this spread, he and his godfather would not be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered. He could imagine this. If news of Duan Lingtian mastering a heaven-grade celestial method and a heaven-grade divine ability spread, it would cause an uproar in King Qin's mansion and the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, let alone 9 Spectres County. After all, even the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom did not have any heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Thank you, young Master Fei. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Miao Lai Long and the other 2 quickly expressed their gratitude. Young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long suddenly recalled something. He looked at Zhou Fei with a burning gaze and said, if revered elder Zhou Tong has obtained the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Lingtian, please put in a good word for me and ask him to teach me one of the Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Just one is enough. I only need one. Miao Lai Long said. He had heard about how Duan Ling Tian had severely injured Zhou Fei 1.5 years ago in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he was certain Duan Ling Tian had mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and divine abilities and celestial methods and celestial methods and divine abilities and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Celestial, Duan Ling Dynasty, Duans, Duan S, and Duan Ling Duan Dun, Duan S Duan S, Duan Dun's Heavens Duan Heavens Heard S. They knew very well. If Miao Lai Long could obtain one of the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had mastered, they would be able to obtain it as well. After all, Miao Lai Long was Miao Lai Feng's biological brother. Of course, that's not a problem. Zhou Fei agreed immediately. Thank you, young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long quickly expressed his gratitude. Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping looked at each other with a hint of excitement in their eyes. At this moment, Miao Lai Long and the other two were so excited that they did not notice Zhou Fei's gaze. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Zhou Fei's eyes. After a while, Zhou Fei greeted Miao Lai Long calmly before he left the Silverworm Army's camp. He made his way to Bloody Spectre City to meet up with the elder in the county governor's mansion that his foster father had sent him. Elder Qian, please send me back to Nine Spectres County. The inner estate elder who escorted Zhou Fei from the county city of Nine Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. He only obeyed Zhou Tong's orders. Since Zhou Fei was Zhou Tong's foster son, he treated Zhou Fei as his young master. Yes, young Master Fei. After leaving Bloody Spectre City and returning to the county city of Nine Spectres County, Zhou Fei asked the inner mansion's elder to bring him back. Therefore, it did not take long for them to return to the county city and the county city. The first thing he did when he returned to the county governor's mansion was to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong. Foster father. When Zhou Fei saw Zhou Tong, he quickly told Zhou Tong everything he knew about the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Ling Tian. Is he someone who just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? He was only a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial 2 years ago. Also, 2 years ago, he was so strong that he could suppress an ordinary golden immortal? Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong felt as though he was listening to a fantasy story. He did not believe it at all. What a joke! Duan Ling Tian was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. How could he be strong enough to defeat his foster son and injure him severely? Foster father, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City and investigate. Seeing that Zhou Tong did not believe him, Zhou Fei became anxious and solemnly vowed. Bloody Spectre City? Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Fei's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, if I'm not mistaken, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City is Lu Fenggu, right? That's him. Zhou Fei hurriedly replied. At the same time, he recalled something and added, I heard from Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City, that before Duan Ling Tian came to the county governor's mansion, Lu Fenggu thought highly of him. Moreover, Lu Fenggu even allowed Duan Ling Tian to cultivate in his cultivation room. As the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room has the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. It's the best place to cultivate. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, even the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army had never entered Lu Fenggu's quiet room to cultivate. At this point, Zhou Fei paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Miao Lai Long told me that Duan Ling Tian had only just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Miao Lai Long even brought Lu Fenggu to the Silverworm Army to verify this with the other ascenders who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian. In the end, Lu Fenggu also confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had only just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. However, contrary to Miao Lai Long's expectations, he didn't force Duan Ling Tian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. Instead, He nurtured him and invited him to the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei looked at Zhou Tong. His expression gradually turned solemn before he continued. Godfather, I suspect that Lu Fenggu is using the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's mansion to train Duan Lingtian to deal with you. However, this was only Zhou Fei's guess. However, he still said it. Lu Fenggu. Humph. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong uttered Lu Fenggu's name. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. He then snorted coldly. You, follow me to Bloody Spectre City again. Zhou Tong looked at Zhou Fei. Without waiting for Zhou Fei's reply, he raised his hand again. A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out and shrouded Zhou Fei. Then, he brought Zhou Fei away from the county city of Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial, so his speed was much faster than the inner court elder who brought Zhou Fei back to the county city. For this reason, it took Zhou Fei less time to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. After arriving at Bloody Spectre City, Zhou Tong went to the Silverworm Army's camp under Zhou Fei's guidance. This is my godfather, Zhou Tong. He's also the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long as he stood behind Zhou Tong in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Greetings, revered elder Zhou Tong. Although Miao Lai Long had guessed the old man's identity when he saw him, he could not help but tremble in shock when he heard Zhou Fei's introduction. Then, he humbly bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet the old man. My godfather wishes to meet the person who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven at the same time as Duan Lingtian. Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long. Then, with Miao Lai Long's cooperation, Zhou Tong confirmed Zhou Tong's identity. Duan Lingtian was indeed a heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed with greed. It was as though he could not wait to imprison Duan Lingtian and force the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Boom! Just when Miao Lai Long thought Zhou Tong would give him some benefits, Zhou Tong's celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. It was as though a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed Miao Lai Long whole. Humph! As soon as Zhou Tong killed Miao Lai Long, Zhou Tong snorted coldly and blocked the power of the minor floating image celestial talisman on Miao Lai Long's body, preventing it from being transmitted to the corresponding major floating image celestial talisman. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. As soon as Miao Lai Long died, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, discovered that Miao Lai Long's soul pearl had shattered. When he tried to use the major floating image celestial talisman to check how Miao Lai Long had died, he discovered there was no reaction from the talisman. The attacker is a great overarching golden celestial? Lu Fenggu's expression changed drastically. Soon after, Lu Fenggu heard about the deaths of Miao Lai Long's sister, Miao Lai Feng, and Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law, Yang Kongping. It was to the extent that the entire Silver Dragon Army's camp was covered in blood, and it was difficult to find a single survivor. 2 figures left Bloody Spectre City and made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Godfather, why didn't you look for Lu Fenggu? Zhou Fei asked, puzzled. It won't be too late to look for Duan Lingtian after I obtain his heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and kill him. Chapter 2647. But, Godfather, with Duan Lingtian's strength, there's a high chance he'll be able to enter the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion 1.5 years later. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Zhou Fei rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he deliberately asked, do you plan to make a move on him after he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Or now? After he said those words, Zhou Fei's gaze landed on Zhou Tong's face. He wanted to see how his adoptive father would react to his words from his face. Humph. Hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong coldly snorted again. A cold light flashed through his eyes and his expression instantly darkened. Of course, now. He did not know why King Qin's mansion would go to such great lengths to hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, based on the great overarching pills that King Qin's mansion awarded to the top 3 participants, it was clear that King Qin's mansion placed great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian failed to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he would not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. If Duan Lingtian managed to enter the top 2, he would be able to obtain the great overarching pill. However, once Duan Lingtian made it into the top 3 or top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's mansion would definitely pay more attention to Duan Lingtian, who had performed outstandingly in the competition. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for Zhou Tong to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered. On one hand, he might not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. On the other hand, he might be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Zhou Tong thought about it for a moment before he chose the second option. Of course, now. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Tong's words. He quickly flattered, "Godfather, you're wise. If we let Duan Lingtian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as killing him now." This was the result that Zhou Fei was waiting for. Duan Lingtian. Compared to the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, which I might not be able to obtain, the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities you possess are much more tempting to me. Just wait for my foster father to force you to hand over your immortal arts and divine abilities, and then kill you in the end. While flattering Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. It was as if he was talking to Duan Lingtian face to face. Foster father. Zhou Fei continued, "Now, the county governor thinks very highly of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a move on that Duan Lingtian in the county governor's manner. Moreover, if you threaten Duan Lingtian in the county governor's manner, Lord County Governor will find out that Duan Lingtian has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At that time, it'll be fine if Lord County Governor is willing to share the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with you. However, if he's unwilling or insists on letting Duan Lingtian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's manor might take a liking to him and make him stay in King Qin's manor. At that time, not only will it be difficult for you to threaten him, but even Lord County Governor might not be able to do so. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian is someone who Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, intentionally raised to deal with you, father. With his innate talent, he'll be able to grow quickly in King Qin's manor. Coupled with the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered, I'm afraid he'll be a threat to you in the future." After Zhou Fei spoke, he also analyzed his own point of view with Zhou Tong. "Fei, your analysis is good." Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction after hearing Zhou Fei's words. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, "I'll think of a way to make Duan Lingtian leave the county governor's estate. Once he leaves the county governor's estate, I'll be able to force him to hand over the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered." Based on Zhou Tong's words, it was clear he had a plan. In Bloody Spectre City. The recent events had caused Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, to feel extremely gloomy. Apart from the Silverworm Army soldiers who were out on missions, the Silverworm Army soldiers who were stationed at the Silverworm Army's camp, including Miao Lai Long, and those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to work as miners in the celestial stone vein were all killed. In the main hall of the city governor's estate, Lu Fenggu sat in the main seat while Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, sat next to him. "Xianba, what do you think of this?" Lu Fenggu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Chen Xianba. Even though Lu Fenggu was able to maintain his mental state for a long period of time due to his extraordinary cultivation, after a period of investigation and torment, he still showed signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with dense veins. Lord City Governor, initially, I thought the Silverworm army must have offended someone. However, after thinking about it, I don't think so. If the Silverworm army had offended someone who had the strength to kill Commander Miao Lai Long, it's impossible for that person to not seek an explanation from you. After all, you're the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and Commander Miao Lai Long's superior. Lord City Governor, I think Commander Miao Lai Long had the minor floating image celestial talisman that you gave him, right? Qin Xianba suddenly thought of this. When he died, the major floating image celestial talisman that corresponded to his minor floating image celestial talisman didn't receive any celestial talisman's energy, so it couldn't display the floating image mirror image. However, I'm certain he had used the minor floating image celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu replied. Gasp. Qin Xianba inhaled sharply when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. An expression of shock could be seen on his face as he asked, then. Does this mean the person who killed Commander Miao Lai Long is most likely a great overarching golden celestial? It's not just a possibility. The person who killed him is definitely a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu said confidently. How did the Silverworm army offend a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, if the Silverworm army offended a great overarching golden celestial, that great overarching golden celestial would have come to the city governor's estate to look for you, Lord City Governor, right? Qin Xianba muttered to himself in confusion. Perhaps, there's another reason. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Lord City Governor. Accompanying this gust of wind was an aged voice. Following that, an old man appeared in the main hall and bowed at Lu Fenggu. Elder Hong. Seeing the old man, Qin Xianba, who was sitting at the side, quickly stood up and respectfully greeted him. Although he was the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man. Not only was this old man the closest person to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, but he was also the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. Moreover, this old man was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City. Elder Hong, did you find anything? Lu Fenggu asked with a glint in his eyes. Old Hong nodded before he continued to say, Lord City Governor, some time ago, 2 uninvited guests came to Bloody Spectre City. They came from the county city, the county governor's estate. 2 uninvited guests. From the county governor's estate? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened as he asked in a deep voice, who are they? A figure that he hated immediately appeared in his mind. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County. When Qin Xianba looked at Elder Hong said, there are 2 uninvited guests. One of them is the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, Qian Ping, and the other is Zhou Fei, the foster son of revered elder Zhou Tong. His limbs were severed by the Duan Lingtian a year and a half ago. Qian Ping and is Zhou Tong's subordinate, and Zhou Fei is Zhou Tong's foster son. The Silverworm army's camp was almost razed to the ground. After hearing Elder Hong's words, Lu Fenggu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Lord City Governor. Qin Xianba was curious. Qin Xianba was curious as to what the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was thinking of that caused his expression to turn so ugly in just an instant. Xianba, you can leave now. Just as Qin Xianba was feeling curious, Lu Fenggu looked at him and waved his hand. I already know what to do, so there's no need for you to continue investigating. I'll tell you more about it later. For now, I have something to say to Elder Hong. Yes, Lord City Governor. Although Qin Xianba was puzzled, he still left the hall. After Qin Xianba left, Lu Fenggu looked at Elder Hong and said in a deep voice, Elder Hong, if I'm not mistaken, Zhou Tong already knows that Duan Lingtian is a heavenly celestial who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian is a heavenly celestial who has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. With his greedy nature, he must have coveted the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures to silence the Silverworm army. Lu Fenggu said. With Lu Fenggu's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened. Zhou Tong had made a move. The city governor's men. If Zhou Tong was the one who made the move, why didn't he look for trouble with you? Elder Hong asked. Zhou Tong is stubborn and self-opinionated. I'm afraid he's already guessed I've groomed Duan Lingtian to deal with him. With his character, he'll definitely come and humiliate me after dealing with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2648. Lord City Governor, if that's the case, won't Duan Lingtian be in danger? Old Hong gasped when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. A hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, Lord City Governor, why don't you use a communication celestial talisman to inform him about this? If he receives your message, he'll be able to prepare himself and think of a way to deal with the threat from Zhou Tong. Old Hong said. Old Hong. Lu Fenggu sighed when he heard Old Hong's words. I've thought about this as well. However, do you think my communication celestial talisman will reach the county city? Unless I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial or stronger, the chances of it reaching the county city are slim, let alone entering the county governor's estate and reaching Duan Lingtian. A communication celestial talisman was a communication celestial talisman. Immortal message talismans were also divided into different grades. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal message talisman, the faster the transmission speed. Moreover, it could prevent others from intercepting the transmission of the immortal message talisman. For example, Lu Fenggu was a great overarching golden celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu was an indigo sun golden celestial. Although he had communication celestial talismans, they were all inscribed by him. Any communication celestial talisman he inscribed could be intercepted by a indigo sun golden celestial or stronger. The distance between Bloody Spectre City and the county city of 9 Spectres County was huge. His immortal message talisman would most likely be intercepted halfway. It was unlikely that it would reach the county city of 9 Spectres County and the county governor's residence. For a communication celestial talisman to successfully transmit a message from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County, it had to be inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. This was because only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger could intercept a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. For example, after Zhou Fei's limbs were severed by Duan Lingtian, the communication celestial talisman he used to send a message to his foster father, Zhou Tong, was personally inscribed by his foster father, a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, even if I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial, do you think Zhou Tong would still ask me to use a communication celestial talisman to contact Duan Lingtian since he already knows about Duan Lingtian's background? I'm almost certain that even if either of us went to the county city of 9 Spectres County or the county governor's estate, we wouldn't be able to see Duan Lingtian. At this point, Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, we can't help Duan Lingtian in any way. He can only rely on himself. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong fell silent. After giving it some thought, Lu Fenggu's words made sense. After Elder Hong left, Lu Fenggu's tense expression finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh as he said, Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll be able to escape this calamity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to seek revenge from Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu could imagine what would happen if Zhou Tong was killed. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, Zhou Tong would definitely not let him off. After all, Zhou Tong did not want another Duan Lingtian to appear. In the past, Zhou Tong did not feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Out of respect for the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Zhou Tong could not be bothered to make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared in Bloody Spectre City this time. Moreover, before Duan Lingtian went to the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong had treated Duan Lingtian so well and provided him with the best cultivation environment and resources. As long as Zhou Tong was not an idiot, he would definitely feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Once Zhou Tong dealt with Duan Lingtian, there was no way he would allow Duan Lingtian to continue living in Bloody Spectre City to prevent another threat like Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Fenggu was almost certain. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, Lu Fenggu would definitely die. Lord City Governor. The leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, Elder Hong, had returned and said to Lu Fenggu, Elder Hong. He said to Lu Fenggu, a year ago, we received news from the county governor's estate that King Qin's mansion will be holding the martial competition of the 16 counties. The county behind the top 3 participants will be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Because of this, Lord County Governor didn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian even though he violated the rules set by Lord County Governor. Instead, Lord County Governor even ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame for Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. Based on this, it's clear that Lord County Governor values Duan Lingtian a lot and has placed all his hopes on Duan Lingtian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. You and I both know that Lord County Governor's cultivation base has reached a bottleneck many years ago and hasn't improved since then. Therefore, he's determined to obtain the great overarching pill this time. Under such circumstances, for the sake of the great overarching pill and the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely protect Duan Lingtian. Elder Hong paused for a moment before he continued. Lord City Governor, why don't you tell Lord County Governor everything you know about Duan Lingtian? Let Lord County Governor protect Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian won't be harmed by Zhou Tong. Elder Hong finished his sentence in one breath. I've thought about this as well. Lu Fenggu sighed and said, however, you're oversimplifying things. Let's not talk about whether Zhou Tong will allow us to contact Lord County Governor. Even if we manage to contact Lord County Governor, do you think he won't become a second Zhou Tong? After all, the temptation of a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability is greater than the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong could not help but smile bitterly. My thoughts aren't as thorough as yours, Lord City Governor. I should have thought of this earlier. It's impossible that you haven't thought of the idea of Lord County Governor protecting Duan Lingtian. It seems like we can only rely on Duan Lingtian this time. Elder Hong sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, he was still in closed-door cultivation. Ever since Duan Lingtian obtained the bottle of primitive celestial pills, the hidden spirit pills, from the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he had been immersed in his cultivation. Even after he had a breakthrough, he continued to cultivate in order to break through to the next level. Apart from that, he continued to absorb the hidden spirit pill, the primitive celestial pill, into his body. He had completely lost track of time as he cultivated. Although he had encountered some bottlenecks in his cultivation and his cultivation speed had slowed down, he did not stop cultivating. He continued to circulate the yellow-grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance technique. His celestial origin energy worked with the hidden spirit pill and the spirit containment pill as he continued to circulate the energy in his body. Naturally, during this process, Duan Lingtian's cultivation environment and the prominent celestial stones in his possession played a huge role as well. There's only one hidden spirit pill left. I hope the last hidden spirit pill will be able to help me break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. In the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and brought the last primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, into his hand. Then, he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. A rich medicinal energy flowed down his throat and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. Spirit hardening pill. Following that, Duan Lingtian consumed another primitive celestial pill, the spirit hardening pill. Coincidentally, there's not much medicinal energy left in the previous spirit hardening pill. Now that I've consumed another spirit hardening pill, I'll try to break through this bottleneck in one go. After consuming the medicinal pill, Duan Ling Tian concentrated his mind and calmed his qi before once again immersing himself in cultivation. Only the thought of cultivation remained in his mind, and his mind was completely devoid of distracting thoughts. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware that someone in the latent dragon abyss was waiting for him in the latent dragon abyss. In the county governor's manor, there was someone waiting for him to come out of seclusion. Furthermore, the person was very patient and had been waiting for several months. Damn it! That Duan Ling Tian still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. He's only a heavenly celestial. No matter how good the cultivation environment is, no matter how many cultivation resources he has, he should have encountered a bottleneck and come out for a breather, right? It's been almost a year and a half, but he still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. In the second-last cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who had just returned from outside, had a grave expression on his face. It had been a few months since he and his godfather, Zhou Tong, had returned from Bloody Spectre City. During these few months, they had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to come out of his closed-door cultivation. After all, they could not directly attack Duan Ling Tian in the latent dragon abyss. If they did, the county governor of 9 Spectres County would be alerted. At that time, they might not even be able to snatch the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Ling Tian. As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhou Tong had been waiting patiently for Duan Ling Tian to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Zhou Fei, on the other hand, was gradually losing his patience after waiting for a few months. However, he could only wait patiently. Every once in a while, he would come out of his room to check if there were any movements in the room below. 2 months later. Boom! Rumble. All of a sudden, a series of loud noises rang in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. It was as though an earth-shattering explosion had occurred. Even the stone room at the top that was closest to the latent dragon abyss trembled slightly. Naturally, the tremors were only limited to the stone room. The stone rooms above the latent dragon abyss did not tremble at all. After all, the latent dragon abyss was built under the supervision of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. This tremor. It's coming from Duan Lingtian's stone room. In the second-last stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. Chapter 2649. There were a total of 30 stone rooms in the latent dragon abyss. The deeper the room was, the better the cultivation environment was. The cultivation environment in the deepest room was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor and the number 1 revered elder of 9 Spectres County. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in the deepest room of the latent dragon abyss was turbulent. His celestial elemental power rushed in all directions like a runaway wild horse. It wreaked havoc in the entire stone room. It slammed against the walls of the stone room and issued waves of muffled sounds. This sound was like the sound of a drum, deafening to the ears. The source of the turbulent celestial origin energy was none other than the purple-clad young man sitting on the stone bed in the room. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. Ever since Duan Ling Tian left Jingqiu's courtyard and returned to the stone room in the latent dragon abyss 1.5 years ago, he had not left his room at all. He had been fully immersed in his cultivation. With the attitude of a daredevil, he was trying his best to increase his cultivation base. As the saying went, heaven rewards those who persevere. After 1.5 years, Duan Ling Tian finally made his second breakthrough and became a yellow sun golden celestial. So this is the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun golden celestial. The celestial origin energy in the stone chamber surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and hit the walls of the stone chamber. Naturally, the celestial origin energy was not as simple as the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun golden celestial. However, the celestial origin energy that's surging out of my body is incomparable to the celestial origin energy of an ordinary yellow sun golden celestial. With the help of the 99 heavenly veins in my body, my celestial origin energy has increased by 2 levels. It's comparable to an ordinary blue sun golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh. 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 After a while, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his celestial origin energy. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian's figure gradually became visible. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light, as if they could illuminate the entire world. Fortunately, I managed to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial with the help of the last hidden spirit pill. I wonder how long I've been cultivating in seclusion this time. However, it should be less than 2.5 years. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. However, he was certain of one thing. This time, he should be in seclusion for a little more than 2 years, less than 2.5 years. 2.5 years later, King Qin's mansion would hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the county governor of 9 Spectres County would not allow him to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time, let alone the others. After all, the county governor of 9 Spectres County was counting on him to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Now that I've run out of hidden spirit pills, my cultivation speed won't be fast even if I continue to cultivate. I should wait for more hidden spirit pills or other primitive celestial pills that can coexist with the spirit nourishing pill before I continue to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, who had experienced consuming the hidden spirit pill and the spirit nourishing pill at the same time, did not want to consume only the spirit nourishing pill for the time being. After all, it would be much slower than consuming both hidden spirit pills and spirit nourishing pills at the same time. Unless there was no other way, Duan Lingtian did not want to consume only the spirit-nourishing pills to cultivate. I haven't gone out for a walk since I've been in the county city for so long. I should go out for a walk and relax. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian got off the stone bed and left the stone cultivation room. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the stone cultivation room, he felt someone's gaze on him. Zhou Fei? When he raised his head to look at the person who was looking at him, he discovered it was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei was also the person who had his limbs severed and severely injured by him. Duan Lingtian could sense the hatred in Zhou Fei's eyes when he looked at him. However, he was not bothered by it. After all, he was the one who severed Zhou Fei's limbs. It would be strange if Zhou Fei did not hate him. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out why Zhou Fei had left the stone cultivation room. Although the commotion that I created earlier was not very big. Zhou Fei's current training stone room is coincidentally above mine. It is likely that he will be able to detect the commotion within my training stone room. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from Zhou Fei and flew up into the air. He did not even look at Zhou Fei throughout the entire process. Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Fei was, naturally, enraged when he saw how Duan Lingtian had disregarded him. He gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could only roar inwardly, "You can continue being smug. I'd like to see how long you can be smug for." It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation. It seems like I haven't seen him for a long time. It's been 1.5 years, right? When Duan Lingtian rose into the air and made his way out of the latent dragon abyss, those who had just walked out of their stone chambers or had just returned could not help but discuss among themselves. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Lingtian was about to leave the latent dragon abyss. Qinyu. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw Qinyu, the former captain of the Black Dragon Army, who had come with him from Bloody Spectre City, walking out of the third last stone cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Qinyu was flying toward him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Qinyu had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Now that they were so close, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Qinyu's aura. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Qinyu, you have a breakthrough? Yes. Qinyu nodded with a smile. If I hadn't broken through, how could I have occupied the stone cultivation room that was second only to yours and Zhou Fei's? I was also surprised when I saw you come out of that stone cultivation room. Duan Lingtian sighed. In the past, he knew that Qin Yu was talented and was surprised that Qin Yu had obtained one of the only 2 spots to enter the 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect Qin Yu's talent and strength to be so extraordinary. The fact that Qin Yu was able to occupy the 3rd last stone room in the Hidden Dragon Abyss meant that Qin Yu's strength was second only to him and Zhou Fei. There's nothing to be surprised about. Compared to you, I'm still lacking. Qin Yu laughed self-mockingly. 2 people from Bloody Spectre City came, and they're ranked in the top 3 among the 30 golden celestials under the age of 100 in the county governor's office. I'm sure Governor Lu will be happy to know about this. Duan Lingtian changed the topic with a smile. Lord City Lord must already know that you, Duan Lingtian, have become the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. As for me, I only managed to obtain the stone cultivation room a few months ago. I'm afraid it'll take some time for this matter to reach City Lord's ears. Qin Yu said. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I can feel that your aura has changed quite a lot. You've been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. I'm sure you've gained quite a lot, right? 1.5 years? You know when I started closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I don't know when you started closed-door cultivation, but I heard the same thing from a few people. Qin Yu said. 1.5 years? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Lingtian was certain. It seems like I've indeed spent 1.5 years cultivating in closed-door cultivation. In just 1.5 years, I managed to break through from a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial to a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial. That's a leap of 2 cultivation levels. With such a cultivation speed, it's barely passable in the spirit overarching heaven, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Qin Yu was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Even the most talented Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial in a high-rank celestial kingdom would take much longer than Duan Lingtian to break through to the Yellow Sun Golden Celestial if he had a better cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and cultivation methods than Duan Lingtian. The reason Duan Lingtian took such a short time to cultivate was due to his 99 heavenly veins. Naturally, if he only had 99 heavenly veins, his cultivation speed would not have been so fast. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and became a heavenly celestial, he had heeded Ku-er's 3rd uncle, Xia Jie's, advice and used the energy in the celestial ascension pool to temper his 99 heavenly veins. That was how he built his foundation. Because of this, with only the 99 veins of heaven in his body that had been tempered thousands of times, his cultivation speed had reached an unheard of level. Otherwise, how could a Scarlet Moon heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in just 2.5 years? How could a Scarlet Moon heavenly celestial become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in just 2.5 years? Apart from the powerful forces in the Devata realms who used prominent celestial pills or higher to forcefully raise their juniors' cultivation bases, there was no other way. In the history of the spirit overarching heaven, no one had ever been able to consume a primitive celestial pill to cultivate. It was not only in the spirit overarching heaven. Even in the history of the 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of this feat naturally. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian, where do you plan to go? Qin Yu asked. I've been in the county city for so long, but I haven't gone out yet. Now that I'm out of seclusion, I'm going to walk around. I'll go with you, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll go with you then. Since I've been in the county governor's estate for 2 years, I'm quite familiar with the county city. Chapter 2650. Let's go together then. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Qin Yu, through their interactions in the past, he still had a good impression of Qin Yu. After Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left the latent dragon abyss together, whoosh! A figure flew out of the latent dragon abyss after Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. However, unlike Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu, this person did not head to the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Instead, this person headed in another direction. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. When Zhou Fei saw Duan Lingtian coming out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately left the latent dragon abyss to report to his godfather, Zhou Tong, who was also the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation. Although Zhou Tong had been patiently waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out of closed-door cultivation, his eyes still lit up when he heard that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation. He was so excited that his old face trembled slightly. "Godfather, what should we do next?" Zhou Fei asked. "I know what to do." Zhou Tong gradually calmed down before he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "You just have to come with me to watch the show." Zhou Fei felt relieved when he heard Zhou Tong's confident words. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the others left the county governor's estate, they strolled around the county city under Qin Yu's lead. Although it had been 2 years since Duan Lingtian came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, this was his first time strolling around the county city. Everything in the county city was unfamiliar to him, so he kept looking around. After strolling around the county city for most of the day, Duan Lingtian entered a restaurant under Qin Yu's lead and sat at the corner of the lobby as he listened to the crowd of customers in the lobby talk about various things, gossip, and things. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu listened with great interest as the customers in the main hall chatted about everything under the sun. Suddenly, the discussion of 2 drinkers at one of the tables attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. "Have you heard? A year later, King Qin's mansion will hold the martial competition of the 16 counties." One of the drinkers said to another drinker, who was his friend. Martial competition of the 16 counties? As for his friend, it was obviously the first time he had heard of this matter. "What is that?" Martial competition of the 16 counties. As the former continued to introduce the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only his friends, but also most of the people in the restaurant turned their attention to him. They listened intently to his introduction of the martial competition of the 16 counties. He thought that this was the first time most people had heard of this matter. "No wonder a brother of mine who works in the prefectural governor's mansion told me that the latent dragon abyss appeared 2 years ago and that there were 30 golden immortals below the age of 100 in the latent dragon abyss." So it was the prefectural governor's mansion's preparation for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Latent dragon abyss? I've heard of the county governor's estate. I even heard that 2 years ago, a golden celestial below the age of 100 was recruited from Bloody Spectre City. As soon as he arrived at the hidden dragon abyss, he severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him. Zhou Fei? You mean the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County? The adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County? That's him. Are you kidding me? Zhou Fei is the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County. How could he have his limbs broken by a golden immortal below the age of 100 from Bloody Spectre City? Actually, this news had spread in the county 2 years ago. However, after a few people were killed by revered elder Zhou Tong's subordinates for gossiping about this matter, fewer and fewer people dared to talk about it. Then, you dare to talk about it now? Aren't you afraid of death? I think. I'm not that unlucky, right? Forget it, I'll pay the bill and leave now. After the person who had exposed the news left in a hurry, a commotion broke out in the large restaurant. Most of them were talking about the golden immortal below the age of 100 from Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how do you think they'll react if they find out the person they're talking about is sitting here? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Initially, I wanted to listen to their stories to broaden my horizons. However, it seems like they won't stop talking for the time being. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. All the customers in this huge restaurant's lobby were now talking about him, and it was getting out of hand. It seemed like they would not be able to change the topic until half a day later. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian walked around the county city under Qin Yu's lead before returning to the county governor's estate and the latent dragon abyss. Keep your voice down. Not many people know about that place yet. If we hurry over now, we might be able to get a share of the loot. All of a sudden, a voice came from a remote alley in front of them. Although the voice was deliberately lowered, it was still heard by Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. For a moment, the two of them stopped moving. After looking at each other, they made a shushing gesture and listened attentively. Is there really a profound grade cultivation method in that place? Another voice that was deliberately lowered sounded, and there was a hint of excitement in it. I'm not sure. However, it said that place was left behind by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's normal for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to cultivate a profound grade cultivation method, right? The voice continued to recount the rumors about the ruin left behind by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It did not seem like it was fake at all. Based on what he said, that place doesn't seem fake. Qin Yu said in a low voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could also tell that the various messages that the person said did not seem to be fake. A moment later, the two sneaky people left the small alley and headed out of the county city. After leaving the county city, they headed north. At the north gate of the county city, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu stopped in their tracks. Do you want to follow them and have a look? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian. Then, he added, once we leave the county city, we won't be able to protect our lives. Of course, if you return to the county governor's estate now and ask him to send an inner court elder with us, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to follow them. Although not many people in the county governor's estate knew about the mediocre grade celestial pill, the great overarching pill, being awarded to the top 3 contestants in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were from the county governor's estate. However, as someone who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian and had come to the county city with Jingqiu, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate, Qin Yu had heard about this matter from Jingqiu. For this reason, he knew the county governor of 9 Spectres County valued Duan Lingtian a lot. As long as Duan Lingtian asked, the county governor of 9 Spectres County would be willing to send an inner court elder to accompany Duan Lingtian out of the county city. Moreover, it was a mysterious grade cultivation method. Even the county governor of 9 Spectres County would be tempted by it. Based on how highly the county governor of 9 Spectres County valued Duan Lingtian, he would definitely pass the mysterious grade cultivation method to Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian could obtain a better ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion. If I return to the county governor's estate now, I'll definitely lose track of them. If the news they said about the mysterious grade cultivation method doesn't sound real, there's no need for me to take the risk. However, based on their words, it's very likely that it's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. I'll follow them and have a look. As for you, you can return to the county governor's estate first. If I'm lucky enough to obtain the mysterious grade cultivation method, I'll pass it to you as well. If I don't go with you, even if you obtain the mysterious grade cultivation method, I won't be able to accept it. Qin Yu shook his head and decided to go with Duan Lingtian. 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian had known that Qin Yu was a stubborn person since they had traveled from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Once Qin Yu had made up his mind, it would be difficult for him to change his mind. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not try to persuade Qin Yu and agreed immediately. You can come with me, but don't stray too far from me. Duan Lingtian reminded Qin Yu. Understood. Qin Yu nodded. Although he did not know how powerful Duan Lingtian was, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left the north gate of the 9 Spectres County. They followed the two men as they made their way north. The two men were ordinary Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials. Although they were not slow, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were much faster. It was not difficult for them to catch up with the two men. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian continued to follow the two men as they walked further and further away. Duan Lingtian. I feel like something's not right. Qin Yu's expression turned solemn as he flew through the air above a bamboo forest. He had a feeling that something was not right. I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap this time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized the danger they were in. This was because the two people whom they were following closely seemed to have disappeared without a trace in an instant after they arrived in the sky above the bamboo forest. At the same time, the two of them seemed to have become two headless flies. Just when Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian realized something was amiss and realized the danger they were in, they came to a halt simultaneously. Duan Lingtian. A voice that Duan Lingtian was very familiar with suddenly sounded from the sky. It was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian immediately raised his head to look. Two figures appeared in front of him. An old man stood in front of him while a young man stood behind him. The person who had called out his name was the young man standing behind him. Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 26:51. How could it be them? Qin Yu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, saw the two people who were descending from the sky towards them. His expression changed greatly and he could not help but let out a cry of alarm. Of the two people before him, he had only met Zhou Fei. However, now that Zhou Fei was escorting an old man, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's identity. The number 1 reverend of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian is the person in front of Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong. Although he had vaguely guessed the identity of the old man, Qin Yu still could not help but ask Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. According to what he learned from Jianghu, 1.5 years ago, before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation, Zhou Tong had willingly given Duan Lingtian 2 bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, to Duan Lingtian for the sake of the great overarching pills. How could a person's attitude change so drastically in a year and a half? The old man who descended from the sky with Zhou Fei escorting him was clearly hostile. Most importantly, the old man did not seem like a golden immortal at all. Whether it was the old man's temperament or the invisible aura he exuded, they all seemed to be telling the people around him, he was not a golden immortal. They were existences that were even more powerful than golden immortals. It's Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Qin Yu could not help but gasp even though he was mentally prepared. Didn't he give you 2 bottles of low-grade immortal elixir, spirit-nourishing elixir, a year and a half ago with the intention of training you so that you could shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties? This time, he doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. In a year and a half, isn't the change in him a little too great? Said Qin Yu via voice transmission. Indeed, they don't come with good intentions. Qin Yu could see that Zhou Tong did not come with good intentions. Duan Lingtian could naturally also see that. It was to the extent that he had already guessed that those two people from before were most likely arranged by Zhou Tong. I was too careless. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. It was also because what the two of them said was too real, and did not seem to be fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them without any warning. Naturally, other than the fact that the two of them did not seem to be lying, it was also because he had a strong desire for the profound grade cultivation method. If he could obtain a Xian grade cultivation method to replace his current Huang grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance method, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level. Looks like those two people were arranged by Zhou Tong. However, from what those two people said, the matter of the profound grade cultivation method doesn't seem to be fake. Said Qin Yu via voice transmission. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei had already descended from the sky and arrived at a location not far from Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Both of their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. As for Qin Yu, he was completely ignored by them. Exalted Zhou Tong. What a coincidence, to be able to meet you here. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Tong with a slight smile on his face. Unfortunately, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Oh. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. I really didn't expect you to have hidden yourself so well. If I hadn't gone to the Bloody Spectre City to investigate your background, I wouldn't have thought that you're someone who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Moreover, you're a heavenly immortal who ascended to the heavenly immortal ascension pool. When Zhou Fei finished speaking, the sneer on his face grew even wider. Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Qin Yu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, had a change in expression. He had already confirmed Zhou Fei's words. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to not only know that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago, but he also seemed to have confirmed this matter. At this moment, realization dawned on Qin Yu. It was no wonder Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County, would treat Duan Lingtian so differently after a year and a half. As it turned out, Zhou Tong knew that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. It was not difficult for Qin Yu to figure out why Zhou Tong's attitude had changed. Zhou Tong must have coveted Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities that were suspected to be at the heaven grade. Mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, were insignificant compared to heaven grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Horror dawned on Qin Yu's face when he realized the reason Zhou Tong came with ill intentions. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was not lying. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. You're really thoughtful. To think you managed to find out about all these things. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Fei indifferently. He clicked his tongue disdainfully as he said, Zhou Fei, if you'd put more effort into cultivating, you wouldn't have been so weak in front of me. Duan Lingtian's words were akin to rubbing salt on Zhou Fei's wound. Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, what are you so proud of? Zhou Fei's expression changed greatly. He glared at Duan Lingtian and roared, if it weren't for the fact that you've mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, how could you possibly be a match for me? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a lowly ascender who's been lucky. Lowly ascender? Duan Lingtian smiled. You said I'm a lowly ascender? Then, what do you count as, someone whose 4 limbs were cut off by a lowly ascender like me? Trash? Trash? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew even wider. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Zhou Fei's expression changed again and again. However, he did not know how to refute it. After all, he was indeed no match for Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, the gap between them was very large. Duan Lingtian could defeat him in a single move. Duan Lingtian, I won't argue with you. Zhou Fei said in a deep voice, after today, you'll be a dog in my foster father's cage. If he tells you to go east, you won't dare to go west. If he tells you to go south, you won't dare to go north. If you cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, you might be able to live for a few more years. If you don't, I'll make you suffer until you're willing to cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes gleamed brightly as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being imprisoned by his foster father. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as brilliant as ever. From the beginning until the end, there was not a trace of fear on his face. It was as though he was not afraid of Zhou Tong at all. Since you can still smile, you should seize the opportunity to smile. When my foster father makes his move, you won't be able to smile even if you want to. Zhou Fei sneered. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Zhou Tong, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian, his cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. I can't believe you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a heavenly celestial, right? If I say no, would you believe me, revered elder Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian asked Zhou Tong. Humph. Before Zhou Tong could open his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are? It's only been 2.5 years. How can a heavenly celestial like you break through and become a golden celestial? What a joke. If it weren't for the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, I, Zhou Fei, would only need a finger to kill you. When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, no matter what Zhou Fei said, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian continued to look at Zhou Tong. It was as though only Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate, was worthy of his attention. Zhou Fei was not worthy. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Zhou Tong, who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, felt both humiliated and enraged. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, you're destined to be my prisoner today. Zhou Tong said confidently as his eyes turned cold. Revered elder Zhou Tong. Even when Zhou Tong revealed his fangs, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he used an extremely casual tone to ask. If I'm not wrong, the 2 people that lured me and Qin Yu out of the county city were arranged by you, right? That's right. Zhou Tong replied indifferently. He was not bothered by the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his composure until now. Just like his foster son, Zhou Fei, both of them felt Duan Lingtian was only pretending to be mysterious for being able to maintain his composure until now. I'm very curious. Why is it that when they talked about the profound grade cultivation method, they were able to make it sound so real? It didn't seem fake at all. Duan Lingtian asked again. That's because everything they said was what I experienced 1.5 years ago. 1.5 years ago, I received news about a mysterious grade cultivation method and left the 9 specters county. When he mentioned this matter, an imperceptible look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face. It seems like the mysterious grade cultivation method has been taken away by someone else. What a pity. Although a look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face before disappearing, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly and directly pointed it out in his words. It's not a pity. Chapter 2652. About 2 years ago, Zhou Tong had secretly left the county governor's estate and the county city of 9 specters county after he learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method. The reason why he left secretly was because he did not want to share the profound grade cultivation technique with the princess of the 9 specters county. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the county city of 9 specters county and severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong had just learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method and secretly left the county city of 9 specters county. Based on your words, revered elder Zhou Tong, it seems like you're certain I'll give you my celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Tong's words. You don't have to hand them over as long as you don't regret it when the time comes. Zhou Tong sneered. I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. At that time, you won't be able to die even if you want to. I'd like to see if Duan Lingtian's willpower can withstand the torture I'll inflict on you. Whoosh. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames and shot up into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a god of fire. Zhou Tong stood there like a god of fire. His celestial origin energy that was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial caused the air to tremble. Among the people present, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei, who had weaker cultivations, were pressured by the powerful aura of a great golden immortal from Zhou Tong's body. Their faces turned red, and they were a little breathless. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not affected at all. A mere heavenly celestial is able to remain calm under the pressure of my aura. You, Duan Lingtian, should be proud of yourself. Zhou Tong raised an eyebrow as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He spoke as though he was looking down on Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a god who ruled over everything while Duan Lingtian was merely an ant that he could trample on. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Tong's words. Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Yu and said, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei are here for me. You should return first. Duan Lingtian, we came here together. If you want to return, let's return together. Qin Yu knew Duan Lingtian was doing this for his own good. However, he, Qin Yu, could not abandon his friend and flee by himself when the enemy was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking and Duan Lingtian frowned, Zhou Tong snorted coldly. Both of you can forget about escaping today. Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian's sect. If he was here to kill Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to care about Qin Yu's life. Even if Qin Yu did not die, he could complain to the county governor of Nine Spectres County. No matter how angry the county governor was, he would not make things difficult for Zhou Tong, one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, for the sake of a dead Duan Lingtian. To the county governor, a living Duan Lingtian's value might not be any lower than Zhou Tong's. However, a dead Duan Lingtian was not as valuable as him to the county governor. However, Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian's sect did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian this time. At the very least, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would have to obtain the celestial techniques and divine abilities in Duan Lingtian's possession before he could make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would allow Qin Yu to leave and report to the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Once the county governor learned that Duan Lingtian had mastered celestial techniques and divine abilities, he would definitely intervene. At that time, no matter what happened, it would not be something he wanted to see. Forget it. It's fine if you want to stay. Take care of yourself. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he glanced at Zhou Fei who was standing behind Zhou Tong. Currently, Zhou Fei was glaring at Qin Yu like a tiger watching its prey. Fei, you kill Qin Yu. I'll capture Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong instructed Zhou Fei. His eyes never left Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in his world. Yes, father. After Zhou Fei answered, he immediately set off. He rushed toward Qin Yu to kill him. Be careful. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. The celestial origin energy in his body surged as he tried to help Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu left the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had yet to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Based on this, it was clear there was still a gap between Qin Yu and Zhou Fei's strength. For this reason, Zhou Tong was worried about Qin Yu's safety. You should take care of yourself first. However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to make his move toward Zhou Fei, another figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Zhou Tong, who seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared before him in the blink of an eye while his celestial origin energy surged like flames. Bang! Boom! 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 While Duan Lingtian was being held back by Zhou Tong, a loud explosion sounded from the other side. It was the sound of Qin Yu and Zhou Fei exchanging blows. Duan Lingtian looked over. He discovered that Zhou Tong was stronger than Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Fei was stronger than Qin Yu, he was not much stronger than Qin Yu. Based on the current situation, Zhou Fei won't be able to threaten Qin Yu's life within 100 moves. Duan Lingtian felt at ease when he saw this. His attention was completely focused on Zhou Tong who was standing before him. Before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had heard about Zhou Tong from Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He knew that Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong were irreconcilable enemies. Moreover, before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had made a deal with Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu had done his best to provide him with the best cultivation environment and resources. As for Zhou Tong, he would help Lu Fenggu capture Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for Lu Fenggu to deal with. Once Lu Fenggu killed Zhou Tong and took his revenge, Lu Fenggu would tell him where the celestial fire was. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed brightly as he looked at Zhou Tong. It was as bright as the stars in the night sky. He was looking forward to the celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian, if you surrender, you'll suffer less. However, if you dare to resist, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhou Tong said in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Although he was confident that he could kill Duan Ling Tian with his strength as a great overarching golden celestial, it would only take him one move. However, he could not kill Duan Ling Tian for the time being. To him, capturing Duan Ling Tian without killing Duan Ling Tian was much more difficult than killing Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, it was not difficult at all. He believed that as long as he unleashed his celestial origin energy, he would be able to capture Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye, making it impossible for Duan Ling Tian to turn the tables. You're a great overarching golden celestial, yet you like to spout nonsense. Don't you think you're a disgrace to great overarching golden celestials? Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raised his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. When he was a heavenly celestial, the elementary devouring tactic could only raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, now that he had become a golden celestial, it was only natural that he could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. It was also the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered up until now. What a powerful assist-type divine ability. It seems like his celestial origin energy has been raised by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, Zhou Tong could clearly sense the changes in Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy. Although he could not confirm how many levels Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy had been raised, he was certain it was a high-grade divine ability. It was most likely a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Earth-grade assist-type divine abilities or even lower-grade assist-type divine abilities would not be able to do this. It seems like you're really going to resist. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson. After I capture you, I'll make you suffer. Zhou Tong could tell Duan Ling Tian was going to fight back when he saw Duan Ling Tian had cast his assist-type divine ability. He was instantly enraged. Flames of anger rose in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed as though it was going to burn everything. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking boom, Zhou Tong's body shook, causing the space to rumble. Subsequently, Zhou Tong seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he soared across the sky and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. The air in his path seemed as though it would burn at any moment. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with Zhou Tong's ferocious attacks, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and brought out a celestial sword. It was a primitive celestial weapon he had obtained earlier. Then, he began to cast his various techniques. He did not dare to hold back in the face of a great overarching golden celestial who was charging at him menacingly. Swoosh! 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 As the dozen or so sword formations merged into one, the sword formation shone brightly and unleashed a terrifying force as it charged toward Zhou Tong menacingly. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Ling Tian used his primitive celestial weapon to attack, Zhou Tong could clearly sense it. The force of Duan Ling Tian's attack was stronger than all the peak golden celestials he had encountered so far. Even the inner mansion elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials, would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Although Duan Ling Tian's attack was not powerful enough to threaten Zhou Tong, it was still not powerful enough. However, it was not something that could be dispelled by the attacks that he had just displayed. Chapter 2653. It seems like I've underestimated you. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression on his face. He had only managed to neutralize Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack with all his might without using any celestial weapons. His eyes were filled with waves of inexplicable shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Did he really just ascend to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? Is he really just a heavenly celestial? At this moment, Zhou Tong's heart began to waver. Even a violet moon heavenly celestial who had mastered so many heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack, right? Moreover, how could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a violet moon heavenly celestial in just 2.5 years? Even if Duan Lingtian was talented and managed to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven after cultivating in the mundane realm for less than 100 years, it was still impossible for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. However, it was impossible for him to improve so much in just 2.5 years, right? It seems that he has other secrets on him. Zhou Tong thought about how Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He had spent a lot of effort to verify this. Therefore, he guessed Duan Lingtian had other secrets. That secret was most likely the reason why Duan Lingtian had become so powerful in just 2.5 years. Zhou Tong's breathing quickened when he thought about this. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zhou Tong muttered to himself. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, however, if this is the extent of your strength, you're destined to be captured by me today. I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. As he spoke, Zhou Tong's tone became increasingly cold, giving one the feeling as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. Although the power of Duan Lingtian's attack just now was greater than the full-powered attack of any peak gold immortal he had ever encountered, however, compared to his strength, there was still a gap. Earlier, the reason why he'd used his full strength to deal with Duan Lingtian's attack was only because he'd acted hastily and gained the upper hand after striking, causing him to suffer a great loss. If he was prepared and faced Duan Lingtian head-on, then even if he didn't use an immortal artifact, his full-strength attack would be enough to easily defeat Duan Lingtian's attack from before. That will depend on whether you have the ability to capture me. Duan Lingtian sneered. At this time, he could roughly feel the gap between him and Zhou Tong. Even if Zhou Tong did not use his celestial artifact, he could still easily deal with the full-powered attack of his low-grade celestial artifact. However, was this really the extent of his trump card? I'll show you right away. Zhou Tong also sneered. Boom! Rumble. Zhou Tong's body swayed again as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The flames on his body soared into the sky as if the god of fire was enraged and was about to unleash a divine punishment on the world. The movement was so great that Zhou Fei and Qin Yu, who were fighting at the side, temporarily separated from each other. They stopped fighting and looked at the flaming figure with a shocked expression on their faces. This Duan Lingtian can actually force my foster father to use such a powerful force? Although Zhou Fei's cultivation was not enough to see through his foster father's current attack, he could still faintly feel that his foster father's attack was too powerful. Even the full strength of a peak golden immortal would not be able to match the strength of his foster father's attack. Duan Lingtian could actually force his foster father to use such a powerful force? It was not only Zhou Fei. Even Qin Yu was in a similar state of shock. Earlier, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei had exchanged 20 to 30 blows. Although Qin Yu was at a disadvantage, he would not lose to Zhou Fei in a short period of time. Now that Zhou Fei had taken the initiative to stop, Qin Yu was more than happy to stop as well. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he faced Zhou Tong, who was charging at him menacingly again. The strength of the current Zhou Tong's attacks was far from what he had been capable of earlier. Even if Qin Yu were to use the same attack as before, it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhou Tong's current attack. My current strength is still slightly weaker than a great overarching golden immortal. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. However, the difference isn't that big. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew the low-grade celestial sword. Just as Zhou Tong, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, was puzzled by Duan Lingtian's actions, a voice suddenly rang out. 7 orifices exquisite sword. With just a thought, a 7-colored light rose from the center of Duan Lingtian's right palm. Every time it rose a little, a powerful aura would sweep out in all directions. After a while, the 7-colored sword ray hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. And it was precisely this 7-colored sword ray that gave Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei, and Qin Yu an extremely oppressive feeling the moment it appeared. This was especially true for Zhou Fei and Qin Yu. Even the powerful aura emitted by Zhou Tong, a great golden immortal, was far less oppressive than the 7-colored sword light. At this moment, the 7-colored sword ray was the focus of everyone's attention. It hovered in the air, causing everything around it to pale in comparison. This seems like an immortal artifact. What grade is this immortal artifact? Zhou Tong and the other two were shocked and confused. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with the descending flames that were like divine punishment, Duan Lingtian made his move again with the help of the 7-colored sword ray that rose from his palm. In just an instant, the sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword rays shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. More than 10 7-colored sword formations whizzed out, forming a special rainbow in the void. Whoosh! In the end, the dozen or so rainbow sword formations merged into one. Their radiance increased tremendously, like a rainbow scorching sun, radiating dazzling rainbow light in all directions. Boom! 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 The moment the 7-colored sun appeared, the power of the sword formation whizzed out and slammed into the void, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade immortal artifact. However, do you think you're the only one with an immortal artifact? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with greed. His voice became colder, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Whoosh! 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 As Zhou Tong charged toward Duan Lingtian, a walking stick appeared in his right hand. The flames on his body surged again, emitting an even more powerful aura. This might was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation that was like a blazing 7-colored sun. A mediocre celestial artifact? At this moment it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see the celestial artifact that Zhou Tong had taken out was not just a primitive celestial artifact. If it was just a primitive celestial artifact, it would not be enough to help Zhou Tong's strength catch up to his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Since it was not a primitive celestial artifact, it could only be a mediocre celestial artifact. He did not think Zhou Tong would have a prominent celestial artifact since he did not think Zhou Tong would have one. I wonder if the last stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the submission of 10,000 soldiers, would be able to snatch a mediocre celestial artifact like a primitive celestial artifact? While Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly nervous, the 7-colored sword ray that bloomed like a blazing 7-colored sun emitted a mysterious aura that spread in the air at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had shrouded the surrounding area. Zhou Tong was not the only one who was shrouded. Even Zhou Fei and Qin Yu were no exception. Suddenly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The immortal artifacts in Zhou Tong and Qin Yu's hands were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They flew out of their hands and were pulled into the 7-colored sword formation by a powerful invisible power. No! Impossible! At the same time, 2 shocked cries rang in the air. The mediocre celestial artifact walking stick in Zhou Tong's hand had also been snatched by the mysterious aura from Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation. The aura had injured Zhou Tong's hand and forcibly snatched the walking stick from his hand. Without the crutch to rely on, the flames on Zhou Tong's body instantly weakened a little. When Zhou Tong's mediocre celestial artifact walking stick was snatched and merged with Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation, the 7-colored sword formation finally met Zhou Tong, who was like a meteor that was shrouded in flames. Whoosh! Whoosh. 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 The sword whistled. The seven-colored sword ray that filled the sky illuminated the entire area. It seemed as though it had turned into a seven-colored dreamlike world in an instant. Whoosh. 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 The sound of flames raging could be heard. A huge ball of flames broke through the air. It was so powerful that it seemed as though it could burn the entire area. The two attacks collided with each other. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. Following that, an extremely powerful shockwave spread out along with the airwaves. It slapped Zhou Fei and Qin Yu's bodies and sent them flying far away. Furthermore, both of them were heavily injured. This was because they were relatively far away from the scene. If they were near the place where the two forces collided, that attack just now would have been enough to take their lives. No. Right at the moment when Zhou Fei and Qin Yu stopped with lingering fear in their hearts, another unreconciled cry sounded in their ears. Father. Chapter 26:54. Swoosh. 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 When the sword formation gathered from the seven-colored sword light received Zhou Tong, it also extinguished the flames on him in a devastating manner. Moreover, it all landed on his body, leaving behind bloody holes. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Tong looked like a hornet's nest. His entire body was filled with bloody holes, and blood was gushing out of them. After a while, the weak celestial origin energy in Zhou Tong's body began to dissipate, and the bloody holes on his body finally stopped spurting blood. Huff 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 huff, Zhou Tong panted heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. It was because of the intense pain that came from all over his body that he broke out in cold sweat. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to sweat no matter how hot the weather was. Why didn't you kill me? Zhou Tong panted heavily as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from shock and disbelief, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword ray that had gathered into a sword formation had left many hideous bloody holes on his body, causing his body to look like a hornet's nest, it was still not enough. However, during this process, the rainbow-colored sword rays seemed to have eyes. They completely avoided the vital parts of his body so that he would not die from the previous attack. Naturally, I have a use for you. In response to Zhou Tong's question, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, however, there's no need to be in such a hurry. You'll also die soon. It's just that you won't die in my hands. He did not kill Zhou Tong because he wanted to bring Zhou Tong back to Bloody Spectre City so that Lu Fenggu, the city governor, could personally kill him. At that time, not only would he be able to complete his deal with Lu Fenggu, but he would also be able to obtain information about the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. You. Who do you want to kill me? Zhou Tong's eyes widened. Who do you think? Duan Lingtian asked. Lu Fenggu. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Zhou Tong subconsciously uttered such a name. The reason why he thought of this name was because he couldn't think of anyone else other than Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu was the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was from Bloody Spectre City. Exalted Zhou Tong is indeed smart. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Godfather, use a soul attack. Unless this Duan Lingtian possesses a prominent celestial weapon, it's impossible for him to withstand the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses. He was stunned by the scene of Zhou Tong being defeated and severely injured by Duan Lingtian. After regaining his senses, he immediately roared out a warning to Zhou Tong. He had heard about Duan Lingtian possessing a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon from Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of soul attacks from golden celestials. However, a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could only withstand soul attacks from golden celestials. A mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could not withstand soul attacks from a great overarching golden celestial. Only a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could withstand soul attacks from a great overarching golden celestial. Hearing Zhou Fei's warning, Zhou Tong, who had originally thought that he was going to die and had lost all hope, suddenly had his eyes light up. They were like two resplendent stars twinkling in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Whoosh! In the next moment, he cast a soul attack without any hesitation. A seemingly solid flame shot out from between his eyebrows and shot toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Before Duan Lingtian could react, it entered Duan Lingtian's body. The seemingly solid flame was the great overarching golden celestial soul attack that Zhou Tong had cast in a hurry. After entering Duan Lingtian's body, it went straight for Duan Lingtian's soul. It looked as though it wanted to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. However, just as the solid flame was about to reach Duan Lingtian's soul and burn Duan Lingtian's soul, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! A small piece of metal that looked broken and inconspicuous appeared out of nowhere between the flame and Duan Lingtian's soul. It was as though it had transformed into a natural barrier that separated the two. In the next moment, the incomplete piece of metal that seemed to be constantly flickering with a mysterious light suddenly shone with a mysterious light. A powerful suction force extended from it, and as if it was trying to devour the world, it directly swallowed the seemingly solid flame that was charging at it with a ferocious momentum. After devouring the seemingly solid flame, the broken piece of metal retracted its mysterious light in a timely manner. However, the mysterious light on the broken piece of metal was much deeper and denser than before. However, since Duan Lingtian was not paying attention to this, he did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have been able to confirm one thing. That was, after devouring the soul attack, the profound light on the incomplete piece of metal seemed to undergo some strange changes. This broken piece of metal is comparable to a superior grade celestial artifact that defends the soul. Moreover, judging from how easily it devours the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial, this is probably not its limit. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself after the broken piece of metal on the side of his soul had easily devoured Zhou Tong's soul attack. Perhaps, it can even devour the soul attack of someone stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but inwardly gasp. This defective metal piece is the product of a jade token and a strange stone. The origin of the strange stone is unknown, but the jade token is highly valued by Ku, Er's third uncle, a powerhouse from the divine offering land who's even more powerful than a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm, Duan Lingtian explained. I don't know what this defective piece of metal is, but I'm not sure what it is. Are there any secrets hidden in it? Duan Lingtian grew more and more curious about the broken piece of metal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the broken piece of metal. Gasp! 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 3 sharp inhales rang in the air in unison. The sound was particularly ear-piercing in this silent environment. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at Zhou Tong, who had just attacked him with a soul attack. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Zhou Tong. If he did not have the broken piece of metal, he would have been able to kill Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's soul attack would have been enough to destroy his soul and take his life. Why you actually have a soul defense prominent celestial weapon? Zhou Tong stared at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief when he heard Zhou Fei's words. His voice trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with fear as he stuttered in fear. A prominent celestial weapon. Let alone his godfather, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, did not have a prominent celestial weapon. Even the county governor of Nine Spectres County did not have a prominent celestial weapon. However, not only did Duan Lingtian possess a prominent celestial weapon, but it was a soul defense celestial weapon that was even rarer than ordinary celestial weapons. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly as soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking. With a cold snort, he raised his hand like lightning and aimed it in the direction of Zhou Fei, sweeping across the sky. Swoosh! A beam of rainbow-colored sword light flashed across the sky, as if it could slice the world in half. Spurt. A soft sound rang in the air as Zhou Fei's body was sliced into two by the seven-colored sword ray. Zhou Fei's expression was still the same even when he was killed. It was clear he did not even have time to react to Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. Bang! Duan Lingtian struck with his palm, and his boundless celestial origin energy surged out like a torrent, destroying Zhou Fei's body that had been sliced into two. All that was left was a spatial ring that floated in the air before Duan Lingtian raised his hand and collected it. Zhou Fei, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had completely disappeared from this world without leaving a trace. From the beginning until the end, Zhou Tong did not dare to move at all as he stood nearby. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not use the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword and the Divine Ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, when he swung his sword earlier. If Zhou Tong had made a move, he might have been able to block the attack even if he was severely injured. However, he did not dare to do so. This was because he knew if he did so, he would only infuriate Duan Lingtian. In that case, he would die even faster. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to put Zhou Fei's spatial ring away, a deafening sound rang in his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a streak of light shooting through the air. A flowing light left the void where Zhou Tong was at an extremely fast speed and flew toward the county city of Nine Spectres County. A communication celestial talisman? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that it was a communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong had sent out. It was not difficult for him to guess Zhou Tong's intention for sending out the communication celestial talisman. Zhou Tong must have wanted to inform the county governor of the Nine Spectres County to send reinforcements. Moreover, the communication celestial talisman might have exposed Duan Lingtian's true identity. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a seven-colored sword formation before it shot toward the communication celestial talisman. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 2655. The communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong had thrown out had been personally inscribed by him. Its speed was comparable to an ordinary Great Golden Immortal. It was not much slower than Zhou Tong's full speed. If it was someone below the level of a Great Golden Immortal, it would be impossible for them to catch up to the communication celestial talisman, let alone intercept it. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not comparable to a great overarching golden celestial, with the help of the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, his attack was not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his attack caught up to Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman and intercepted it. This was because the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as it was before. Otherwise, Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman would not have been able to travel so far. Whoosh! Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw his communication celestial talisman being intercepted. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was only fear in his eyes. Today, before he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he had never thought he would end up like this. An ascender who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years is stronger than me. How is this possible? Now, no matter how impossible it was, Zhou Tong had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu muttered to himself. At the same time, when Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only shock and awe in his eyes. He knew Duan Lingtian was strong and had mastered many profound celestial techniques and mystiques. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as a great golden immortal. Today, he had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion and one of the two great golden immortals in Nine Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian had not held back, Zhou Tong would have been dead. Unknowingly, besides shock, the gaze Qin Yu shot at Duan Ling Tian also contained a sense of unfamiliarity. He felt as though Duan Ling Tian was a stranger to him at this moment. Was this really the Duan Ling Tian he knew? It was as though he was possessed by a god. Qin Yu, are you coming with me to Bloody Spectre City, or should I send you back to the county city first? Duan Ling Tian asked Qin Yu with a smile on his face after he controlled the seven-colored sword formation to hover around Zhou Tong. It was as though it had transformed into a cage that imprisoned Zhou Tong. He planned to bring Zhou Tong to Lu Feng, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, to the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Not to mention before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had never thought of such a thing. He had done, Golden Immortal Duan since, Duan Ling Tian, in Duan Ling Tian, Dun Ling Tian, in Duan Du Dash, in Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke to Qin Yu regained his senses. After Duan Ling Tian asked again, Qin Yu replied, I'll go with you to Bloody Spectre City. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he controlled a seven-colored sword formation to restrain Zhou Tong and another seven-colored sword formation to carry him and Qin Yu toward Bloody Spectre City at a speed comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian, as long as you release me, I, Zhou Tong, am willing to recognize you as my master. Even if you want to become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, I can still help you. Zhou Tong, who was imprisoned by Duan Ling Tian, could smell the scent of death when he saw Duan Ling Tian bringing him to Bloody Spectre City. He immediately lowered his head and said humbly, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll die soon. Help me become the county governor of Nine Spectres County? Duan Ling Tian smiled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong indifferently. Zhou Tong, if you have the ability to help me become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, would you still be a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? A hint of mockery could be heard in Duan Ling Tian's voice when he spoke. If Zhou Tong had the ability to help Duan Ling Tian become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, why didn't he do it himself? Duan Ling Tian, although you're strong, you're only evenly matched with Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. If I help you, it won't be impossible for us to kill Tian Jiyu if we join forces. Zhou Tong said. Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he heard Zhou Tong's words. Who can guarantee that you won't join forces with the county governor of Nine Spectres County to attack me at that time? Zhou Tong's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had really thought about this before. However, he had a better plan. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You must believe me. Zhou Tong was not confident when he said this. However, he still braced himself and said, if you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. At that time, you'll be able to enjoy supreme authority in Nine Spectres County. Although the Nine Spectres County is under King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion usually doesn't interfere with the matters in Nine Spectres County. As long as you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you'll have the final say in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong began to tempt Duan Ling Tian with the title of county governor of Nine Spectres County. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered to waste his breath on Zhou Tong since they were about to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. I was just teasing you earlier. Do you really think I can't see through your little scheme? He had only spoken to Zhou Tong earlier because he was bored. 2 years ago, when he was still in Bloody Spectre City, he already knew that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had to be appointed. Similarly, if one wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, one had to obtain the approval of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Similarly, if one wanted to become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, one had to obtain the approval of King Qin from King Qin's mansion. If he killed the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he would be hunted down by King Qin's mansion. When Zhou Tong tried to tempt him with the title of county governor of Nine Spectres County, he knew Zhou Tong was up to no good. Perhaps, Zhou Tong would not join forces with the county chief of the Nine Spectres County to deal with Duan Ling Tian. However, if the county governor of Nine Spectres County died, Zhou Tong could push all the blame to him and ask King Qin's mansion to deal with him. At that time, he would be hunted down by King Qin's mansion. It would be impossible for him to stay in Nine Spectres County. At that time, Zhou Tong would be able to reap the benefits. He had long guessed Zhou Tong's intention, but he did not point it out. When Zhou Tong heard Duan Lingtian said he was only teasing him because he was bored, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. His expression was unsightly as well. At the same time, his gaze began to sweep the surroundings with the intention of looking for a flaw in the seven-colored sword formation that imprisoned him so that he could charge out and escape with his life. At this moment, his injuries had mostly healed. Although he was not confident he would be able to escape, he was still confident he would be able to escape. What? Are you trying to escape? When the outline of Bloody Spectre City appeared in front of Duan Lingtian suddenly said coldly as he looked at Zhou Tong. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Duan Lingtian's cold shout scared Zhou Tong so much that he panicked. At the same time, he retracted his gaze guiltily. Humph. When Zhou Tong retracted his gaze, Duan Lingtian's cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, swoosh. 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 Along with the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air, it was as though the seven-colored sword formations under Duan Lingtian's feet had eyes of their own as they charged toward Zhou Tong, who was imprisoned by another seven-colored sword formation. No. Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian attacking him. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. However, although he had recovered quite a bit from his injuries, he was still far from being at his peak. The celestial origin energy that rose from his body was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword formation. The seven-colored sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet and the seven-colored sword formation that imprisoned Zhou Tong were both created by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, the former did not face any resistance when it entered the latter. Spurt. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was the seven-colored sword light that had gathered into the seven-colored sword formation. Once again, it left hideous and terrifying bloody holes on Zhou Tong's body, piercing him into a hornet's nest. At the same time, just like before, the seven-colored sword formations that rained down on Zhou Tong avoided all the vital points on his body so his life was not in danger. Due to this, Zhou Tong could only use his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the aura on Zhou Tong's body weakened once again. Duan Ling Tian. When Zhou Tong finally caught his breath, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he gritted his teeth. It was as though he wanted to pounce on Duan Lingtian and bite off a piece of his flesh to vent his anger. Duan Lingtian's actions had cut off Zhou Tong's escape route. With his current state, it was utterly impossible for him to escape under Duan Lingtian's nose. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Zhou Tong's gnashing of teeth. To him, Zhou Tong was merely a person who was about to die. A great overarching golden celestial. He's a great overarching golden celestial. As for Qinyu, who stood to the side, although he had a calm expression the entire time as he watched the development in front of him, waves of shock had been raised in his heart. After all, Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2656. As the seven-colored light streaked across the sky like a rainbow, the entire Bloody Spectre City was in an uproar. What's that? What's that seven-colored light? It seems to be heading in the direction of the city governor's mansion. Such momentum. Could it be that an expert has come to our Bloody Spectre City? Could it be a friend of the city governor? Everyone in Bloody Spectre City who saw the seven-colored light in the sky looked in the direction the seven-colored light was pointing at. It was the direction of the city governor's mansion. Bloody Spectre City, city governor's mansion. The seven-colored light that resembled a god had alarmed the entire Bloody Spectre City and the city governor's mansion. Everyone in the city governor's mansion watched as the seven-colored light landed outside the main hall of the city governor's mansion. Senior, pardon me for not coming out to welcome you. May I know why you've come to our bloody specter city? Almost as soon as the seven-colored light landed outside the main hall of the city governor's mansion, a loud voice filled with nervousness could be heard from afar. A moment later, a tall figure flew over from afar like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the city governor's mansion. However, when he saw the two people on the other side of the seven-colored light, he was stunned. Behind the tall figure, an old and aged figure appeared. It was an old man. When he saw the two people on the side of the seven-colored light, he was just as stunned as the former. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Previously, the seven-colored light had descended from outside the bloody specter city and landed in the city governor's mansion. It was so majestic that it caused one's heart to palpitate. In their opinion, only a great overarching golden celestial or above would be able to cause such a commotion. Before they appeared, they did not know who this expert was or why he had come. Hence, their hearts were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. This could be heard from the anxious voice that the owner of the tall figure let out before he appeared. Now that they saw the two people in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were also stunned. This was because they knew the two young men in front of them. Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu. The tall figure was none other than Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He looked at the two young men standing in front of him with a smile on their faces. Although he regained his senses, it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought the two great overarching golden celestials who had come to the city governor's estate were the two young talents who had left Bloody Spectre City 2 years ago. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu. City Lord, I've returned this time to complete our deal. Duan Lingtian raised his hand as he looked at Lu Fenggu. Immediately, the seven-colored radiance around Lu Fenggu and Qin Yu faded slightly. Not only did it reveal the complete state of the sword formation, but it also revealed the imprisoned figure in front of Lu Fenggu and the old man beside him. The old man beside Lu Fenggu was none other than Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. He was the strongest person under Lu Fenggu and was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh! Swoosh! When they saw the old figure imprisoned in the gradually fading seven-colored light, their expressions changed. Their pupils constricted at the same time, and the depths of their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Fenggu and Elder Hong's throats moved, and they couldn't accept the reality in front of them for a long time. They hadn't seen the person imprisoned by the rainbow light for many years, but his appearance and figure hadn't changed in the slightest, so they were able to recognize him right away. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. To Lu Fenggu, even if the person before him was reduced to ashes, he would still be able to recognize him. This was because Zhou Tong was the enemy he had been longing to kill all these years. Lu Fenggu, how dare you? At the same time, Zhou Tong, who was trapped by the seven-colored sword formation, glared at Lu Fenggu as he said coldly, "How dare you find someone to deal with me? If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have spared your life for the sake of the county governor." From Zhou Tong's point of view, it was precisely because he had spared Lu Fenggu's life that this calamity had befallen him. However, he did not expect that Lu Fenggu would be so ruthless. If Duan Lingtian did not want to let Lu Fenggu deal with him, he would have killed Lu Fenggu outside the county city of Nine Spectres County. This time, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provoked Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian did not make a deal with Lu Fenggu, he would still be doomed. Zhou Tong's voice rang in Lu Fenggu's ears like thunder, causing him to feel pain in his eardrums. Lu Fenggu, who had been wondering if he was dreaming, came back to his senses. At the same time, he confirmed that he was not dreaming. "I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming," Lu Fenggu muttered. After regaining his senses, Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong, who was glaring at him. Suddenly, Lu Fenggu smiled brightly. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh out loud. Whoosh. While Lu Fenggu was laughing loudly, Old Hong, who was standing next to him, regained his senses and left Lu Fenggu's side in a flash to prevent the city lord's mansion's guards, who had heard the commotion, from approaching. Today's matter concerned Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. If he was not careful, he might anger the county governor of Nine Spectres County and bring disaster to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Tong, to think you would have such a day. You didn't even dream that you would have such a day, right? Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong and laughed heartily. His tone was filled with relief and joy. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu stood to the side and watched quietly. Duan Lingtian had long known about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong. Therefore, he was not surprised. On the other hand, Qin Yu had also heard about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong from Duan Lingtian on their way back to Bloody Spectre City. However, when he learned about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong and the deal between Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu, the doubts he had when he was still in Bloody Spectre City were easily solved. He finally understood why Lu Fenggu was here. Why did Lu Fenggu take such good care of Duan Lingtian and allow Duan Lingtian to cultivate in his cultivation room? One must know that even the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, Lu Fenggu's right-hand man, did not receive such treatment. Lu Fenggu, if you dare to touch me, Lord County Governor will make sure you die a graveless death. When Zhou Tong saw the murderous intent in Lu Fenggu's eyes as he laughed, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to use the county governor of Nine Spectres County to threaten Lu Fenggu so that Lu Fenggu would not dare to attack him. If I can kill you, I won't have any regrets even if Lord County Governor wants to kill me. Lu Fenggu stopped laughing when he heard the threat in Zhou Tong's words. He looked at Zhou Tong with a calm expression as he spoke. At this moment, Lu Fenggu looked as though he had seen through life and death. Whoosh! Seeing that Lu Fenggu was not lying, Zhou Tong's expression changed greatly. When he spoke again, he no longer threatened Lu Fenggu. Instead, he begged, Lu. City Lord Lu, I know that what I did back then was wrong to you and your personal disciple. How about this? If you're willing to spare my life and ask Duan Lingtian to let me go, I'm willing to search for a better direct disciple to compensate you. Also, if there's anything else you want as compensation, I can promise you anything. At this moment of life and death, the usually arrogant Zhou Tong had completely lowered his arrogant head. He wagged his tail and begged for mercy in front of Lu Fenggu, an ant that he had always looked down on. You're going to search for a better direct disciple to compensate me? Lu Fenggu laughed. His laughter was brilliant and maniacal. Unknowingly, tears flowed from his eyes and covered his face. However, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His killing intent had reached its peak. Do you think that my personal disciple, whom I have groomed since young, whom I see as my own son, can be replaced by anyone? Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong and the smile on his face turned into a cold sneer. Zhou Tong was about to say something when he heard Lu Fenggu's voice. Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu glared at Duan Lingtian as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Duan Lingtian knew what Lu Fenggu wanted him to do. With just a thought, the seven-colored sword formation shone brightly. No. When the seven-colored light surged, Zhou Tong seemed to have realized something. His expression changed again as he let out a mournful roar. Boom! Celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Tong's body as he struggled for his life. However, the current Zhou Tong was severely injured after all. Even if he struggled, it was futile in front of Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword formation. Swoosh! 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 The seven-colored sword formation suddenly shrank as tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. After destroying Zhou Tong's surging celestial origin energy, the sword rays pierced into his body, leaving bloody holes on his body. The hornet's nest had appeared again. Although Zhou Tong's vital organs were not injured, he was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Fenggu, who was standing at the side, made his move when Zhou Tong was on the verge of death. Swoosh! Lu Fenggu's palm moved and took Zhou Tong's life. A great overarching golden celestial had died just like that. Chapter 2657. Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial and the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate, had died in Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. He had died in the hands of Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If news of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion in 9 Spectres County. However, due to the interference of Lu Fenggu's subordinate, Elder Hong, only Elder Hong, Duan Lingtian, Lu Fenggu, and Qin Yu knew about what had happened outside the main hall of the city governor's estate. Qian, did you see that? Master has avenged you. After killing Zhou Tong, Lu Fenggu became agitated. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of the 9 Spectres County's county city as he muttered to himself. City governor. Although Duan Lingtian did not want to disturb Lu Fenggu, he had no choice but to speak up. Why didn't I sense any trace of the floating image celestial talisman when you killed Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn immediately. Although Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would not make things difficult for Lu Fenggu in consideration of Lu Fenggu's value in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Tian Jiyu might make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian interceded on Lu Fenggu's behalf, Tian Jiyu would not make things difficult for Lu Fenggu for the time being. However, as time went on, it was hard to say. After all, he could not stay in 9 Spectres County and protect Lu Fenggu forever. He doesn't have the floating image celestial talisman on him. Don't worry. Lu Fenggu regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's anxious words. He shook his head and replied to Duan Lingtian. He doesn't have the floating image celestial talisman on him? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Qin Yu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, said to Duan Lingtian, the floating image immortal talisman can easily block the power of the talisman. Generally speaking, those who can kill Zhou Tong are great overarching golden celestials. Therefore, it's meaningless to place the floating image celestial talisman on him. Perhaps, your current cultivation base is not that of a great overarching golden celestial, but the attack you can cast is not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. In fact, it's even stronger than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. This can be seen from how you were able to defeat and imprison Zhou Tong. Didn't you intercept Zhou Tong's immortal message talisman? You could even intercept his immortal message talisman. This means that it would be easy for you to intercept the floating image immortal talisman. Qin Yu finished speaking in a single breath. I see. I thought he had a floating image immortal talisman on him, but I didn't notice it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Qin Yu's words. Bang! At the same time, Lu Fenggu raised his hand and destroyed Zhou Tong's corpse, leaving only a spatial ring lying on the ground. Lu Fenggu raised his hand, and an invisible force pulled the spatial ring over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the spatial ring without any hesitation. He knew that there was no point in being courteous. Given Lu Fenggu's character, he would never take Zhou Tong's spatial ring for himself. In his opinion, the spatial ring belonged to him, Duan Lingtian. That was the truth. Therefore, he did not stand on ceremony. Come in and have a seat. After destroying Zhou Tong's corpse, Lu Fenggu invited Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He even invited Duan Lingtian to the main seat. However, Duan Lingtian did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat on the lower side of the main seat. Qin Yu followed suit and sat next to Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Lu Fenggu sat opposite Duan Lingtian on the other side of the main seat. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was not a great overarching golden celestial yet. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, Lu Fenggu did not dare to be careless in front of such a person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had just avenged him. As soon as Lu Fenggu sat down, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, had returned. After he entered the main hall, he appeared behind Lu Fenggu and stood quietly, guarding him. Duan Lingtian, you really gave me a big surprise. After Elder Hong returned, Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian for a long time before he finally spoke. It took me 2 years. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, City Lord. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corners of Qinyu, Lu Fenggu, and Elder Hong's mouths twitched uncontrollably. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, they could not help but roll their eyes. A heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for half a year had killed a great overarching golden celestial in just 2 years. If news of this spread out, the entire spirit overarching heaven would be shaken. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned it, it was as though it was not worth mentioning at all. They could not help but roll their eyes. Duan Lingtian, you don't know this. Half a year ago, Lord City Lord was still worried about your safety. He was afraid you'd die in Zhou Tong's hands before you could grow stronger. Elder Hong sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought you would return from the county city of 9 Spectres County with Zhou Tong, who was severely injured by you? You even helped Lord City Lord kill Zhou Tong to avenge young Master Qian. Die in Zhou Tong's hands? Duan Lingtian was stunned again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about what had happened half a year ago from Lu Fenggu. Could it be that Zhou Tong knew that I had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? So he deliberately came to the bloody Spectre City and went to the Silver Dragon army. However, that Zhou Tong was truly ruthless. In order to spread the news that I had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago, he actually nearly annihilated the entire Silver Dragon army. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally knew how Zhou Tong knew that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Furthermore, there was another matter that shocked him even more. Because of this, Zhou Tong actually nearly annihilated the entire Silver Dragon army. Zhou Tong has always been vicious and merciless. It's only because you're stronger than him. If you weren't, you would have likely been under his control. Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. He deeply agreed with Lu Fenggu's words. Elder Hong, you can withdraw first. I have some words that I wish to speak with Duan Lingtian alone. Although Lu Fenggu's words were directed at Elder Hong, his eyes were trained on Qinyu, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian. Yes, Lord City Governor. Elder Hong acknowledged Lu Fenggu's words and withdrew. Lord City Governor, Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave as well. Qinyu tactfully withdrew from the Great Hall. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu were left in the Great Hall. Whoosh! Lu Fenggu moved like the wind and rose from his seat in just a blink of an eye. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Lord City Governor, you, Duan Lingtian was so shocked by Lu Fenggu that he rose to his feet. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Lu Fenggu straightened his back and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. City Lord, there's no need for you to thank me. This is a deal we made 2 years ago. You gave me the best cultivation environment in Bloody Spectre City and gave me the best cultivation resources in return for killing Zhou Tong. We don't owe each other anything. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I know that you and I had a deal before. However, this deal, to a certain extent, caused you to suffer a great loss. Lu Fenggu shook his head. There's nothing to lose. Since I agreed to the deal you proposed, it means that I was tempted by the conditions you offered. Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. No matter what, I still have to say thank you. Lu Fenggu said stubbornly. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I promised to tell you the clues about the celestial fire I encountered all those years ago after you helped me kill Zhou Tong and avenge my direct disciple. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to repay you. Lu Fenggu mentioned the celestial fire that he had mentioned to Duan Lingtian before. This time, Duan Lingtian did not deny Lu Fenggu's words. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. 2 years ago, he had heard about the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. He knew the celestial fire was extraordinary. It was not as simple as a primitive celestial fire. Now, I'll tell you where I found the celestial fire. It's located in a remote area. Logically speaking, it's impossible for anyone to find it. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian before he added, naturally, we can't rule out the possibility that someone has discovered that place. You have to be mentally prepared so you won't be surprised when you discover it. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned the location of the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. It was located in another direction of the county city of Nine Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian wanted to go there, he would have to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County first. City Governor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After learning about the location of the celestial fire, Duan Lingtian did not want to stay in Bloody Spectre City any longer. He was eager to find the celestial fire. It was as though he was afraid someone would beat him to it. All right. Lu Fenggu nodded. He could understand how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. However, before Duan Lingtian left, he still warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Chapter 2658. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Lu Fenggu's attitude toward him. Even the way Lu Fenggu addressed him had changed. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the reason for such a change. It must be because his current strength was on par with a great overarching golden celestial now. In Lu Fenggu's eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian, why are you in such a hurry to go back? It's rare for you to come back, aren't you going to stay for a few more days? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian curiously after they left Bloody Spectre City. He felt Duan Lingtian was in too much of a hurry. The martial competition of the 16 counties will be held in King Qin's mansion in a year's time. In the following year, I'd like to spend more time cultivating. Duan Lingtian did not mention the celestial fire to Qin Yu. He simply made up an excuse and said he was in a hurry to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County to cultivate. Martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. However, with your current strength, who's going to be a match for you in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, one of the conditions to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties is that the participants can't be more than 100 years old. Let alone the entire King Qin's mansion. I don't think anyone under the age of 100 is a match for you in the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, right? Qin Yu said. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not reached the level of a great overarching golden celestial, but his strength was on par with an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. Even Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, who was a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. In addition, Duan Lingtian also had a soul defense high-grade immortal artifact, which allowed him to be unafraid of the soul attack of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Because of this, it also meant that Duan Lingtian had a strength that was not weaker than a Golden Immortal, and it was enough to crush almost all the existences at the Golden Immortal level. Even in the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, they had never heard of such a thing before. Who could break through to the great overarching golden celestial stage before the age of 100? Nothing is absolute. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Lingtian realized the flaw in his excuse and quickly tried to remedy it. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Until the end, who can be sure that there won't be someone who is better than me in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Once Duan Lingtian said those words, Qin Yu immediately grew silent. Even so, he still felt that it was unlikely for such a person to exist. However, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he did not dare to be 100% certain until the end. There would not be anyone stronger than Duan Lingtian in the martial competition of the 16 counties. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu successfully returned to the county city of Nine Spectres County after dealing with the two groups of people who tried to stop them. On the other hand, those two groups of ignorant people had become dead souls under Duan Lingtian's sword. Qin Yu, I still have some matters to attend to. You can return to the county governor's mansion first. After returning to the county city, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu could react, Duan Lingtian had already disappeared from Qin Yu's sight. Although Qin Yu did not know why Duan Lingtian left, he could tell that Duan Lingtian did not want him to follow him. Therefore, he tactfully returned to the county governor's mansion alone to cultivate in the stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss. Now that Zhou Fei is dead, his cultivation stone room is mine. After returning to the county governor's mansion, Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he thought about this. In the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei's stone chamber was second only to Duan Lingtian's. I heard that revered elder Zhou Tong died not long after Zhou Fei died. Is this true? Isn't revered elder Zhou Tong a great overarching golden celestial? Qin Yu heard a surprised voice on his way back to the latent dragon abyss after he entered the county governor's mansion. He turned around and saw 3 guards from the county governor's mansion whispering to each other as they walked side by side. It seems like the county governor's mansion already knows about Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths. However, this is normal. After all, they must have stored soul pearls in the county governor's mansion. The county governor must have Zhou Tong's soul pearl as well. If Zhou Tong's soul pearl breaks, the county governor will know immediately. Qin Yu thought to himself. Revered elder Zhou Tong has died? Who did you hear this from? It seems like revered elder Zhou Tong has died. The 2 elders from the county governor's mansion accidentally leaked the news when they were talking. If revered elder Zhou Tong has really died, it means the person who killed him must be a great overarching golden celestial. There are only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the 9 Spectres County. Apart from revered elder Zhou Tong, there's only Lord County Governor. That person is definitely not from the 9 Spectres County. I just don't know why he killed revered elder Zhou Tong. The 3 guards from the county governor's mansion whispered to each other as they walked. Their voices gradually became softer as they walked further away from Qin Yu. Not from the 9 Spectres County? Qin Yu smiled faintly. If the 3 guards were to find out that revered elder Zhou Tong had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion. Lord County Governor, have you found out who killed revered elder Zhou Tong? Jianghu asked in a hushed voice as he looked at Tianjiyu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. The other elders standing next to Jianghu turned to look at Tianjiyu. They wanted to know if the county governor of the 9 Spectres County had found out who killed their number 1 revered elder Zhou Tong. No. Tianji shook his head. Tianji shook his head with a dark expression on his face. The person who killed revered elder Zhou Tong is clearly much stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to send a communication celestial talisman back. The only thing we're certain of is that revered elder Zhou Tong was killed not long after Zhou Fei's death. Even if they weren't killed by the same person, they must have been killed by the same group of people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Tianji continued to speak. Jianghu and the other elders nodded in agreement upon hearing Tianji's words. Indeed, it was impossible for it to be so coincidental. Zhou Tong's foster son had died not long ago, and his foster father had died as well. Their deaths must be closely related to each other. Lord County Governor. At this moment, one of the elders looked at Tianjiyu and said, "We don't know when revered elder Zhou Tong left the county governor's mansion. However, I did find out that when Zhou Fei left the county governor's mansion, there were 2 people in the latent dragon abyss who had left the county governor's mansion before him." Who? Tianjiyu asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. The inner house elder continued. Tianjiyu laughed when he heard the elder's words. What? Are you trying to say that revered elder Zhou Tong and revered elder Zhou Fei's deaths have something to do with them? I'm not sure about that. I just think it's a coincidence. Coincidentally, Zhou Fei and Duan Lingtian had a feud. The elder continued to speak. Zhou Fei hated Duan Lingtian, but elder Zhou Tong had already made up his mind to groom Duan Lingtian 1.5 years ago so that Duan Lingtian would shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion a year later. Even if Zhou Fei hated Duan Lingtian, he didn't have the strength or the courage to provoke Duan Lingtian. Tianji Yu said nonchalantly. As for Qin Yu, although he came from bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between him and Zhou Fei. Moreover, with his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Zhou Fei. Tianji Yu continued to speak. However, other than the two of them, I really don't know how to investigate this matter. The inner mansion elder smiled wryly. As he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed and he carefully asked, Lord Prefectural Governor. Should we investigate them? It's useless to investigate them. There's no need for that. Tianji Yu said as he shook his head. Naturally, the reason Tianji Yu made such a decision was because Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's only hope. Duan Lingtian was his hope of obtaining the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. He did not want to disturb Duan Lingtian because of this matter. Otherwise, even if he did not suspect Duan Lingtian had anything to do with Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths, he would still investigate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had brushed past the county governor's estate's investigation into Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. In his opinion, even if the county governor's estate investigated him, they would not be able to find anything. Since the Silverworm army in Bloody Spectre City was almost annihilated by Zhou Tong, the only people who could confirm his identity were Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, and Qin Yu. He believed the three of them would not betray him. Moreover, even if the three of them betrayed him, they would not be able to provide any evidence to prove he was capable of killing Zhou Tong. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Tianji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, could confirm he was the one who killed Zhou Tong, Tianji Yu would not make things difficult for him before the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion ended. As for whether Tianji Yu would still be able to make things difficult for him after the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, that was another matter. In the opposite direction of 9 Spectres County's Bloody Spectre City, there was a vast mountain range about 100,000 miles away from the Bloody Spectre City. Standing in the air above the mountain range, one could only see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. If City Governor Lu didn't tell me the exact location of the celestial fire, even if I knew it was here, with my current divine consciousness, I wouldn't be able to find it even if I searched for dozens or hundreds of years, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 2659. With Governor Lu's reminder, it won't be difficult for me to locate the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked in a certain direction. At the same time, an excited expression flashed across the depths of his eyes, appearing exceptionally conspicuous. It's over there. Duan Lingtian followed the direction Lu Fenggu had told him and arrived at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air and circled around the foot of the mountain. Finally, he stopped at the east side of the mountain. The concealment formation set up by Governor Lu is still here. This means no one has come here since he discovered this place. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he extended his divine consciousness and looked at the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his body moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward the dense forest that his eyes were locked on. When his body came into contact with the dense forest, he was not obstructed at all. In fact, it was as though he knew how to pass through walls. He passed through the dense forest without leaving any traces behind. It was as though the dense forest had swallowed him whole. The dense forest was still the same. From the outside, one would not be able to see any changes. The dense forest was created by the concealment formation Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left behind. Duan Lingtian, who had seen through the concealment formation, could pass through it as though he was walking through air. After passing through the dense forest that was transformed from the concealment formation, Duan Lingtian entered a cave at the foot of the mountain. Everything that entered his eyes was pitch black, and the place he stepped on was filled with potholes. There were also many puddles with a foul stench. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian circulated his celestial origin energy, he seemed to have transformed into a dazzling sun that illuminated the entire cave. Bang! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a palm seal formed from his celestial origin energy shot out and landed on the wall of the cave. Boom! Boom! Rumble! When Duan Lingtian's palm landed on one side of the cave wall, the wall suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep passageway that led to an unknown destination. It was like a mysterious giant beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for food to come to it. According to City Governor Lu, this passage leads to the depths of the ground. I can see the celestial fire in the depths of the ground. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he entered the passage. Immediately, the originally pitch-black passageway became brighter. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an extra-large luminous pearl that could illuminate the darkness. Duan Lingtian did not encounter any obstacles as he walked along the passage. After all, the celestial fire was not placed there by someone. Therefore, there were no tests left behind. Duan Lingtian walked down the passage. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the end of the passage. We're here. Looking at the dusky light at the end of the tunnel, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. They were like two bright stars in the night sky, incomparably gorgeous. Duan Lingtian had heard from the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, that the city lord of Bloody Spectre City had told him about the Blood Spectre City. The immortal fire here was gray in color. As for whether it was a celestial fire that could be used to refine pills or forge weapons, he was not sure. Bang! Seeing the gray flames at the end of the tunnel and realizing that he had arrived at his destination, Duan Lingtian suddenly exerted force in his legs and stomped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the tunnel under his feet. After leaving the passage, Duan Lingtian found himself in a huge cave. In this spacious cavern, there were all sorts of crushed stones suspended in the air by a mysterious force. Moreover, these crushed stones were of different sizes. The small ones were only the size of a grain of rice, while the big ones were the size of a bed. The crushed stones that were the size of a grain of rice were more like a grain of sand. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as soon as he entered the cavern. This place was like a world of flying sand and stones. That's a celestial fire? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze pierced through the flying sand and stones in the cavern and landed on a ball of gray flame that was suspended in the air in the middle of the cavern. As soon as his gaze landed on it, it was difficult for him to look away. This was Duan Lingtian's first time seeing a flame of this color. The gray flame hovered in the air like the core of the entire cave. The sand and rocks in the cave also revolved around it, forming a cycle that could be followed. Moreover, at this moment, when Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the gray flame, it was as though his gaze had sunk into a quagmire. There seemed to be an inexplicable attraction on the gray flame that caused Duan Lingtian's consciousness to sink into it, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. It was not until the defective metal piece beside Duan Lingtian's soul shone brightly and shrouded his soul that he finally regained his senses in shock. His gaze also left the gray flame. This celestial fire is really strange. After he shifted his gaze away from the gray flame, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. Earlier, if the defective metal piece on the side of his soul had not shone brightly, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Perhaps, he would never be able to extricate himself from the gray flame. Before I came here, I didn't hear from City Governor Lu that the celestial fire can trap one's consciousness, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was precisely because Lu Fenggu had not mentioned this to him that he was caught off guard when he looked at the celestial fire. As a result, he was unable to extricate himself from it. I don't think City Governor Lu knew this would happen. Perhaps, it's because my soul isn't strong enough that I'm in danger of being trapped in the celestial fire. After all, my soul is only at the level of a yellow sun golden celestial, far from City Governor Lu's level when he first discovered the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian trusted Lu Fenggu's character. For this reason, he did not suspect Lu Fenggu had intentionally concealed this matter from him. Instead, he guessed it had something to do with his soul. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. Indeed, the reason he was in such a predicament was because his soul was too weak. According to City Governor Lu, if one tries to get close to the celestial fire, they'll definitely be attacked by the sand and rocks in the cave. At that time, City Governor Lu had no choice but to return empty-handed because he couldn't break through the sand and rocks. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the sand and rocks that surrounded the gray celestial fire. The sand and pebbles circled the celestial fire in an orderly manner, forming a cycle that could be followed. It was like a guardian deity that was guarding the celestial fire dutifully. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold without any warning. Swoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. With just a thought, he activated the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, and formed a dazzling seven-colored sword formation. As soon as the seven-colored sword formation appeared, it shrouded Duan Lingtian and brought him toward the gray celestial fire at an extremely fast speed. With the celestial fire in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He used all his strength to obtain the celestial fire. Before he left Bloody Spectre City, he had asked Lu Fenggu about the method to obtain the celestial fire. For this reason, Lu Fenggu had given him a memory celestial talisman that contained information about the method to obtain the celestial fire. In order to obtain the celestial fire, apart from suppressing it with one's attacks, one must also communicate with it with one's divine consciousness. When the celestial fire is completely suppressed, one must communicate with it using one's divine consciousness to tame it. After all, it doesn't have complete intelligence. It's still unenlightened. When Duan Lingtian controlled the seven-color sword formation, he seemed to have transformed into a ghost as he charged toward the gray flame. This was the celestial fire that Duan Lingtian had come for. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian charged toward the gray celestial fire with the seven-colored sword formation, the sand and pebbles that were circling the seven-colored sword formation suddenly became restless. The sand that filled the sky bore the brunt of the impact. It was as though it had transformed into a sandstorm that swept towards Duan Lingtian. The sandstorm obstructed Duan Lingtian's vision. All he could see was the sand and pebbles. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense a powerful attack coming from the sandstorm. It was so powerful that it was comparable to Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County when he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! 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 While Duan Lingtian was being attacked by the sandstorm, a deafening sound rang in the air. Initially, Duan Lingtian could only hear the sound. However, after a while, he could clearly see the sandstorm. In the sandstorm in front of him, he could vaguely see pieces of rocks, big and small, like meteorites falling from space, whizzing toward him together with the sandstorm. Their speed was even faster than the sandstorm. This attack is even more powerful than Zhou Tong's attack. Chapter 2660. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the seven-colored sword ray that was flying with Duan Lingtian was the first to collide with a pile of meteorite-like rocks that were flying toward them. The commotion was so great that it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Boom! Rumble! Waves of rolling air waves accompanied by powerful shock waves swept out and slammed into the surroundings of the cave, causing the entire cave to shake as if a violent earthquake had occurred. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was shrouded by the seven-colored sword ray, was also shaken to the point his body trembled violently. He felt his internal organs churning as a sweet taste rose from the depths of his throat. Barf. Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently a few more times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling. Whoosh. 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 Just when Duan Ling Tian felt the vital energy and blood in his body churning and was about to spit out another mouthful of blood, the force of the sandstorm that was formed from the flying sand that filled the sky had arrived as well. It merged with the force of the rocks and whistled over once again. Boom. 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 Another series of earth-shattering noises reverberated in the air. This time, the seven-colored sword formation around Duan Ling Tian's body dimmed from the impact. Moreover, the sword formation's radiance dimmed even more as the two forces continued to collide with each other. Bang! 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 As the sword array dimmed, Duan Lingtian's body was hit again and again. It was as though he had turned into a drum that was constantly being beaten. Barf. Barf. Blood gushed out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as though it was free. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body that was supporting the seven-colored sword formation was being depleted at an alarming rate. However, despite the rapid depletion of his celestial origin energy, the two forces that were attacking him were even more powerful. They continued to break down Duan Lingtian's defenses. Based on the situation, it would not take long before the forces completely destroyed Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword array and landed on Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. After all, Duan Ling Tian's injuries were worsening. In the end, his consciousness began to blur. He could only rely on his steel-like will to maintain his consciousness as he numbly mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body that was dwindling. Although Duan Ling Tian had been using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to rapidly absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings and convert it into celestial origin energy, he could not keep up with the celestial origin energy at all. Don't tell me. I, Duan Ling Tian, am going to die here today. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with despair. At the same time, he felt completely disheartened. After all, even if he had unleashed his full strength and used the Devata artifact, the seven orifices exquisite sword, he still could not block the two forces that were attacking him. The combined force of the two forces was so powerful that it was beyond what he could endure. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so careless. According to City Governor Liu, he was trying to slowly obtain the celestial fire when he was in the cavern. During that process, the blows he received became greater and greater. In the end, he felt that he was powerless, so he chose to give up. A bitter expression could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about this. Lu Fenggu had clearly told him this before, but he did not pay much attention to it. He only wanted to use his full strength to resist the power protecting the celestial fire and obtain it as soon as possible. Now, he realized he had been careless. The price of carelessness was death. Moreover, he was getting closer and closer to death. What kind of celestial fire is this? If it's just a low-grade celestial fire, no matter how rare, and special it is, with my current strength, it's easy for me to obtain it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized the gray flame was not as simple as it seemed. He was certain that it was not just a primitive celestial fire. It was impossible for the gray flame to be a primitive celestial fire. The force protecting the primitive celestial fire was not strong enough to force him to such a state. Don't tell me I, Duan Ling Tian, will have to pay for my carelessness and die here today? When the last bit of celestial origin energy in his body was depleted, Duan Ling Tian felt a destructive force surging toward him. Despair and regret filled his heart. He regretted his carelessness. If God gave him a second chance, he would be as careful as Lu Fenggu had been in the past. Duan Ling Tian, although you're not any weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial, I hope you'll know your limits when you reach that place. If you can't, you can wait until you've become stronger before you try to obtain the celestial fire. He still remembered Lu Fenggu's words before he left Bloody Spectre City. However, he did not take it to heart at that time. He thought it would be easy for him to obtain the celestial fire since he possessed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial and could even defeat Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He did not expect he would fail miserably at such a crucial moment. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the force of the flying sand and pebbles shrouded Duan Lingtian's body like a flash flood. He did not even have time to think before he lost consciousness. At the instant Duan Lingtian lost consciousness, the force of the flying sand and pebbles destroyed his robe before it landed on his naked body. It was as though it was going to blast him into pieces. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Whoosh! A faint mystic light rose from Duan Lingtian's body. The force of the flying sand and pebbles seemed to have encountered an indestructible barrier and gradually dissipated. In the end, the force of the flying sand and pebbles dissipated. Duan Lingtian, who was completely naked and unconscious, should have fallen to the ground. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded in a mysterious mystic light, stood there with his eyes closed. He turned his body slightly to face the gray flame hovering in the middle of the cave. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air could be heard as a piece of metal that seemed to be badly damaged appeared above Duan Lingtian, who was still standing with the support of the profound light that was shrouding him. A layer of mystic light shone from the incomplete piece of metal. It was similar to the mystic light that rose from Duan Lingtian's body when he was unconscious. Clearly, Duan Lingtian's current condition had something to do with the incomplete piece of metal. If Duan Lingtian was still awake and saw this scene, he would surely go pale with fright. Wasn't this incomplete piece of metal the one that had been guarding his soul ever since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? He had brought the incomplete piece of metal from the mundane realm. Its origin was mysterious. Moreover, it was a fusion of two items. One of them was the jade token given to him by Xia Jia, Ker's third uncle from the Divine Offering Land. The other item was the strange stone he had found near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town, on Cloud Continent. Chaos Divine Flame. I didn't expect to meet an old friend like you here, a loud and vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the cave. It seemed to come from all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. When the voice resonated in the air, the profound light on the defective metal piece above the unconscious Duan Lingtian's head began to shine brighter and brighter. When the loud and energetic voice finally stopped, the mystic light finally returned to normal. Profound divine metal. As an old voice resonated in the air, the gray flame that was hovering in the middle of the cavern suddenly soared. The gray flame illuminated the entire cavern, causing Duan Lingtian's figure to appear indistinctly. This was because Duan Lingtian was currently unconscious. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because the two voices that suddenly resounded in the cave came from the incomplete metal piece and the ball of gray flames. It seemed like the two of them were communicating with words. Moreover, it's a profound divine metal in its second form. Is this young man your host? The gray flame, which was called the Primal Chaos Divine Flame, by the incomplete metal piece, soared. The old and aged voice that had sounded earlier also sounded once again. The voice filled the entire cave. That's right. The broken metal piece known as the profound divine gold radiated with a raging light. The loud and energetic voice that had sounded before rang out once again. If both of us didn't enter our second form, we wouldn't have been able to awaken and communicate with each other. What do you think? Are you interested in serving the same master as me? The profound divine metal asked again. Its voice was filled with temptation. Without waiting for the chaos divine flame's reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, before you transformed into your second form, you must have found a host as well. However, that host was unable to withstand your second form, and his body was incinerated by you. That's right. The chaos divine flame sighed. Ordinary celestials can't control my second form. Even your host's body can't do it. His current body isn't strong enough to control you in your second form. However, don't forget he still has me. The profound divine metal said. My consciousness can't be awakened for too long. It's up to you. If you're willing to serve the same master as me, I'll use my body to contain and restrain you so you won't burn his body to ashes. The profound divine metal continued to speak with a hint of urgency in its voice. Chapter 2661. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, your consciousness won't be awakened for long. Are you going to stay here and wait for the next host to appear? The profound divine metal continued to speak. Let's not talk about how long you'll have to wait for the next suitable host. Even if you manage to wait until the next host arrives, are you sure you won't be devoured and assimilated by the other hosts of the chaos divine flame? Once you are devoured and assimilated, your consciousness will be replaced by the consciousness of the other primal chaos divine flames. You might even be annihilated completely. Is that what you want to see? I know the chaos divine flame is arrogant and doesn't want to serve the same host as the other 5 divine elements. However, is the profound divine metal not arrogant as well? If I'm not worried I'll be devoured and assimilated by the other profound divine metal hosts, do you think I'll persuade you to serve the same host as me? As long as the two of us serve the same host, we won't have to worry about being devoured and assimilated by the third form profound divine metal or the third form chaos divine flame hosts. In fact, we can easily devour and assimilate the second form profound divine metal and the second form chaos divine flame. The profound divine metal's voice grew softer and softer as it spoke. Think about it yourself. My consciousness is about to fall asleep. The profound divine metal's voice grew softer and softer before it finally disappeared. After that, the profound divine metal that was hovering above Duan Lingtian's head dimmed before it turned into a streak of light and entered Duan Lingtian's body. In the next moment, the profound divine metal that was hovering above Duan Lingtian's body gradually faded away. Bang! After the profound divine metal withdrew its profound divine metal, Duan Lingtian, who was unconscious, fell to the ground with a dull thud. After Duan Lingtian fell to the ground, the gray flame that was hovering in the middle of the cavern rose and rose a few times before it let out a long sigh. Forget it. It has a point. As soon as the old voice fell, the gray flame in the middle of the cavern turned into a streak of gray lightning and shot toward Duan Lingtian, who was unconscious on the ground before it merged with Duan Lingtian's body. For a time, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the cavern. As for the sand and pebbles in the cave, they disappeared as soon as the gray flame, the chaos divine flame, entered Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though they were never there in the first place. The cavern was silent. Time passed. About a day and a night later, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to have fallen asleep, finally stirred. Ugh! In his half-asleep state, Duan Lingtian regained his consciousness. Although it was a little blurry, he could not help but feel excited. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings, his expression changed. So, I'm dreaming. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when his expression changed. His heart was filled with disappointment. The reason he felt like he was dreaming was because when he woke up, apart from the fact that he was still in the cavern, he also noticed that the sand and pebbles in the cavern had disappeared. In particular, the gray flame was nowhere to be seen. He could clearly remember. Before he lost consciousness, he could not resist the power of the sand and pebbles no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he was shrouded by the power of the sand and pebbles. As for what happened after that, he couldn't remember. However, he felt like he was going to die at that time. Now that he had regained consciousness and thought he was still alive, he realized the gray flame was gone. The sand and pebbles were gone as well. What did this mean? Other than that he was dreaming, it did not seem to mean anything else. Just when Duan Lingtian thought he was dreaming and felt a little disappointed, he suddenly sensed something. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. This was because he could clearly feel that his soul was burning. His soul suddenly felt like it was being burned, as if it was being refined by flames. This is, when Duan Lingtian looked inside his body, he could not help but be stunned. He could clearly see that, on the side of his soul, wisps of gray flames were constantly emitting from the dimly lit defective metal piece. Although the flames were small, they contained a destructive aura that seemed to be able to burn and destroy everything. In addition, the wisps of gray flames that emerged from the incomplete metal piece and the aura that was inadvertently revealed by the flames gave him a very familiar feeling. This aura. Isn't it from the gray celestial fire from before? While Duan Lingtian's emotions surged, he could not help but gasp. At this moment, he was 100% certain. The gray flame that was emitting from the defective metal piece that was hovering on the side of his soul was no different from the celestial fire he wanted to obtain before he fainted. The ball of flame in this cave is gone, and now, the same flame has emerged from this damaged piece of metal on the side of my soul. Is this not a dream? Am I really not dead? But, if I didn't die, why would that ball of flame be in that defective piece of metal? Duan Lingtian had too many questions in his heart. In his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian extended his hand towards his cheek. Although the distance between Duan Lingtian's hand and his cheek was very close, at this moment, it seemed very far away to Duan Lingtian. His hand trembled as it moved closer to his cheek. 10 breaths had passed, but he still had not touched his cheek. If someone were to look at Duan Lingtian's hand, they would be able to see that his hand was trembling. Duan Lingtian's hand was trembling, and it was trembling violently. If this isn't a dream, then everyone's happy. However, if this is a dream, then, am I really dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not dare to face the truth. He was worried he was really dreaming. Gasp. In the end, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his trembling hands suddenly tensed up. He directly extended his hand to the side of his cheek and pinched it. Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up as a hint of nervousness appeared in his eyes when he felt the pain on his face. He raised an eyebrow as a smile of joy appeared on his face. It was as though he had just survived a calamity. The pain on his face seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. This isn't a dream. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. After confirming he was not dead, Duan Lingtian was as excited as a child. The word ecstatic was not enough to describe how he felt at this moment. This feeling of surviving a calamity made him feel as if he had been reborn once again. Approximately 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian's excited mood gradually calmed down. I thought I was going to die and lost consciousness. When I woke up, the celestial fire appeared in the defective metal piece on the side of my soul. The celestial fire that was protecting the celestial fire had also disappeared. I'm certain I didn't take the celestial fire. At that time, it was difficult for me to even protect myself, let alone take the celestial fire. However, I'm not dead. The celestial fire is indeed in the defective metal piece. After calming down, Duan Lingtian became unusually calm. After a while, he came to a conclusion. The defective metal piece had something to do with his survival and the appearance of the celestial fire in his body. What's this defective metal piece? Although Duan Lingtian knew the defective metal piece on the side of his soul that could be used as a soul defense celestial weapon was not ordinary, he did not know what it was or what it could be used for apart from protecting his soul. And today, he discovered the use of this defective piece of iron. It could be used to take the celestial fire. Furthermore, in the process of collecting the immortal fire, it seemed to be able to protect him and save his life when the power of the immortal fire was about to kill him. You. What are you? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely concentrated on the defective metal piece. The damaged metal piece had once again displayed its mysteries before him. The defective metal piece is the result of the fusion of that strange stone and the jade token given to me by Ku, Er's third uncle, Wuxia Xianxia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. I brought it from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. After I brought it to the Devata realm, it stayed by my soul to protect my soul. Back then, when Wuxia Xianxia gave me that jade slip, he only said that the jade slip was very extraordinary. As for its origin, he didn't know. The strangest thing is that after I brought the jade token to my hometown in the mundane realm, the mortal continent's cloud continent, it actually guided me to Fresh Breeze Town, the place where I reincarnated into this life. I found that strange stone near Fresh Breeze Town. Then, the strange stone merged with the jade token given to me by Wuxia Xianxia and turned into this mysterious defective metal piece. What's the origin of the jade token given to me by Wuxia Xianxia? And that stone, why is it near Fresh Breeze Town? Is it a coincidence? If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence, right? Duan Lingtian discovered the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. His confusion seemed endless. Chapter 2662. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. At the very least, based on the current situation, the defective metal piece is beneficial to me. If it wasn't for it, I might have been dead. Duan Lingtian thought about it for a long time until his head was about to explode. However, he still could not figure it out. Therefore, he decided to stop thinking about it. No matter what, based on the current situation, the defective metal piece was a good thing, not a bad thing. However, although the celestial fire appeared in the defective metal piece, I don't know if I can use it. After Duan Lingtian shifted his attention away from the defective metal piece, he shifted his attention to the gray flame on the defective metal piece. At this moment, he only thought it was a celestial fire used to refine weapons or pills. After taking another deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried to use the gray flame on the defective metal piece according to the method of using the celestial fire that the celestial talisman had taught him. However, he discovered that he had successfully extracted a portion of the gray flame. Why is there only a portion? Duan Lingtian tried his best to use the gray flame on the defective metal piece. However, after a few tries, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. He could use the celestial fire technique freely. As for the remaining gray flames, he could not use them at all. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. After trying for another half an hour, Duan Lingtian realized he could only use a small portion of the gray flame on the defective metal piece. He finally gave up. I wonder if this small portion of gray flame that I've extracted can be used to refine pills or refine weapons. For the time being, I can't tell if the characteristics of this gray flame are suitable for refining pills or forging weapons. With all these questions in mind, Duan Lingtian left the cave and reappeared at the foot of the mountain along the path he came from. Let's return to the county city first. Duan Lingtian's first thought was to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County to search for the medicinal herbs needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He wanted to see if he could successfully refine the spirit-nourishing pill with the gray flame. The spirit-nourishing pill was an ordinary primitive celestial pill, and its recipe was widely available. Anyone who wanted the recipe could easily obtain it. As for the herbs needed to refine the spirit-nourishing pill, they were only ordinary herbs. Naturally, the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms were the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms. The mundane realms might not necessarily have ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms. I'll have to stay here for another year. When Duan Lingtian returned to the county city of the Nine Spectres County, he looked around in a daze. The martial competition of the 16 counties to King Qin's King Qin. Before that, he would go to King Qin's mansion with the other golden celestials under the age of 100 who had been recruited by the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, once he arrived at King Qin's mansion, he did not plan to return. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, the Nine Spectres County could not compare to King Qin's mansion. He would be able to raise his cultivation base at a much faster rate in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to obtain higher-grade cultivation methods such as profound-grade cultivation methods. I should look for a medicinal herb shop and buy some herbs first. Duan Lingtian recalled the time he had spent with Qinyu in the county city of Nine Spectres County. He arrived at a relatively large medicinal herb shop in the county city of Nine Spectres County and walked in. "Sir, how may I help you?" Duan Lingtian had only just walked in when an attendant came over to greet him, and he respectfully led Duan Lingtian in. "Give me a batch of herbs needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Duan Lingtian glanced at the attendant and said indifferently, "How many herbs do you want?" The manservant's eyes suddenly lit up. Usually, people who came to buy medicinal herbs would simply buy a certain type of medicinal herb or some other type of medicinal herb. They would use the most primitive method to absorb the medicinal efficacy of that medicinal herb or those medicinal herbs. People who came to the county city of Nine Spectres County to buy herbs were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. After all, only celestial alchemists were capable of refining pills. In the entire Nine Spectres County, let alone the county city of Nine Spectres County, the only celestial alchemists who were known to be primitive celestial alchemists were the county governor's mansion and one of the clans in the county city. There were 2 primitive celestial alchemists in the county governor's mansion. The other clan had 1 primitive celestial alchemist. At this moment, the attendant was certain the purple-clad young man before him was from the latter's clan. After all, if the primitive celestial alchemists in the county governor's mansion needed herbs, all they had to do was send someone from the county governor's mansion to the county governor's mansion. There was no need for the primitive celestial alchemists to make a trip to the county governor's mansion. "I'll take as many as you have." Faced with the attendant's question, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly before he finally said this. After all, this was his first time refining pills since he came to the Devata realms. Moreover, he did not know if the gray flame he could control would be enough for him to successfully refine pills. It was better to prepare as many herbs as he could. With his current wealth, it would not be difficult for him to buy all the herbs he needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Gasp! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the attendant standing in front of him could not help but gasp in shock. Then, he asked Duan Lingtian in shock, "Sir, is what you said true?" Although the store was not the largest store in the county city of Nine Spectres County, it was not small either. Moreover, the ingredients required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were not something ordinary people could afford. "Of course, I'm serious. Go and prepare the herbs," Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he heard the attendant's question. "Humph. How arrogant." Just when the attendant saw that Duan Lingtian was getting impatient and was about to get the medicinal materials, a cold snort accompanied by a sneer sounded from outside the medicine store. It was getting closer and closer. A young man with a medium build dressed in brocade robes walked into the county city of Nine Spectres County slowly. Behind the young man in embroidered clothes was an expressionless old man. "Young Master Lu." The attendant's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the newcomer. Apart from the county governor's estate, Lu Zuolin was the only son of the current clan leader of the Lu clan in Nine Spectres County who had a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Zuolin was one of the few prominent clans in Nine Spectres County. "I want 10 sets of herbs to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill," Lu Zuolin said indifferently. He did not even look at Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end as he looked at the page boy. "Young Master Lu." Upon hearing Lu Zuolin's words, the attendant smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The herbs to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, had been bought by this customer. He must be from the Lu clan as well, right? Up until now, the attendant still thought Duan Lingtian was from the Lu clan. After all, apart from the county governor's estate, the Lu clan was the only clan in Nine Spectres County that had a primitive celestial alchemist. "You! How dare you pretend to be from the Lu clan?" As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though he had transformed into a venomous snake that would pounce on Duan Lingtian at any moment. "The Lu clan?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Lu Zuolin's words. He said indifferently, "I'm sorry. I've never heard of it." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ignored the anger in Lu Zuolin's eyes as he looked at the attendant and said impatiently, "Why aren't you going to prepare the herbs? If you're not going to prepare the herbs, I'll go to another shop. You're not the only shop in the county city of Nine Spectres County that has the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill." At this moment, if the attendant still could not tell the purple-clad young man was not from the Lu clan, he might as well bang his head against a wall and commit suicide. I'm sorry, customer. I'll go right away, the attendant replied to Duan Lingtian as he looked at Lu Zuolin and said apologetically, Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. This customer didn't say he's from the Lu clan. I thought he was from the Lu clan when I saw he wanted to buy the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill. After he finished speaking, the attendant hurriedly went to the warehouse at the back of the shop to prepare the herbs that Duan Lingtian had requested. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. The herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in our shop have already been reserved by this customer. Please look elsewhere. The attendant left these words before he entered the warehouse at the back of the shop. In the attendant's opinion, Lu Zuolin's status was extraordinary. However, their shop was backed by a powerful family that was on par with the Lu clan in Nine Spectres County. Hence, they were not afraid of the Lu clan. To him, making money was the most important thing. Lu Zuolin only wanted 10 sets of herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian wanted all the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in his shop. There were more than 300 sets of herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in his shop. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come first. Lu Zuolin had his own choice of business. Swoosh. Lu Zuolin's expression darkened when he heard the attendant's words. Although the attendant was like an aunt to him, the attendant was still a shop owner. However, the manservant was still a staff member of this medicinal herb store, and the backer of this medicinal herb store was not someone he could easily provoke. For this reason, as long as the attendant did not intentionally offend him, he would not dare to do anything to him. After all, one had to look at the owner before beating the dog. Brat. You said you've never heard of the Lu clan? Chapter 2663. From the moment Lu Zuolin entered, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him briefly before he stopped looking at him. Even when Lu Zuolin used the Lu clan to threaten him, he still turned a deaf ear to him. Although Duan Lingtian had not met the Lu clan in the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had heard about it. It was one of the most powerful clans in the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was on par with the Jing clan, the clan that supported Jingqiu. In fact, due to Jingqiu, the Jing clan was even more powerful than the Lu clan. Let alone the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Jing clan at all. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zuolin, who thought he could do whatever he wanted with the Lu clan behind him, was like a clown who was not worth mentioning at all. For this reason, he did not even bother to look at Lu Zuolin. You! How dare you ignore me? Lu Zuolin was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. Celestial origin energy began to surge out of his body. Lu Zuolin could no longer hold himself back and was about to attack Duan Lingtian. May I know who you are? The expressionless old man behind Lu Zuolin stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Zuolin, preventing Lu Zuolin from making a move. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the expression on the old man's face finally changed. His expression was slightly solemn. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Although he did not know much about the purple-clad young man, since the purple-clad young man was here to buy the herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, it meant the purple-clad young man was supported by at least one primitive celestial alchemist. In fact, the purple-clad young man might even be a celestial alchemist himself. Naturally, the old man felt the purple-clad young man was supported by a celestial alchemist. Based on the aura the purple-clad young man was emitting with his divine consciousness, he was certain the purple-clad young man was not more than 100 years old. He had never heard of anyone becoming a celestial alchemist before the age of 100. He had never heard of a primitive celestial alchemist who was younger than 100 years old. He would believe it if someone under the age of 100 was able to obtain the celestial fire. However, if one wanted to successfully refine medicinal pills and become a celestial alchemist, it would take a long time to settle down, even though it was not difficult after obtaining the celestial fire. After all, alchemy techniques and alchemy experience took a long time to become proficient and accumulate. Of course, he also knew in his heart, although he had never heard of a primitive celestial alchemist younger than 100 years old, it did not mean there were no primitive celestial alchemists younger than 100 years old. All he knew was that there were no inferior alchemists under the age of 100 in the Duke of Qin's manor. Someone you can't afford to offend. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the old man and said. When Lu Zuolin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian had sensed Lu Zuolin's killing intent. He did not expect Lu Zuolin would be stopped by the old man before he could make a move. Duan Lingtian was rather surprised by this. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer the old man's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the old man's grave expression and shifted his gaze to the inside of the medicinal herb shop. Over there, the attendant had just come out with a spatial ring. Dear customer, the medicinal herbs you requested are inside. There are 373 sets of medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit condensing pill. In our shop, one set of ingredients for the spirit accumulation pill is usually sold for one high-grade immortal stone. Since you bought so many at once, we'll charge you 370 prominent celestial stones. The attendant looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully as he spoke. Ever since he found out the purple-clad young man was not from the Lu clan, he knew the celestial alchemist behind the purple-clad young man was not one of the 3 primitive celestial alchemists from the Lu clan and the county governor's estate. Celestial alchemists from outside the county city of Nine Spectres County were either traveling or had business in the county. Regardless of the reason, Lu Zuolin's clan could not afford to offend such a person, 370 prominent celestial stones. Are you able to afford it? Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he's someone you can't afford to offend. It was as though he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to afford so many prominent celestial stones. 370 prominent celestial stones. That was not a small number. Even in the Lu clan, apart from a few high-ranking officials, not many people could afford to pay so many prominent celestial stones. Here are 400 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and handed a spatial ring to the attendant. Then, he said indifferently, keep the remaining prominent celestial stones for yourself. I'm very satisfied with your hospitality. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he inadvertently glanced at Lu Zuolin and the old man standing in front of him. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The moment the manservant heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened as he took the spatial ring. This was his first time encountering such a generous guest. That was 30 prominent celestial stones. That's right. After confirming the number of prominent celestial stones in the spatial ring, the attendant handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he glanced inside and nodded. Do you know where I can buy a cauldron used to refine pills? After keeping the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian asked the attendant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the attendant, Lu Zuolin, and the old man standing next to Lu Zuolin could not help but twitch their mouths. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it seemed like he was going to buy a cauldron. Sir. You're not planning to refine pills yourself, right? The attendant looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief before he added, or is it because the celestial alchemist behind you doesn't have a cauldron with him? Do you want to buy one for him? I'll refine pills myself. Duan Lingtian said, just tell me if you know where I can find a cauldron. If you don't, I'll look for one myself. I know. Faced with this generous customer who had given him 30 prominent celestial stones as a tip, the attendant, naturally, told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the places that sold cauldrons. Apart from that, he also told Duan Lingtian about the place closest to his store that sold cauldrons. Thank you. After finding out where to buy cauldrons, Duan Lingtian greeted the attendant and left the medicinal materials store. Humph. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Zuolin glanced at the attendant coldly before he left the store with the old man. Uncle Li. Why don't we do something? Although this fellow has a lot of prominent celestial stones, he doesn't seem old. He isn't that old, which means that his cultivation base isn't that high. Lu Zuolin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the old man standing next to him. He's not even 100 years old. The old man replied. Not even 100 years old? Although Lu Zuolin could sense Duan Lingtian's young age, he could not confirm the Duan Lingtian's exact age. Now that he heard the old man saying Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he became excited. Young master, although he's not even 100 years old, based on the 400 prominent celestial stones he casually took out, it's obvious he has an extraordinary background. Moreover, based on his aura, it's obvious he's not an ordinary person. The old man said hesitantly, "Won't it be too risky for us to make a move on him?" Although the old man had followed Lu Zuolin to do this kind of business many times in the past, he was not confident. But this time, he felt unsure of himself. The purple-clad young man gave him a feeling that he was not to be trifled with. "Don't worry." Lu Zuolin gave the old man a reassuring look. "Don't forget, we've never failed before." On the other side, Duan Lingtian passed through the main roads and headed towards the store that sold cauldrons that the attendant in the medicinal materials store told him about. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as though he had sensed something. His eyes narrowed into slits as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "They're following me. What are they trying to do?" Duan Lingtian, who originally intended to speed up, did not speed up. Instead, he walked into a small alley. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian entered the small alley, two figures appeared one after another by his side. They stared at him fiercely like a tiger watching its prey. They were none other than Lu Zuolin and the old man next to him. "What are you trying to do?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. He did not even look at Lu Zuolin and the old man when they appeared before him. "Brat, you're unlucky to have met me today." Lu Zuolin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian was still so calm. He said viciously, "Although I don't know where the celestial alchemist behind you came from, don't even think about leaving this place today." "What? You want to keep me here?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Not only do we want to keep you here, but we also want to kill you. If there's a next life, remember this. Don't show off your wealth." Lu Zuolin sneered. As soon as Lu Zuolin finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he shouted, "Uncle Li, do it." Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as soon as Lu Zuolin's voice rang in the air. It was the old man standing behind Duan Lingtian. As his body moved, he made his move at lightning speed. After an earth-shattering explosion, the palm prints that covered the sky and covered the earth were like black clouds pressing down on a city. They covered the sky and covered the sun as they enveloped Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the old man had made his move. Swoosh! 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 Chapter 2664. Boom! 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 The palm prints that covered the sky swept toward Duan Lingtian and enveloped him. Almost at the same time as the sword rays whistled out of Duan Lingtian's body, the palm prints landed on Duan Lingtian and collided with the sword rays that whistled out of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shattering loud noises reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out in all directions like the raging waves of the sea. It was as though beasts had awakened from their slumber and were pouncing on their prey. Whoosh! 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 The earth-shattering noises did not last long before they were covered and suppressed by the swift sword whistles. In the end, they seemed to have completely disappeared. How's this possible? In the distance, the old man who was addressed as Uncle Li by Lu Zuolin could not help but have a change of expression when he saw his full-strength attack was easily defeated by the sword ray that whistled out from the purple-clad young man's body. His originally cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. It was replaced with fear and remorse. If he still could not realize that he had kicked an iron plate, he would have lived for so many years in vain. "You're seeking death." Duan Lingtian's calm voice sounded in the air. However, when it entered the old man's ears, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Horror dawned on the old man's face. He opened his mouth as though he was about to say something. However, as soon as the old man opened his mouth, before he could open his mouth, the sword rays that whistled out of Duan Lingtian's body transformed into a sword formation that whistled out and enveloped the old man. A rain of blood fell from the sky and dyed the entire alley red. After killing the old man, the sword formation vanished into thin air with just a thought from Duan Lingtian. It was as though it had never appeared before. Thud. Lu Suolin, who had just regained his senses, fell to the ground with a pale face. His entire body trembled violently from fear as he looked at the blood on the ground in the alley. The thick smell of blood entered his nose, causing his lower body to turn cold. Lu Suolin, who had fallen to the ground, was now sitting in a pool of urine. The thick smell of urine mixed with the thick smell of blood filled the entire alley in just a blink of an eye. Didn't you say you're not only keeping me alive, but you're going to kill me as well? Duan Lingtian looked disdainfully at Lu Suolin, who was so scared that he was about to wet his pants. He said indifferently, now that your men are dead, it's your turn. You, when Lu Suolin's Lu Suolin. Lu Suolin looked at Lu looked terrified. He looked at Luz. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lu clan. My father is the clan leader of the Lu clan. Lu Suolin said in a trembling voice. He even mentioned his father, the clan leader of the Lu clan, one of the 5 great clans in the county city of 9 Spectres County. The Lu clan? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Lu Suolin's words. It seems like you're very confident in the Lu clan. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to return to the Lu clan. Lu Suolin was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're really going to let me return to the Lu clan? Lu Suolin's eyes glinted as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Not only will I let you return to the Lu clan, but I'll follow you back to the Lu clan as well. Duan Lingtian said. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Suolin's expression changed drastically. He asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? Although Lu Suolin was a good-for-nothing, he was not hopelessly stupid. Not only did the purple-clad young man ask him to return to the Lu clan, but he even said he would follow him back to the Lu clan. It was obvious he was not afraid of the Lu clan. At this moment, he realized he had kicked an iron plate. Moreover, this iron plate did not seem to be afraid of the Lu clan, one of the 5 great clans in the county city of 9 Spectres County. If you don't want to return to the Lu clan, I don't mind sending you to hell to accompany that old man. Duan Lingtian's tone turned cold when he heard Lu Suolin's question. Lu Suolin was so frightened that his body trembled violently. He hastily stood up and ran out of the alley toward the Lu clan's residence. Many people turned to look at him as he ran. Isn't that Lu Suolin, the young master of the Lu clan? Why does he look so flustered? Did something happen? I don't know. However, why do I smell urine when he passed by me? Urine? Are you serious? Wherever Lu Suolin passed, the streets and alleys were filled with similar discussions. No one noticed that in the sky above Lu Suolin's head, there was a purple figure following Lu Suolin like a shadow. It followed Lu Suolin all the way to the Lu family mansion before slowly descending from the sky. Young master. What happened to you? Outside the gate of the Lu family mansion, the guards saw Lu Suolin's miserable appearance and smelled the strong urine smell coming from Lu Suolin's body. They were stunned for a moment. This was their first time seeing their young master in such a wretched state. However, Lu Suolin ignored the guards and entered the Lu clan's residence in a panic. He immediately went to look for his father, the clan leader of Lu clan. I'll wait for you outside the Lu clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian sent Lu Suolin a voice transmission while he was looking for his father in a panic. Lu Suolin's heart trembled in fear. Who is he? Although Lu Suolin was confident in the Lu clan in the past, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be afraid of the Lu clan at all. However, even though he was uncertain, he knew that he had no other choice now. As one of the 5 great clans in the county governor's estate, the Lu clan should have a lot of savings, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the main hall and the Lu clan's residence. It was as though he had his eyes on the Lu clan's wealth. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have gone through so much trouble to follow Lu Zuolin to the Lu clan's residence. About 15 minutes later. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In just a blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared above the Lu clan's main hall, not far from Duan Lingtian. Father. It's him. Duan Lingtian, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard Lu Zuolin's voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Zuolin and a middle-aged man who resembled Lu Zuolin. Compared to Lu Zuolin, this middle-aged man was much calmer. Sir. If my son has offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive him. If you're willing to spare my son's life, I, Lu Dongping, am willing to give you 1,000 prominent celestial stones. What do you think? The middle-aged man cupped his fists humbly at Duan Lingtian. Lu Dongping. You're the clan leader of the Lu clan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Yes. Lu Dongping nodded. You're smarter than your son. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Lu Dongping meaningfully. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Dongping smiled awkwardly. If your son only wants my medicinal herbs and celestial stones and has no intention of taking my life, 1,000 prominent celestial stones is barely enough. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuolin indifferently before his voice turned cold. However, he wants to take my life. I have a bad habit. If someone wants to take my life, I'll take their life if I don't die. Clan leader Lu. Do you think your son's life is only worth 1,000 prominent celestial stones? Duan Lingtian asked as he shifted his gaze from Lu Zuolin to Lu Dongping. He stared at Lu Dongping intently. Then, how many celestial stones do you want? Lu Dongping's face twitched slightly when he said this. A hint of anger could be seen in the depths of his eyes, but he had been suppressing it. Although he did not know the background of this purple-clad young man, he knew his son's background. Based on his son's experience, he was certain the purple-clad young man either had an extraordinary background or was deliberately mystifying things. As the clan leader of the Lu clan, he did not dare to take the risk. For this reason, he would rather believe the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background. He had come alone because he wanted to take out some prominent celestial stones to settle the matter with his son. Although he could use force, he could still do it. However, he did not dare to take the risk, 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If clan leader Lu can give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll spare your life. I can consider sparing his life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Lu Zuolin. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian had quoted the prominent celestial stones in the spatial ring of Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, the former revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. There were more than 50,000 prominent celestial stones in Zhou Tong's spatial ring, 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Lu Zuolin was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Lu Dongping's expression changed drastically as well. Sir. No matter what, Lu Dongping was the clan leader of the Lu clan, one of the 5 major clans in 9 Spectres County. Although he was not arrogant, he still had his pride. When he heard Duan Lingtian's exorbitant demand, he could no longer suppress his anger. You're exorbitant. Lu Dongping glared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, 2,000 prominent celestial stones. I can only give you 2,000 prominent celestial stones at most. If you're unwilling, Lu Dongping paused for a moment and didn't continue. Chapter 2665. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, did not have that many prominent celestial stones. Even the entire Lu clan would not be able to take out so many prominent celestial stones at once. Unless they sold some of their profitable properties. However, was that even possible? If I'm unwilling, what are you going to do? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face when he heard Lu Dongping's words and saw the threatening look in Lu Dongping's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian was smiling, Lu Dongping could not help but feel goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. He felt that the purple-clad young man was not simple at all. Sir, 3,000 prominent celestial stones. 3,000 prominent celestial stones are all the prominent celestial stones I can give you. I don't have any more than that. The more Lu Dongping thought about it, the more he felt Duan Lingtian was not simple. Since you have no other choice, I'll have to take your son's life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zuolin with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Father. Lu Zuolin's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with killing intent. He hastily retreated behind Lu Dongping as though he was grasping at straws. Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sir, don't be so shameless. Although he was greatly disappointed by his son's performance, Duan Lingtian was his son after all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was his only son, so Lu Dongping wouldn't want anything to happen to his son no matter what. He glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and abruptly shouted out coldly. Don't be so shameless. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. After laughing for a while, Duan Lingtian withdrew his smile, and a murderous expression appeared on his face. Patriarch Lu, if you don't want to get yourself and the Lu clan into trouble, I advise you to hand him over and not interfere in the enmity between me and him. Humph. Lu Dongping snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and took out many jade slips. He infused them with his celestial origin energy and dispersed them in all directions. Immortal Message Talisman? Although the Duan Lingtian could easily block all of Lu Dongping's immortal message talismans, he did not do so because he felt that there was no need. Looks like. Patriarch Lu, you want to drag your Lu clan down with your son. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Lu Dongping and said, I thought that Patriarch Lu was a smart man. Now it seems that you're just a boorish man who protects his own. If I were you, I'd leave immediately and not stay here to argue. When the experts of my Lu clan arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Lu Dongping said coldly as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although he was the head of the Lu clan, his strength was not the strongest in the Lu clan. In the Lu clan, there were 3 supreme elders who were stronger than him. One of the supreme elders was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in the 9 Spectres County. He was so strong that he was ranked 3rd among all the inner court elders in the county governor's mansion. He was only second to the 2 supreme elders. Since Patriarch Lu is so confident in your Lu clan, I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves to prevent me from leaving the Lu clan. Upon hearing Lu Dongping's words, Duan Lingtian smiled even more brightly. It was as though he had completely ignored the killing intent in Lu Dongping's eyes. Although the time they had to wait was very short, it felt like years to Lu Dongping and his son, you unfilial son. Who did you offend? Lu Dongping asked Lu Zuolin through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anger. Father, I don't know who he is as well. Lu Zuolin replied with a bitter smile. Lu Zuolin's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He said, why don't I tell mother about this as well? Although the Pang clan is weak now, the old ancestor of the Pang clan is still the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in the 9 Spectres County. Moreover, he's also mother's uncle. He dotes on her and treats her like his own daughter. If mother asks him to help, I don't think he'll refuse, right? Lu Zuolin's eyes lit up when he spoke. It was as though he had found a way to save his life. Let's tell her. I hope the old ancestor from the Pang clan is willing to help. If he makes a move, to a certain extent, he can even represent the county governor's mansion to pressure this unknown brat. Lu Dongping said through voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, the fear in his eyes had lessened. Upon hearing Lu Dongping's words, Lu Zuolin raised his hand and shot out a communication celestial talisman as well. Duan Lingtian did not stop Lu Zuolin's communication celestial talisman. From the beginning until the end, he looked on coldly. It did not matter who the Lu father and son were looking for. He was not afraid at all. After a dozen breaths of time, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Accompanied by the swift sound of wind whistling, numerous figures were flying over from various directions around the Lu clan's main hall. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived near the Lu clan's main hall and appeared beside the Lu clan's clan head, Lu Dongping. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men among the people who had arrived. However, all of them were golden celestials or stronger. Clan leader, what's going on? Clan leader, who dares to cause trouble in our Lu clan? Although many of them were still questioning Lu Dongping, most of their gazes had already landed on Duan Lingtian. They stared at the Duan Lingtian with unfriendly gazes, as if they were looking at the Duan Lingtian as an enemy who had killed their son and stolen their wife. This is the person who not only killed Elder Lu Li, but also chased my son to the Lu clan's residence. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Elder Lu Li was killed by him? Damn it. Kid, don't even think about leaving our Lu clan alive today. You must pay with your life for killing members of my Lu family. The group of people who had arrived were all elders of the Lu clan. They were all glaring at Duan Lingtian with righteous indignation, but none of them made a move. They are not stupid people. Since the person before them was able to survive until now, it meant that their Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, might not be able to do anything to the person before them. Moreover, it was naturally impossible for them, whose strength was inferior to Lu Pingdong, to take the initiative to charge forward, as that would be no different than courting death. In their opinion, if the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not have allowed Duan Lingtian to survive until now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another two swift wind howls were heard. It was a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man with a medium build who rushed over from two different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in the sky above the Lu clan's great hall. Supreme Elder. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Lu Dongping, the Lu clan's patriarch, led the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, and Lu Zuolin. Dongping, what's the matter? The white-haired old man, who was dressed in a long gray robe, looked at Lu Dongping and asked. Second uncle. Lu Dongping replied respectfully. It's like this. Following that, Lu Dongping recounted everything that had happened. He did not dare to conceal anything. At the same time, the members of the Lu clan who were present also knew that this was caused by Lu Dongping's only son, Lu Zuolin. Moreover, Lu Zuolin was to blame for this. All of them looked at Lu Zuolin with hostility in their eyes before they shifted their gazes away. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary background. If he doesn't have an extraordinary background, how could he have the confidence to stand here and wait for us to arrive? Now, even if the two Grand Supreme Elders came, I don't see him showing any signs of panic. Don't tell me he's not afraid of the two Supreme Elders? When the group of Lu clan's elders looked at Duan Lingtian again, the dread in their eyes deepened. Humph. The middle-aged Supreme Elder glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he snorted and said, I don't care who you are or where you're from. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't defeat a snake in its old haunts. This is the county city of Nine Spectres County. If you know what's good for you, leave now. What if I don't know what's good for me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the Supreme Elder in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Don't know what's good for you? Then don't even think about leaving today. The expression of the Lu clan's Supreme Elder sank, and killing intent shot out from his eyes. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Apart from being the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan, he was also a primitive celestial alchemist. Usually, even Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would have to address him as Celestial Alchemist Lu. After all, a primitive celestial alchemist could choose to perish together with a great overarching golden celestial. If a primitive celestial fire was ignited by a primitive celestial alchemist, a great overarching golden celestial like Tianji, you would die with the primitive celestial alchemist. For this reason, a primitive celestial alchemist like him was extremely arrogant. Is that so? As soon as the Supreme Elder finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged out of his body. Swoosh. 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 In the next moment, thousands of sword rays rose from Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a sword formation that swept toward the Supreme Elder of Lu clan. Even if Duan Lingtian did not use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, his attacks were still as swift as lightning. Those below the great overarching golden celestial stage would not be able to withstand his attacks. Spurt. 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 Chapter 2666. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Otherwise, he would not have died so quickly even if he was no match for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian killed the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan who looked like a middle-aged man, he discovered something. The gray flame in the defective metal piece on the side of Duan Lingtian's soul suddenly surged out. Not only did the gray flame leave the defective metal piece, but it also transformed into a gray streak of light that was difficult to catch with the naked eye before it shot out of Duan Lingtian's soul and entered the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan. What is it trying to do? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to track the gray streak of light. In the next moment, he saw the gray streak of light. After the gray flame that came out of the damaged piece of metal entered the body of the middle-aged man, it devoured a wisp of light blue flame in the body of the Lu family's Grand Elder, making it a part of itself. Before the gray flame devoured the wisp of light blue flame, Duan Lingtian could see the wisp of light blue flame was about to dissipate. Is that a celestial fire? Could it be that the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan that I killed was the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of lingering fear. Once a primitive celestial alchemist detonated his celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial would die if he was so close to him. It's a good thing I killed him with just one strike. If he had time to react, I would have died with him. Duan Lingtian rejoiced inwardly. While he was rejoicing, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray streak of light had disappeared. After devouring the immortal fire in the middle-aged man's body, the gray flame that leaped out of the incomplete piece of metal returned to its own body and returned to the incomplete piece of metal. What's going on? Logically speaking, once a celestial alchemist is killed, the celestial fire in his body should dissipate on its own. However, the celestial fire in my body seemed to have devoured it. I've never heard of a celestial fire devouring another person's celestial fire. It was precisely because he had never heard of it that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had no idea what had just happened, and he had no idea why the gray immortal fire in his body could devour other people's immortal fire. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. The gray flame in his body was not an immortal fire, but a divine fire that was above immortal fire. Moreover, it was the most powerful divine fire in the world, the primal chaos divine fire. Of course, although the primal chaos divine flame in his body was the primal chaos divine flame, it was only the second form. Compared to the perfect form, the 9th form of the primal chaos divine flame, it was simply not on the same level. Even so, the chaos divine flame in its second form was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Hiss. 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 Duan Lingtian was still shocked by the gray immortal fire in his body when a series of gasps rang in his ears. When the members of the Lu clan saw their supreme elder, a primitive celestial alchemist, being killed, they gasped when they regained their senses. Elder Lu Qin. He died just like that? Apart from being a primitive celestial alchemist, Elder Lu Qing was also an indigo sun golden celestial like the clan leader. He was even stronger than the clan leader. However, he was killed by this purple-clad young man with just a strike. Even if the purple-clad young man launched a sneak attack, his strength is at least at the violet sun golden celestial level. Even in the Lu clan, there are only 2 violet sun golden celestials. The elders of the Lu clan were shocked by the death of their primitive celestial alchemist. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He killed Elder Lu Qing. Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who had followed him back to the Lu clan was capable of killing Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan. After all, apart from being a primitive celestial alchemist, Elder Lu Qing was also an indigo sun golden celestial who was even stronger than his father. The fact that he killed Elder Lu Qing so easily means he's at least a violet sun golden celestial. How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. Lu Zuolin still remembered the words of Elder Lu Li, who had been by his side before. A violet sun golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? He could not believe such a person existed in a place like the Nine Spectres County. Why you? How dare you kill Elder Lu Qing? Why you? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, pointed at Duan Ling Tian when he regained his senses. His body trembled violently from anger. Lu Qing was irreplaceable in the Lu clan. After all, Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist. Moreover, he was one of the 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the Nine Spectres County. Lu Qing's death was a devastating blow to the Lu clan's medicinal pills industry. Who the hell are you? The other supreme elder of the Lu clan, the gray-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. He no longer dared to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Before Duan Ling Tian could respond to the Lu clan's supreme elder, a loud and vigorous voice exploded like a clap of thunder from afar. It spread far into the Lu clan's estate and, as expected, alerted everyone in the Lu clan. This voice. It sounds like Elder Lu Qian. Isn't Elder Lu Qian usually in the county governor's estate? Why did he suddenly return? Based on Elder Lu Qian's tone, it seems like someone dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan. Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Why would Elder Lu Qian come back to support the Lu clan? Lu Qian was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Lu clan. He was also the strongest supreme elder. He usually stayed in the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County. He was also an inner court elder. Among the inner court elders in the county governor's estate, his strength was second only to 2 people. It's Elder Lu Qian. Elder Lu Qian is back. The eyes of the Lu clan's elders lit up when they heard Lu Qian's voice. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin's eyes lit up as well. Lu Qian was his father's younger brother and also his uncle. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past in front of everyone's eyes, and a tall figure clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a light green robe. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky build. He looked very boorish, but his eyes shone with wisdom. It was a stark contrast to his boorish appearance. Elder Lu Qian. Greetings, Elder Lu Qian. After the green-clad middle-aged man appeared, the Lu clan's elders bowed respectfully at him. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin was excited. Second brother, you're finally back. Lu Dongping sighed. The green-robed middle-aged man, who was also the Lu clan's supreme elder and the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate, Lu Qian, inadvertently looked at the corpse that was riddled with holes and lying on the roof of the Lu clan's audience hall. His eyes widened immediately. Lu Qing. After a while, Lu Qiankai came back to his senses in shock, and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. Lu Qing was also his childhood friend. They had a good relationship. In fact, Lu Qing was very close to him. A large part of the reason why Lu Qian was able to possess the strength he had today was because of Lu Qing. It was Lu Qing who did her best to provide him with bottle after bottle of pills, which allowed him to avoid many detours in his cultivation. For this reason, Lu Qing's position in his heart was even higher than his elder brother, Lu Dongping, the current clan leader of the Lu clan. Who did this? Lu Qian roared in anger. At the same time, he began to scan his surroundings before his gaze finally landed on Duanling Tian. This was because Duanling Tian was the only unfamiliar face among the people present on the scene. It's you? Lu Qian glared at Duanling Tian. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was as though he wanted to tear Duanling Tian into pieces. However, Duanling Tian ignored Lu Qian's question. While Lu Qian was questioning Duanling Tian seemed to have noticed something as he looked to the east. Over there, two figures were walking through the air and coming over. One of them was a woman. Her face was filled with anxiety, and it could be seen that she was burning with impatience. The other person was an old man who was not very tall but had a strong build. The old man was dressed in a green robe. He had a head of golden hair, a curly beard, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He gave off an oppressive aura. It was also like a tiger, the king of beasts, patrolling its territory. Lin Er. Are you all right? The middle-aged woman cried out as soon as she arrived near the Lu clan's main hall. Mother, I'm fine. Upon hearing the voice and seeing the middle-aged woman, Lu Zuolin waved his hand excitedly. After a while, the middle-aged woman and the old man arrived at the Lu clan's main hall. The middle-aged woman came to Lu Zuolin's side and sized him up. She sighed in relief when she was certain Lu Zuolin was fine. Lin Er, who tried to kill you? Chapter 2667. Mother, it's him. Lu Zuolin immediately turned to look at Duanling Tian when he heard the woman's question. His eyes gleamed fiercely like a docile puppy that had suddenly turned into a mad dog. He could not wait to pounce on Duanling Tian and bite him. The woman was Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan. When she heard her son's words, she immediately looked at Duanling Tian with a murderous gleam in her eyes. Uncle. When Pang Yuan saw the old man who came with her, the anger on her face was replaced by a pitiful expression. Elder Pang Bing. When Pang Yuan looked at the old man, Lu Qian also glanced at the old man and greeted him. This old man was the leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Among the inner mansion elders in Nine Spectres County, only this old man and Jing Qiu were stronger than him. Lu Qian was not surprised by the appearance of the old man since he knew his sister-in-law, Pang Yuan, was Pang Bing's niece. Brat, you're the one who wants to kill my grandnephew? Although Pang Bing looked at Duanling Tian calmly, a hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Elder Pang Bing. Duanling Tian glanced at Pang Bing indifferently and said, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, the Pang clan will be dragged into this as well. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed fiercely as though he was about to devour Pang Bing. When Duanling Tian heard Lu Qian addressing the old man as Elder Pang Bing, he knew who the old man was. The leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Pang Bing. This Pang Bing's strength was even stronger than the elder Jing Qiu that he knew. Moreover, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. How boastful. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Pang Bing was first startled, and then he flew into a rage. His face flushed red, and he seemed to have turned into an angry tiger, glaring at Duanling Tian. A powerful aura rose from his body and swept towards Duanling Tian. Who are you? Lu Qian, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, who was also an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County like Pang Bing, asked Duanling Tian in a deep voice. Pang Bing was glaring at Duanling Tian fiercely. Earlier, he had already sent a voice transmission to his brother, Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, to understand the ins and outs of the matter. He knew this person had killed his good friend, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan and a primitive celestial alchemist, in just a blink of an eye. Lu Qing, until his death, did not react. Now, he could almost be sure that this was the case. The purple-clad young man was at least a violet sun golden celestial. It doesn't matter who I am, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, as long as the Lu clan executes Lu Zuolin and gives me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll let bygones be bygones. I believe you're a smart person, Elder Lu Qian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. The people from the Lu clan, in particular, had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. This person. How boastful. Not only does he want the Lu clan to execute young Master Lin, but he also wants us to give him 100,000 prominent celestial stones? 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Even with the amount of celestial stones in the Lu clan's account, it's impossible for us to gather so many prominent celestial stones, right? If the Lu clan really wants to gather so many prominent celestial stones, it's still possible. However, we'll have to sell some of our assets. Who the hell is he? Elder Lu Qian and Elder Pang Bing, the inner court elders of the county governor's estate, are here, and yet, he's still blackmailing us. Is he not afraid of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County? The group of people from the Lu family could not understand where the purple-clothed young man in front of them got his confidence from. Under such circumstances, he still dared to blackmail and extort the Lu family. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Qian was so enraged that he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. His aura surged as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into scorching flames that shrouded his entire body. His cries rang in the air. Elder Pang Bing. Pang Bing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words when Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said, "If you really want to interfere in this matter, sure. However, if you do, the Pang clan will have to pay 100,000 prominent celestial stones if you want to settle this peacefully. Elder Pang Bing, you better think this through." Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing meaningfully when he finished speaking. Who are you? Pang Bing calmed down when he saw Duan Lingtian daring to threaten him. However, his eyes were still filled with suspicion when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Compared to you, Elder Pang Bing, I'm just a nobody. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He no longer looked at Pang Bing. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zuolin and said with a grin, "Lu Zuolin, do you think you'll be able to keep your life with Elder Pang Bing and Elder Lu Qian around?" Lu Zuolin's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with uncertainty. He did not expect the purple-clad young man would still be so calm at this moment. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background? "Uncle, this brat must be bluffing. He's trying to scare you." Pang Yuan, who was standing next to Lu Zuolin, glared at Duan Lingtian before she turned to look at Pang Bing. "That's not impossible." Pang Bing nodded nonchalantly when he heard Pang Yuan's words. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "However, Yuan, the Lu clan is the master of this matter. If the Lu clan can resolve this matter, there's no need for me to meddle in this matter." Pang Bing made his stance clear after he finished speaking. He would not act rashly before the Lu clan made a move. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as soon as Pang Bing finished speaking. It was not difficult for him to guess Pang Bing's thoughts. He wanted to see if the Lu clan could deal with him. After all, Lu Qian, who was not much weaker than him, had returned. If Lu Qian could deal with him, Pang Bing would not have to make a move as well. If Lu Qian could not deal with him, Pang Bing knew he might not be able to do the same. At that time, Pang Bing could retreat in the face of difficulties. That way, he would not offend him and drag the Pang clan down with him. Facing Pang Bing's attitude, Pang Yuan still wanted to say something, but when she saw Pang Bing shaking his head at her, she didn't say anything else. However, her gaze turned colder as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian wanted her son's life. She did not care why Duan Lingtian wanted her son's life. In her opinion, her son's life was the most important. Nobody's life was more important than her son's life. As long as her son was alive, she did not care even if millions of people died. Good, good. Very good. Lu Qian's cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian as he said in a deep voice, "Since you're so confident, let me, Lu Qian, experience your strength. I only hope your strength matches your confidence." As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he made his move under everyone's watchful eyes. Buzz. 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 As soon as Lu Qian made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was a short sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh. 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 Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The sword rays in his hand emitted a series of ear-piercing and short-lived sword cries as they shot out. All of a sudden, boom. 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 Lu Qian's celestial origin energy surged like a flame before it transformed into a human-shaped giant beast that was more than 100 meters tall. When the giant beast charged out with Lu Qian, it created an earth-shattering commotion. Just when Duan Lingtian thought this was the extent of Lu Qian's strength, a shocking scene unfolded in front of him. Lu Qian, who was sprinting forward, along with the afterimages of the immortal sword in his hand, actually merged with the giant humanoid beast in a flash. In the end, the gigantic humanoid beast disappeared. After that, Lu Qian's body began to swell out of control. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Qian, who was originally only 1.8 meters tall, grew to a height of more than 30 meters. His aura was so domineering that it blotted out the sun. It's not an illusion. His body seems to have really grown bigger. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, it was not difficult for him to discover that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. This was very similar to a real increase in size, but it was impossible for it to be a real increase in size. What a brilliant technique! Duan Lingtian knew Lu Qian must have cast some celestial method or divine ability to make Lu Qian grow bigger. It was as though Duan Lingtian, his opponent, was an insignificant ant in Lu Qian's eyes. Elder Lu Qian is using the 100 feet golden body. The 100 feet golden body is a primitive assist-type celestial method that's extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's cultivated, it'll allow the cultivator's body to swell until it's 10 times bigger. Chapter 2668. So, it's an assist-type primitive celestial method. Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation when he heard the discussion between the Lu clan's elders. Die, brat. At the same time, Lu Qian, who had transformed into a 30-meter-tall Lu Qian, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave was emitted from his mouth. Like ripples, it tore through the sky and engulfed everyone present. In just a blink of an eye, the sound wave shattered the eardrums of some of the weaker members of the Lu clan, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he moved his hands and slammed them toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was trying to kill Duan Lingtian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian was about to dodge when he discovered dazzling sword rays were flying toward him like a swarm of locusts. They sealed all his paths of escape and left him with nowhere to run. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Lu Qian's palms were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. It seemed like it would not take long for his palms to land on Duan Lingtian and crush Duan Lingtian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Elder Lu Qian is going all out. It seems like he doesn't dare to underestimate this purple-clad young man. Of course. After all, this purple-clad young man killed Elder Lu Qing with just a blow. Although Elder Lu Qing isn't a violet sun golden celestial, he's still one of the strongest indigo sun golden celestials. Elder Lu Qian is indeed one of the strongest violet sun golden celestials. Even an ordinary violet sun golden celestial wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. Even if that brat is a violet sun golden celestial, he'll suffer from this. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the elders of the Lu clan quickly communicated with each other. However, their gazes never left Duan Lingtian and Lu Qian, as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. If you want me to die, let's see if you, Lu Qian, have the ability. Just as Lu Qian's palms were about to come together, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth again. His clear and cold voice rang out and instantly entered the ears of everyone in the air above the Lu clan's great hall. Even as the news continued to spread, the people of the Lu clan who were close to the Lu clan's main hall also heard it clearly. Whoosh! 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 Under the gazes of the crowd, at the center area where Lu Qian's palms were clasped together, the place where the sword rays were imprisoned, suddenly lit up with a light that was as bright as day. Upon closer inspection, it was actually sword rays that were even more resplendent than Lu Qian's sword rays. The moment these sword glows appeared, they caused Lu Qian's sword glows to pale in comparison. It was like a white crane appearing in a flock of chickens. A crane in a flock of chickens. Whoosh! 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 As the white light soared, it was as if a white sun was blooming brilliantly, causing everyone present to squint their eyes instinctively. They could only see the white light through the slits of their eyes. Within the white light, there was also a series of earth-shattering sword whistling sounds mixed in. Ah! Before the crowd could clearly see what was happening, a shrill scream had already clearly entered everyone's ears. It was like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. That's Lu Qian's voice. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a hint of relief involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was glad that he did not make the first move. While he was rejoicing, Pang Bing's eyes narrowed as he observed everything before him. He saw that as the white light soared, tens of thousands of blazing sword rays whistled through the air. Lu Qian, who was about 30 meters tall, had his arms directly crushed. His huge body was also sent flying in an instant. He was in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! When Lu Qian stopped moving in the distance, the rest of the people also regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Qian had returned to his normal height. However, his arms were no longer there. Lu Qian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. A celestial sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing hovered by his side. Whether it was Lu Qian or his celestial weapon, they were like arrows at the end of their flight at this moment. You. Who are you? If you're from Nine Spectres County, you're definitely not a nobody. Your strength is very close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. No one below the great overarching golden celestial is a match for you. Although their battle had only been brief, Lu Qian was keenly aware of this. The purple-clad young man's strength was even stronger than Pang Bing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, everyone's eyes shifted to Pang Bing in unison. After all, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Lu Qian's words were no different from belittling him and praising the purple-clad young man. I am not as good as him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Pang Bing let out a sigh. When he Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Lu Zuolin, who was originally full of confidence in Lu Qian, couldn't help but turn ashen when he saw Lu Qian lose and Pang Bing admit his inferiority. Beside Lu Zuolin, Pang Yuan's face turned ugly. She naturally knew what this meant. This meant that the reinforcements that she had brought over, as well as the reinforcements from the Lu family, were no match for this purple-clothed youth who wanted to kill her son. First uncle, second brother. Quickly inform the county governor. Quickly inform the county governor. Pang Yuan hurriedly reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian to inform Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. In her opinion, the county governor of Nine Spectres County was a great overarching golden celestial. If a great overarching golden celestial made a move, even if the purple-clad young man was unrivaled, he would still die in front of a great overarching golden celestial. The difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was like an insurmountable chasm. Do you want to know who I am? Take your time to guess on your way to hell. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang in the air when Pang Yuan reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian. His voice overpowered Pang Yuan's voice, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. This purple-clad young man wants to kill Lu Qian? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Swoosh. 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 Under the watchful eyes of the others, a myriad of sword lights whistled out from Duan Ling Tian's body before transforming into more than 10 sword formation afterimages before fusing together in the end. Only one sword formation that shone brightly and had a surging aura was left behind as it whistled towards Lu Qian. This technique, Pang Bing's eyes widened slightly. He felt as though he had heard of this technique before. You dare to kill me? If you dare to kill me, the county governor of Nine Spectres County won't let you go. Lu Qian was severely injured at this moment. His expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. He panicked and used the county governor of Nine Spectres County as a shield. He wanted to make sure Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Qian's words. The dazzling sword formation pierced through the air and killed Lu Qian in just a blink of an eye. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. You dare to kill my second brother? Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor won't let you go. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Dongping, looked at Duan Ling Tian thoughtfully. Until now, he was still in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to kill his second brother. After all, his second brother was not only the supreme elder of the Lu clan, but he was also an inner elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He was under the protection of the county governor's estate. Second uncle. He killed my second uncle? Lu Zuolin's face was ghastly pale, and his body trembled violently from fear. Even the strongest person in the Lu clan had been killed, how could he still be alive? My words are still valid. Kill him and give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, and we'll forget about this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuolin indifferently. Didn't you say you'd spare my life if we gave you 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Why are you asking for 100,000 prominent celestial stones and killing me now? Lu Zuolin roared indignantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If all of you had cooperated from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to raise the price. However, all of you have wasted too much of my time. It's normal for me to raise the price. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuolin and said indifferently. Lu Zuolin was speechless. His face was ashen, and there was only despair in his eyes. At this time, who could save him? Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of my county governor's mansion? A moment later, while the expressions of the people from the Lu clan were uncertain, a thunderous voice that contained a terrifying penetrating force sounded from outside the Lu clan mansion. It came from the direction of the county governor's mansion. The voice was filled with anger. It's the county governor. Hearing this voice, the eyes of the Lu family's group lit up. The despair in Lu Zuolin's eyes disappeared as soon as he heard the voice. It was replaced by joy. Elder Pang Bing, in the end, you still didn't listen to my advice. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, said coldly as he turned to look at Pang Bing. You're right, Pang Bing. Earlier, he had seen Pang Bing using a communication celestial talisman. It was obvious that Pang Bing had sent the news back to the county governor of Nine Spectres County as soon as he received the news. Chapter 2669. Sir, I merely informed the county governor of Nine Spectres County about the death of Lu Qian, the inner court elder of the county governor's estate. I don't think I'm interfering in the matter between you and the Lu clan, right? A hint of fear flashed in Pang Bing's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him coldly. In any case, Elder Pang Bing, ask the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones for me within 3 days. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Based on his words, he was certain Pang Bing had interfered in the matter between him and the Lu clan. Therefore, he asked the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days. 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days? Pang Bing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said in a deep voice, "What a big appetite you have. What if the Pang clan refuses to give you the celestial stones? What are you going to do about it?" "Then I'll have to go and get them myself." Duan Lingtian continued to speak indifferently as though he was talking about something insignificant. Humph. Pang Bing snorted coldly. Then, he looked into the distance and said coldly, "If you want 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan, you'll have to make it out alive today." At this moment, Pang Bing could clearly sense a powerful aura coming from the direction of the county governor's estate. Moreover, the aura was so fast that it was terrifying. Even he was not as fast as the aura. He knew the county governor of Nine Spectres County was here. Although he knew he was not as strong as the purple-clad young man, he could tell the purple-clad young man was only an ordinary person. Although the purple-clad young man's strength was close to that of a great overarching golden celestial, he was not as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Great overarching golden celestials were also divided into different grades and ranks. Among them, yellow rank great overarching golden celestials were the weakest. The county governor of Nine Spectres County was a profound rank great overarching golden celestial who was even stronger than a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was very close to breaking through to the earth rank great overarching golden celestial. He was one of the strongest among those below the earth rank great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, in Pang Bing's opinion, so long as the county governor of the county governor's manor arrived, this purple-clothed youth before them would not be able to cause any more trouble. There's no need for Elder Pang Bing to worry about that. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the prefectural governor's manor as he replied to Pang Bing. He had also sensed a powerful and familiar aura. County governor. The group of people from the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Dongping, stared in the direction of the county governor's mansion with a respectful expression on their faces. They were waiting for the arrival of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. A moment later. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the people in the Lu family's main hall to flutter. As the wind blew, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. This figure that seemed to appear out of thin air was a tall middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Waves of majestic aura were emitted from his body. He was obviously a person who had been in a high position for a long time. County governor. County governor. As soon as the person appeared, everyone from the Lu clan bowed respectfully in the air above the main hall. Even Pang Bing bowed slightly at this moment. County governor. While everyone was bowing, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man. He smiled faintly at him and greeted him indifferently. Duan Lingtian looked as though he was greeting an acquaintance. He knows the county governor. Pang Bing's expression changed slightly when he saw the way Duan Lingtian greeted the county governor. He had a bad feeling about this. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the group of people from the Lu clan, including Lu Dongping and Lu Zuolin, also noticed the way Duan Lingtian greeted the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Their expressions changed immediately. They could tell the middle-aged man was wearing a purple robe. It seemed like the purple-clad young man knew the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Moreover, based on the way the purple-clad young man greeted the county governor of 9 Spectres County, it seemed like they were quite close. How's this possible? How? How could he know the county governor? Impossible. It's impossible. Lu Zuolin shook his head. Although he didn't want to believe it, the hope in his eyes dimmed significantly at this moment. Initially, he thought he would be able to escape when he saw the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, it seemed like that was not the case. County governor. Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan from the Pang clan, immediately stepped forward and pointed at Duan Lingtian as she said indignantly, "He's the one who killed Elder Lu Qian." Elder Lu Qian was an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. His killing of Elder Lu Qian is equivalent to declaring war on the county governor's estate. County governor, you must avenge Elder Lu Qian. You can't let him do whatever he wants. Pang Yuan said hurriedly. She pretended to be sad and indignant. When Duan Lingtian greeted Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Tian Jiyu had noticed him. Just as he was about to return the greeting, Pang Yuan beat him to it and said it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Lu Qian, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Qian? What a joke. If Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Lu Qian, he could easily win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion and obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the 9 Spectres County. Ridiculous. As soon as Pang Yuan finished speaking, Tian Jiyu glared at her and said coldly, Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old yet. Do you think he's capable of killing Elder Lu Qian, a violet sun golden celestial? Do you think I, Tian Jiyu, am a fool? When Tian Jiyu reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body began to tremble violently. As soon as Tian Jiyu finished speaking, the entire place fell into dead silence. Duan Lingtian? Not even 100 years old? The name Duan Lingtian was familiar to everyone present. Duan Lingtian came from Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. 2 years ago, when he had just arrived in the county city of 9 Spectres County, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, the strongest person under the age of 100 in 9 Spectres County, in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate. After that battle, Duan Lingtian became the focus of Zhou Fei's attention. Duan Lingtian became famous after that battle and became the most popular young powerhouse in 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor. Are you sure? He's Duan Lingtian? Pang Bing asked as he looked at Tian Jiyu in disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot to sense the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian's body. If he tried, he would be able to determine Duan Lingtian's age based on the aura of Duan Lingtian's body. Of course, there's no mistake. Tian Jiyu replied indifferently. Tian Jiyu could not help but frown as he asked, Elder Pang Bing, why are you here? You're unharmed, but Elder Lu Qian is dead. What's going on? Tian Jiyu's expression darkened when he finished asking the question. He's not even 100 years old. Heavens. I didn't sense his aura earlier, but now that I think about it, he's really not even 100 years old. Is he really Duan Lingtian, the most popular young powerhouse in 9 Spectres County in the past 2 years? If he's really Duan Lingtian, isn't Duan Lingtian too terrifying? He's not even 100 years old, but he's stronger than Elder Pang Bing, the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County. Earlier, Elder Pang Bing also admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Just as Tian Jiyu was questioning Pang Bing and his face darkened, the exclamations of the elders from the Lu clan entered his ears. He was completely dumbstruck as he stood rooted to the ground. Did these people just say that Elder Pang Bing was not as strong as Duan Lingtian? How's this possible? In 9 Spectres County, Elder Pang Bing is only weaker than me and Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate who passed away not long ago. He's also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County. He's not as strong as Duanling Tian. Tianji, you couldn't believe it. He looked at Pang Bing, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Pang Bing knew what was on Tianji Yu's mind when he saw the look in Tianji Yu's eyes. He nodded bitterly. Lord County Governor, it's true that I'm not as strong as Duanling Tian. Earlier, Pang Bing had purposely sensed Duanling Tian's aura and confirmed that Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. He had also confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. For a moment, his heart was in turmoil. How could a person who was not even 100 years old be stronger than him? Does this mean Elder Lu Qian was killed by Duanling Tian? Tianji Yu asked as his eyes glinted. Yes. Pang Bing nodded before he added, I can't prove this by myself. However, everyone here can testify to this. Tianji Yu's eyes immediately shifted to Duanling Tian when he heard Duanling Tian's question. He smiled faintly and asked Duanling Tian in a friendly manner, Duanling Tian, did you kill Elder Lu Qian? Yes. Since he had already killed Elder Lu Qian, there was no way Duanling Tian would deny it. Chapter 2670. Hearing Duanling Tian admit it himself, even if Tianji Yu didn't dare to believe it, he had to believe it. Good, very good. Under everyone's gaze, the smile on Tianji Yu's face only froze for a moment, then it bloomed again, and became even brighter. At the same time, it could be heard that Tianji Yu's tone was full of excitement now, and there was no trace of anger at all. It was just like how Lu Qian's death was not worth mentioning compared to the fact that Duanling Tian's strength was close to that of a Daoist Golden Immortal. In fact, in Tianji Yu's heart, compared to the fact that Duanling Tian's strength was close to that of the Almighty Immortal, Lu Qian's death was indeed not worth mentioning. After all, to him, Duanling Tian's strength was almost on par with a Daoist Golden Celestial, which meant that it was almost certain that Duanling Tian would win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duanling Tian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, 9 Spectres County would get 3 mediocre-grade celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. 3 Great Overarching Pills were enough to create 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals. Compared to the 3 Daoist Golden Celestials, Lu Qian, a mere Violet Sun Golden Celestial, was not even worth mentioning. County Governor. When Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan, saw that Tianji Yu did not intend to hold Duanling Tian accountable for Lu Qian's death, she panicked and hastily said, Elder Lu Qian might not have contributed much to the county governor's estate in the past, but he did put in a lot of effort. Now that he's been killed, you must seek justice for him, Lord County Governor. Pang Yuan said as she knelt down in front of Tianji Yu in the void. In fact, she was not doing this for Lu Qian. She did it for her son, Lu Zuolin. If Duanling Tian came out unscathed today, her son Lu Zuolin would most likely be dead. Now, even the group of people from the Lu clan led by the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, had faintly realized that today's matter was already a foregone conclusion. Although their expressions were unsightly, they didn't say anything because they knew that it was useless no matter what they said. To the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duanling Tian was going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that would soon be held in King Qin's mansion. With Duanling Tian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to win the competitions too. If Duanling Tian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 9 Spectres County would receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, that could help one become a Great Overarching Golden Celestial. SSS if they were the county governors of 9 Spectres County, they would not vent their anger on Duanling Tian because of Lu Qian. Pang Bing could not help but feel anxious when he saw that Pang Yuan was still doing useless things even though he knew that she loved her son dearly. He was deeply afraid that Pang Yuan's actions would enrage the prefectural governor of the prefectural governor's manor. Humph. Tianji Yu snorted coldly as he glanced at Pang Yuan who was kneeling down. I believe in Duanling Tian. Since he killed Elder Lu Qian, Elder Lu Qian deserved to die. I believe he won't kill the innocent. Tian Jiyu's words expressed his unconditional support for Duan Lingtian. As for what had happened, he didn't care. Even if Duan Lingtian was powerless and killed Lu Qian for no reason, he could only turn a blind eye to it. Pang Yuan's face turned ashen when she heard Tian Jiyu's words. Duan Lingtian, will you return with me? Tian Jiyu asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words, it was clear he intended to return to the county governor's estate as well. When he arrived, he was extremely furious because of the death of his county governor's estate's inner estate elder, Lu Qian. When he learned that Lu Qian had been killed by Duan Lingtian, he was no longer angry. Instead, he was happy that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill Lu Qian. At the same time, he valued Duan Lingtian even more. Previously, he only thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of entering the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, at this moment, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor, you can return first. I still have some matters to settle with the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian said to Tian Jiyu. All right. Tian Jiyu nodded. In that case, come and look for me when you return to the county governor's estate. I'll wait for you in the main hall. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. Tian Jiyu glanced at the Lu clan before he turned around and returned to the county governor's estate. After Tian Jiyu left. As expected, Duan Lingtian once again became the center of attention in the surroundings. Whoosh! When most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, an explosion sounded. The old man, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, had appeared in front of Lu Zuolin in a flash. Bang! Before Lu Zuolin could react, the old man struck out with his palm. The terrifying energy was like a flood that drowned Lu Zuolin. Blood splattered in the air, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Lu Zuolin was dead. Lin. Pang Yuan only regained her senses when Lu Zuolin was killed. Her expression changed drastically as she glared at the Supreme Elder. You killed my son. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Uncle. Pang Yuan immediately looked at Pang Bing and pleaded, Yuan, I beg you, kill him. Uncle, I beg you to kill him and avenge my Lin. Pang Bing sighed but did not do anything. He could understand why the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan did this. If he was in Lu Zuolin's shoes, he would have done the same. Are you done? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, glared at Pang Yuan and said coldly, if you didn't spoil Lin, since he was young, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I couldn't bear to kill Lin, so I sent a voice transmission to the Supreme Elder to kill him. You. It's you? Pang Yuan looked at Lu Dongping, her husband, in disbelief. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. She did not expect her husband would do such a thing. In the end, Pang Yuan was so angry that she fainted. Fortunately, Pang Bing caught her and prevented her from falling to the ground. Duan Lingtian, the Lu clan admits defeat. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian bitterly and said, the 100,000 prominent celestial stones will be sent to the county governor's estate within 3 days. Thank you, clan leader Lu. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Lu Pingdong indifferently. He was not surprised by the Lu clan's decision. At this moment, if the Lu clan continued to be stubborn, they would only be digging their own grave. After all, even the county governor and the county governor of 9 Spectres County had expressed their unconditional support for him. Duan Lingtian did not feel sorry for Lu Zuolin's death at all. If it were not for his strength, he would have been killed by Lu Zuolin's subordinate when he left the medicinal herb store. He would not have survived until now. In his opinion, Lu Zuolin was furious. Lu Zuolin had only himself to blame for his death. Since the Lu clan had chosen to protect Lu Zuolin, they had to pay the price. Lu Qian deserved to die for attacking him. As for the other members of the Lu clan, he did not plan to touch them. However, the Lu clan would have to pay the price. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pang Bing, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Our matter isn't settled yet, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing, who was preparing to leave with the unconscious Pang Yuan. His eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian. Pang Bing stopped moving and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed as he said, I admit defeat today. However, the Pang clan can't afford 100,000 prominent celestial stones. At most, I'll give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pang Bing, you're still trying to bargain at this moment? Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Pang clan can't come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days, I'll have to ask Elder Pang Bing for advice and personally go to the Pang clan to collect the stones. You. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. Pang Bing's expression changed greatly. He never expected that his casual bargaining would result in such an ending. Elder Pang Bing, you should have seen the county governor's attitude earlier. Even if I kill you, he won't blame me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was no lack of threat in it. The county governor is still waiting for me. I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing deeply before he turned around and left. After Duan Lingtian left, the members of the Lu clan, led by Lu Dongping, sighed in relief. Fortunately, they did not bargain with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might have asked them to hand over 200,000 prominent celestial stones as well. Many of the Lu clan's elders looked at Pang Bing with a hint of pity in their eyes. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan would suffer great losses if they were to hand over that much money. Let alone the Pang clan that was slightly weaker than the Lu clan. Lu Dongping. Pang Bing did not leave after Duan Lingtian left. He turned around and looked at Lu Dongping as he said in a deep voice, I'm here today because of the Lu clan. The Lu clan has to pay half of the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. As soon as Pang Bing finished speaking, he left with the unconscious Pang Yuan in just a blink of an eye. In the sky above the Black Dragon Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City. A former captain of the Black Dragon Army died in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect. Later on, someone brought his identity token back from the little world and became the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. An old woman with a head full of white hair, wearing a plain robe, and a withered face stood in the air. As she muttered to herself, her turbid eyes suddenly lit up. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who came out of the little world with Miss Bing, He's the one who took Miss Bing's virginity. Chapter 2671. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's estate. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, sat in the main hall as though he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, he rose to his feet as though he had sensed someone's presence. County governor. A voice rang from outside the main hall. A bright smile appeared on Tian Jiyu's face as he walked out of the main hall in a flash. He looked at the purple-clad young man standing outside the main hall and asked, Duan Ling Tian, is everything settled? Is there anything I can help you with? Thank you for your concern, County Governor. The purple-clad young man standing outside the county governor's estate's audience hall was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned from the Lu clan. When he heard what Tian Jiyu said, he lightly smiled and said, with the county governor backing me up, they were very cooperative. Before he left the Lu clan, he had given Pang Bing a ridiculous price for 200,000 prominent celestial stones that the Pang clan would not be able to provide. However, he believed Pang Bing was a smart person and would definitely gather 200,000 prominent celestial stones for him. This was because the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. It was not difficult for him to guess why the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. The county governor must have thought Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. On one side was 3 mediocre celestial pills, and on the other side was an inner court elder who was still a peak golden celestial. Although he was the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he knew what was more important. That's good. Tianji nodded and led Duan Lingtian into the main hall. Let's talk inside. After entering the main hall, Tianji did not return to his seat. Instead, he sat beside Duan Lingtian. His expression was grave when he sat down with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the county governor's estate from now on. Tianji sighed. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. You understand? Tianji was startled. He had only thought of this after he returned. But now, Duan Lingtian actually said that he understood. Facing Tianji's puzzled gaze, Duan Lingtian said, From today onwards, the news that I, Duan Lingtian, possess strength close to that of a great overarching golden celestial will spread throughout the county city and even the entire 9 Spectres County. County Governor, as the county governor of 9 Spectres County, you can't just order them to keep their mouths shut. After all, there's no restriction in the Devata realms like the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. Even if you warn those in the know, they can still spread the news in secret. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he spoke up to hear. Tianji nodded. This was indeed the case. Duan Lingtian continued to say, once this news spreads to the 9 Spectres County, it'll spread to the other 15 counties as well. Once the other 15 counties learn that there's a golden celestial below the age of 109 Spectres County, they'll definitely make a move on me before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. At that time, the powerhouses from the other counties might not personally make a move, but they'll definitely pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse from the outside to kill me. As long as they're willing to pay, they'll be able to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than you, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tianji. Yes. Tianji did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so thorough. He nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As long as they're willing to pay a hefty price, it won't be difficult for them to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than me. To them, you're practically guaranteed to be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That's something they don't want to see. In order to make you disappear, they might even join forces and pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse who's more powerful than me to kill you. If they hire a powerhouse who's weaker than me, it's no different from not hiring a powerhouse at all. Under such circumstances, with me in the county governor's estate, no one will be able to hurt you, let alone kill you. Tianji said. I've thought of all these. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's why I plan to leave. When do you plan to leave? Tianji asked. Of course, the sooner the better. However, if I'm not mistaken, it should be in 3 days. After all, I still have 2 debts to settle in the next 3 days. Duan Lingtian said. 2 debts. Tianji was taken aback. Although Tianji was the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he could not help but feel his lips twitch when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's words made Tianji speechless. You're really ruthless. 100,000 prominent celestial stones might not be enough to break the Lu clan's bones, but they'll have to sell off some of their properties to raise the amount in a short time, 200,000 prominent celestial stones. I'm afraid the Pang clan won't be able to afford it. Tianji said. The Pang clan won't be able to afford it. However, I believe Elder Pang Bing is a wise man. He'll ask the Lu clan to share the burden with the Pang clan. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, with the Lu clan's wealth, it won't be difficult for them to come up with another 100,000 prominent celestial stones, 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan will have to sell off a lot of their properties and break their bones. Tianji sighed. Initially, I plan to give you some celestial stones after you leave. However, it seems like there's no need for that now. With 300,000 prominent celestial stones, you won't be short of celestial stones for the time being. However, don't forget about the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Tianjiu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I'll help you register for the martial competition of the 16 counties. All you have to do is show up when the competition begins. At that time, even if the people from the other 15 counties want to kill you, they won't dare to act recklessly with the people from King Qin's mansion around." "That's what I think as well." Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Tianjiu and left. Before he left, he still had many things to do. The first thing he wanted to do was to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Currently, he already had a lot of medicinal ingredients for the spirit-nourishing pill. Since Lu Qin, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, was the primitive celestial alchemist of the Lu clan, he must have a cauldron in his spatial ring. After returning to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian took out another spatial ring from his spatial ring. It was none other than Lu Qing's spatial ring that he had casually taken after killing him. As expected, there's a cauldron. After claiming ownership of Lu Qing's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian easily found the cauldron in the spatial ring. Apart from that, there were also some medicinal ingredients and a few pill formulas in the spatial ring. As for the pile of celestial stones, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to look at them. Although there were many celestial stones in Lu Qing's spatial ring, it was still not enough. Compared to the 300,000 prominent celestial stones he was about to obtain from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, these celestial stones were insignificant. These pill formulas are all for primitive celestial pills. These are the pill formulas for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill? Among the pill formulas in Lu Qing's spatial ring, the only one that caught Duan Lingtian's attention was the pill formula for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Previously, the county governor of 9 Spectres County had given him a bottle of hidden spirit pills. It had allowed his cultivation base to improve by leaps and bounds in just 1.5 years, allowing him to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial. When he became a yellow sun golden celestial, he had used up all the hidden spirit pills he had. It's no wonder the hidden spirit pill is so rare. As it turns out, apart from the rare medicinal herbs required for the hidden spirit pill, the celestial alchemist's alchemy skills are also very high. Due to this, the success rate is extremely low. After reading the pill formula for the hidden spirit pill, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the hidden spirit pill was so rare. He wondered why the hidden spirit pill was so much rarer than the spirit containment pill. I should try to refine the spirit containment pill first. I wonder if I can refine pills or celestial artifacts with the gray flames I extracted from the incomplete piece of metal. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he activated the celestial fire technique to mobilize the gray flame in the defective metal piece. However, just like before, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. Let's give it a try. At the same time, Duan Lingtian placed the cauldron on the table and took out a set of medicinal ingredients to refine the spirit containment pill. Then, he began to refine the spirit containment pill with the gray flame that he controlled. The first time, the medicinal ingredients were burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the gray flame that Duan Lingtian controlled. It's useless. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew it was because he had not refined pills for a long time and did not have sufficient control over the flame. However, this small portion of the gray flame is indeed powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to the primitive celestial fires recorded in the memory celestial talismans. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian began to feel more confident. Therefore, he began to refine the spirit containment pill for the second time. During his second attempt, Duan Lingtian slightly controlled the flame. However, the medicinal ingredients only lasted for a short while before they were burned to ashes. Again. Following that, Duan Lingtian tried for the third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time. The medicinal ingredients used to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit containment pill, were burned to ashes one after another. Fortunately, no one else was around. Otherwise, they would feel sorry for Duan Lingtian and feel that he was being wasteful. Finally, on his 13th attempt, Duan Lingtian successfully melted the medicinal ingredients into a liquid with the gray flame. Then, he placed the liquid into the cauldron and proceeded to the next step. Initially, this step was quite successful. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to condense the pill, the cauldron suddenly shook violently. Chapter 2672. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian was immersed in his seemingly endless pill refinement. To him, the medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were free. He could squander them as he pleased. He was using gold and silver to familiarize himself with the method of refining celestial pills. Although Duan Lingtian had the rebirth martial emperor's alchemy skills and experience in the mundane realm's mortal continent, he could only rely on his alchemy experience in the Devata realms. As for the method of refining pills in the Devata realms, it was different from the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. Although there were differences, it was still the same. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time and wasted some medicinal herbs, he would be able to master the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. In the lowest cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was so focused on refining the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, in the latent dragon abyss, a commotion broke out as soon as someone spoke. "Hey! Did you hear? Yesterday, Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and killed Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan." As soon as the news spread, the entire latent dragon abyss became lively. There were many people who were cultivating in their stone chambers but were not in closed-door cultivation. Those who heard this also left their stone chambers and came out to join in the fun. Supreme elder of the Lu clan? Lu Qing? As far as I know, there are 3 supreme elders in the Lu clan. One of them is an inner court elder in the county governor's estate. As for the remaining 2 supreme elders, one of them is a primitive celestial alchemist. I've also heard that there's a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. He's one of the only 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. I think I've heard that the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan is called Lu Qing. What? You mean Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and killed the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan yesterday? How is this possible? After all, once a primitive celestial alchemist detonates his celestial fire, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to escape death. Exactly. For this reason, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't recklessly attack a primitive celestial alchemist. Once a primitive celestial alchemist risks his life, he'll act like a madman and ignite the celestial fire in his body. There was an uproar in the latent dragon abyss. Everyone was doubtful that Duan Lingtian had killed the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan. If that's the case, why don't you think about it? If the primitive celestial alchemist detonated the celestial fire in the Lu clan's estate, wouldn't the entire Lu clan be razed to the ground? At that time, how many Lu family members will die? That seems to be the case. Even if he doesn't detonate the celestial fire, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, should be quite strong, right? Indeed, he's quite strong. It's said that although he's not as strong as the other 2 supreme elders of the Lu clan, he's still stronger than the current clan leader of the Lu clan. He's one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials. He's only half a step away from becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. An Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials, was killed by Duan Lingtian? Is this a joke? Many people were skeptical when they learned that the supreme elder of the Lu clan, a primitive celestial alchemist, was an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial? This had to be a joke. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was strong and was not inferior to many Golden Celestials, they did not expect him to be so strong. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian was capable of killing an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. News of this has spread like wildfire. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned from outside sighed and said, "I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, after asking around, the results were the same. In the end, I had no choice but to believe it." Soon after, a few more people confirmed the news. If this is true, then Duan Lingtian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? It's not just heaven-defying. Let alone the 9 Spectres County, even in the history of King Qin's mansion, there hasn't been anyone who possesses such strength before the age of 100, right? I didn't think I'd be able to witness the birth of such a monstrous genius in my life. As more and more people confirmed the news, the people in the latent dragon abyss no longer doubted the authenticity of the news. I'm not done yet. The young man who first mentioned that Duan Ling Tian had killed the Lu clan's supreme elder, the primitive alchemist Lu Qing, continued to say, yesterday, after Duan Ling Tian killed elder Lu Qing from the Lu clan, he also killed another supreme elder from the Lu clan. That supreme elder was one of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. His strength was only second to Elder Pang Bing and Elder Jing Qiu. As the young man's voice faded, the entire hidden dragon abyss fell into a deathly silence. After a while, a few people who had heard about the incident in the Lu clan nodded in agreement. I've heard about that as well. Elder Lu Qian was also killed by Duan Ling Tian. It's said that Elder Pang Bing was present at the scene as well. Moreover, Elder Pang Bing admitted that his strength was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. What's even more shocking is that before Duan Ling Tian left the Lu clan, he extorted 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan. Moreover, he gave them a deadline of 3 days to hand over the celestial stones to him. As these people spoke one after another, the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss who hadn't had time to react were once again frightened. They were dumbstruck and didn't recover for a long time. How is it possible that Duan Ling Tian is so strong? The first person to regain his senses had a blank look in his eyes as if he had lost his soul as he muttered in a low voice. Lord County Governor doesn't care? The second person who regained his senses asked in confusion. In Lord County Governor's eyes, Duan Ling Tian is far more valuable than Elder Lu Qian. It's said that Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday and expressed his unconditional support for Duan Ling Tian. That's why the Lu clan and Elder Pang Bing didn't say a word in the face of Duan Ling Tian's threats and extortions. Moreover, since yesterday, both clans have been selling off their properties to collect prominent celestial stones. The Lu clan and the Pang clan. Are they really going to give Duan Ling Tian 300,000 prominent celestial stones? This is too inconceivable, right? That's 300,000 prominent celestial stones. After everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but be shocked and let out waves of exclamations of disbelief. To them, the news was simply too shocking. In the past, they knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak and was the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. His strength was heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu, who was practicing in the second-to-last stone room of the latent dragon abyss, heard the commotion outside and woke up from his practice. He calmly listened to the discussion of the group of people outside. The Lu clan? They must have a death wish. Qin Yu could not help but laugh when he learned about what had happened yesterday. He felt that the Lu clan was digging their own grave for provoking Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was someone who could even kill a great overarching golden celestial. The Lu clan was nothing compared to him. At this moment, the latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar because of what had happened yesterday. Even the county governor's estate was in an uproar because of what had happened. It was even to the extent that in the entire county city, so long as there were people, practically everyone was discussing this matter, and even more people were extremely shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Elder Pang Bing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the 9 Spectres County. A hidden dragon rising from the abyss is unstoppable. It seems like the 9 Spectres County is going to have a great person. As the news spread in the county, most of the people in the 9 Spectres County felt proud that the 9 Spectres County had produced such a hidden dragon. Even more people were looking forward to the growth of this hidden dragon. They were curious to what extent he could grow to in the future. Naturally, there were also some people whose expressions were unsightly when they heard the news. These people were from the 15 county governors' manors under King Qin's mansion. They were in charge of monitoring the situation in 9 Spectres County. Of course, the 9 Spectres County also had people stationed in the county cities of the other 15 counties. We must report this matter to Lord County Governor immediately. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the 9 Spectres County. With him around, Chiaolian County will no longer stand a chance in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. When the people sent by the county governor of Chiaolian County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, learned about the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Lu clan yesterday, they immediately left the 9 Spectres County and returned to Chiaolian County. The people sent by the other 14 county governors in the 9 Spectres County also left the 9 Spectres County and went in different directions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still focused on refining pills. He was completely unaware that because of the commotion he had caused in the Lu clan, the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion would face the same fate as the 9 Spectres County in the near future. Another day and night went by. It's done. Chapter 2673. 7 pills. The success rate is not bad. With a sweep of his empty hand, Duan Lingtian collected all the medicinal pills that were shot out from the cauldron. When he opened his palm again, he could see 7 medicinal pills with light circulating around them lying quietly on his palm. They were the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. From now on, I can guarantee that I won't fail every time I refine a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, my success rate won't be lower than this. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. When Duan Lingtian refined the cauldron spirit pill earlier, he had used the rebirth martial emperor's memories regarding the pill refinement technique and mastered the pill refinement technique from the Devata realms. However, despite his confidence, Duan Lingtian still tried to refine 2 cauldrons of spirit-nourishing pills. Without exception, he succeeded. In the second cauldron, he managed to refine 9 spirit-nourishing pills. In the third cauldron, he managed to refine 10 spirit-nourishing pills. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the price of a spirit-nourishing pill is set at 10 prominent celestial stones. Now, the cost of refining a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills is only 1 prominent celestial stone. For example, I used 1 prominent celestial stone to refine the spirit-nourishing pills in exchange for 100 prominent celestial stones in return. Celestial alchemists are just like alchemists in the mundane realms. Both professions are extremely profitable. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the very least, I can confirm that I can only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. However, I can already use that small portion of gray flames as a primitive celestial fire. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame hidden in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I wonder if the primitive celestial fire is the limit of the gray flame that I can control? If it is, then I can use the gray flame as a mediocre grade celestial fire once I can fully control the gray flame in the defective metal piece. If the primitive celestial fire isn't the limit of the gray flame that I can control now. In other words, if the gray flame I can control now can be used as a mediocre grade celestial fire to refine mediocre grade celestial pills, then once I can control the gray flame in the defective metal piece, it can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he thought to himself. However, judging from the pill refining process earlier, the small portion of gray flame that I can control is already depleted when I refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. It's impossible for it to be a mediocre grade celestial fire. This means the gray flame in the defective metal piece is a mediocre grade celestial fire. I can only extract a portion of the mediocre celestial fire and use it as a primitive celestial fire. Although I possess a mediocre celestial fire, I can only use a portion of it since I can't use it. Currently, I'm only a primitive celestial alchemist at most. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. I don't know why I can't use all of the gray flame. After all, there are some heavenly celestials in the Devata realms who are mediocre grade celestial alchemists and possess mediocre grade celestial fire. I don't think it's because my cultivation base is only a golden celestial that I can't use all of the gray flame that's comparable to a mediocre grade celestial fire. There must be some other reason I don't know. As Duanling Tian muttered to himself, he could not help but make a bold guess. In fact, he had guessed correctly. However, he would never have dreamed that the situation would turn out this way. The gray flame was not a mediocre grade celestial fire. It was the sun divine fire that was in its second form that was comparable to a mediocre grade celestial fire. Due to his current condition, he could not fully control it. Once the godly fire of the sun left the incomplete metal piece, it wouldn't take long for it to burn Duanling Tian's body into ashes. If Duanling Tian wanted to fully control the second form of the sun god flame and let it leave the incomplete metal piece and exist in his body, he had to step into the perfected golden immortal realm. Only the bodies of perfected golden immortals and above could withstand the second form of the divine sun fire. In other words, it was not impossible for Duanling Tian to master the second form of the sun divine fire that was comparable to a mediocre grade celestial fire. However, he had to raise his cultivation base to the perfected golden immortal realm first. After all, once a golden celestial became a perfected golden celestial, not only would his celestial origin energy undergo a qualitative change, but his body would also undergo a transformation. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of this. It's been 2 days. I wonder how the Lu clan and the Pang clan are doing with the prominent celestial stones? Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted. Although he had spent the past 2 days refining pills, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he still had a sense of time. There's only 1 day left before the appointed time. After I obtain the celestial stones from them, it'll be time for me to leave Nine Spectres County and have a look elsewhere. However, before that, I should inform Qin Yu and Elder Jingqiu. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he no longer continued to refine pills and left his stone room. Qin Yu. After Duanling Tian left the cultivation stone room, he looked at the cultivation stone room on the upper level and called out to the room. Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened and a figure walked out. It was none other than Qin Yu, who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duanling Tian. When Qin Yu saw Duanling Tian, he smiled faintly and said, Duanling Tian, the commotion you caused 2 days ago was quite big. The Lu clan only has 3 supreme elders, and you killed 2 of them. You heard about it? Duanling Tian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who heard about it. Now, in the entire county governor's mansion, the entire county city, and the surrounding areas, as long as they're not in closed-door training or are not well informed, who doesn't know about it? Qin Yu shook his head. Yes. Duanling Tian had already expected everything that Qin Yu had said. Therefore, he was not surprised and merely nodded. Qin Yu. Duanling Tian's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Qin Yu and said, I plan to leave the county governor's mansion and the county city today. Perhaps, I'll even leave Nine Spectres County. You're leaving? Qin Yu frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, Is it because of your current strength? Are you worried that the other 15 counties will harm you? That's part of the reason. Duanling Tian nodded. That's also the main reason. Moreover, I also want to go out for a walk. Previously, when I was in Bloody Spectre City, I didn't dare to go out because I didn't have enough strength. Now that I've finally gained enough strength, I plan to go out for a walk. Who knows, maybe I'll be lucky enough to come across a fortuitous encounter or something. Duanling Tian chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. How could one come across a fortuitous encounter so easily? You don't plan to come back? Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu's frown deepened. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll go to King Qin's mansion. I heard that the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Luo pills, from King Qin's mansion as a reward. King Qin's mansion definitely won't give away ordinary items. This can be seen from the Great Luo pills. Therefore, I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Duan Lingtian smiled. Therefore, after I leave this time, we'll meet again in less than a year. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. That's good. I was worried that once you leave, I don't know when we'll meet again. Based on the current situation, it's indeed the best choice for you to leave temporarily. Qin Yu knew that when the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion learned about the existence of Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County, they would definitely try their best to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had violated their common interests. With Duan Lingtian around, they would no longer have anything to do with the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This was something they did not want to see. However, you still have to be careful when you're away from home. Although you're stronger than Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, there are many people who are stronger than Zhou Tong outside of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu reminded. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the stone room that he had been staying in recently and said to Qin Yu with a smile, I'm afraid I won't be returning to 9 Spectres County this time. In the future, you can cultivate in this stone room. With your current strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss will dare to say anything if you cultivate in this stone room. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he handed the door talisman to Qin Yu. I'm really lucky that you're leaving this time. Qin Yu said jokingly after receiving the door talisman. However, in the depths of his eyes, waves of excitement and agitation still flowed out. The cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's stone room was comparable to the cultivation environment of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu had always dreamed of cultivating in that stone room. I won't talk to you about it when I leave. I'm going to say goodbye to Elder Xianxia and the county governor. Then, I'll go to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect my debts. Chapter 2674. Elder Xianxia. When Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia again, he could see Xianxia's uneasiness. He could understand why Xianxia was acting this way. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person he was in the past. If Duan Lingtian had used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, when he left Bloody Spectre City with Elder Xianxia and came to the county city of 9 Spectres County, his strength was on par with Elder Xianxia. However, Xianxia was unaware of this. Now, the news of what he had done in the Lu clan 2 days ago had spread throughout the county governor's mansion and the county city. Xianxia must have found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength. He was even stronger than Pang Bing, the strongest inner court elder in the county governor's estate. On top of that, Pang Bing was stronger than Xianxia. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 2 years. Your strength has even surpassed mine unknowingly. Xianxia sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. It's all thanks to Elder Xianxia for bringing me to the county governor's estate. If it weren't for the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Duan Lingtian smiled. You're good with words. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. You're chosen by City Governor Lu of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go to Bloody Spectre City and another inner court elder went to Bloody Spectre City, you would have been able to come to the county governor's estate as well. Xianxia knew Duan Lingtian's current strength very well, so he did not dare to claim credit for it. You're here to bid farewell to me, right? Xianxia asked as he narrowed his eyes. Elder Xianxia, you know I'm leaving? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Lord County Governor has already told me. Based on the current situation, it's indeed too risky for you to stay. Xianxia nodded. This time, once the people from the other 15 counties find out you're so strong, they'll definitely think of ways to deal with you. They might even join forces to bribe other powerhouses to kill you. After all, your presence in the martial competition of the 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion soon. Great overarching pills. Xianxia said. Perhaps. I should take this opportunity to take a look around. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. It's rare for you to think of me before you leave, Xianxia smiled as he looked at Duan Tian. Then, he raised his hand, and an exquisite little box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Duan Tian and said, "I'm sure you don't lack celestial stones. You can keep this pill." Raised was raised he. Was raised and Jing raised Duan Tian had raised. Duan Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Xianxia said there were medicinal pills inside. "What pill is it?" Duan Tian could not help but ask. In Duan Tian's opinion, a medicinal pill that could be so solemnly stored in such an exquisite little box by Xianxia, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was definitely a rare medicinal pill. Otherwise, it could have been stored in a pill bottle. Gilded golden pill. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he said bluntly. "What?" Duan Tian's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Xianxia's words. He stared at the exquisite little box in Xianxia's hands in shock and disbelief. Gilded golden pill? Elder Xianxia. You're telling the truth? Is this really a gilded golden pill? Duan Tian's breathing quickened when he looked at Xianxia again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. Although the gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, it was the rarest and most valuable type of primitive celestial pill. A golden celestial below the level of Violet Sun golden celestial would be able to raise his cultivation base by a level in an instant without any side effects. Naturally, there were no side effects. However, those who had consumed the gilded golden pill before would not have any side effects if they consumed it again. In other words, a golden celestial could only consume one gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base. A Violet Sun golden celestial could consume the gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base, but he could not directly break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. If a Violet Sun golden celestial wanted to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, he could only do so by consuming a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. However, if a great overarching golden celestial consumed the gilded golden pill, it would not have any effect. For this reason, the gilded golden pill was only suitable for golden celestials. As for heavenly celestials below the level of golden celestial, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal effect of the gilded golden pill. If they were forced to consume it, they would explode and die. Yes. When Xianxia saw how excited Duan Tian was, he smiled and said, "Since your cultivation base has yet to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to improve further after consuming the gilded golden pill. Although the improvement won't be obvious, it'll definitely bring you closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial," Xianxia said. At this moment, Xianxia thought Duan Tian was already a Violet Sun golden celestial. He thought so because of Duan Tian's strength. Even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate who was much stronger than him, felt inferior to him. "Elder Xianxia, why don't you consume the gilded golden pill yourself?" Duan Tian took a deep breath and calmed his excited feelings before he couldn't help but ask. Xianxia was a Violet Sun golden celestial. If he consumed the gilded golden pill, his cultivation base would improve and he would be closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I've already consumed one gilded golden pill in the past. It won't have any effect on me if I consume it again." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Back then, I obtained 3 gilt golden pills by chance. I took one and gave it to my son, who's the current patriarch of the Jing family. This is the only one left. Since you have 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, it's obvious you don't lack celestial stones. This gilded golden pill is the only one I have that I can give you. You can have it," Xianxia said. "Thank you, Elder Xianxia." The gilded golden pill was too tempting for Duan Tian. For this reason, Duan Tian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the gilded golden pill. However, in his heart, he remembered this favor from Elder Xianxia. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. Once he consumed the gilded golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a green sun golden celestial. It would save him a lot of time. Duan Lingtian, Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had accepted the gilded golden pill. However, he hesitated to speak. Elder Jingqiu, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you should know that if you win the martial competition of the 16 counties, the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. 3 great overarching pills. Lord County Governor will definitely consume 2 of them himself. After all, he has been stuck at the profound realm great overarching golden celestial for many years. After consuming 2 great overarching pills, he'll be able to break through to the next stage. However, even though the prefectural governor has taken 2 great luo elixirs, there's still 1 great luo elixir left. I hope that during the martial competition of the 16 counties, you can advise the prefectural governor to consider giving the remaining great luo elixir to me instead of Elder Pangbing. Jingqiu took a deep breath before he finally said what he wanted to say. Of course. You can just suggest it to Lord County Governor. I'll owe you a favor regardless of the outcome. Even if Lord County Governor gives the remaining great overarching pill to Elder Pangbing, I won't have any complaints. Jingqiu said. Don't worry, Elder Jingqiu. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll look for Lord County Governor as soon as I arrive at King Qin's mansion and ask him to give you a great overarching pill. If he's unwilling, I'll purposely go easy on you and give the first place to someone else. I believe he'll know what to do at that time. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. Thank you. Although he felt Duan Lingtian's actions would anger Lord County Governor, he did not say anything. He knew this was the only way he would have a higher chance of obtaining the great overarching pills. There's no need to thank me, Elder Jingqiu. Take it as me repaying you for giving me the golden guilt pill. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile before he bade farewell to Jingqiu and left. After leaving Jingqiu's courtyard, Duan Lingtian went to look for Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and left the county governor's estate. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the county governor's estate after leaving the 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the vast county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the county governor's estate. This was the place he had spent the most time in since he came to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. After leaving the county governor's estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the 2 clans. The Lu clan is really rich. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the Pang clan did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so they only gave him 100,000 prominent celestial stones. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial stones, it was the Lu clan who helped the Pang clan. Duan Lingtian did not encounter any problems when collecting the money. This was because Duan Lingtian had the county governor of 9 Spectres County as his backer. Otherwise, the Lu clan and the Pang clan would not have cooperated so well. After collecting the money, Duan Lingtian left the county governor's estate. On the 3rd day after Duan Lingtian left the county governor's estate, swoosh. At this moment, a ghostly figure entered the county city of 9 Spectres County and barged into the county governor's estate. Chapter 2675. I'm looking for Duan Lingtian. An old woman dressed in a plain robe stood in the air above the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County as she spoke slowly. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed to contain a magical power that spread through the entire county governor's mansion. Everyone in the county governor's mansion heard the old woman's voice. Before the old woman spoke, even the most powerful county governor, Tian Jiyu, who was a great overarching golden celestial, did not notice the old woman's arrival. A commotion broke out in the county governor's mansion when they heard the old woman's words. This voice. It seems to be coming from the sky above the county governor's mansion. Based on the voice, it seems to be an old woman in her 70s. Why is she looking for Duan Lingtian? I can't tell if she's happy or angry from her tone. I wonder why she's here. No matter why she's here, the outer, inner, and revered elders won't let her go since she's causing such a commotion in the county governor's mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. These comments were mostly made by the servants and maidservants in the county governor's manor, as well as a small number of guards with weaker cultivations. Without exception, these people were all below the golden celestial realm. At this moment, those who were golden celestials or above in the county governor's estate felt their hearts tremble when they heard the old woman's voice that came from the sky. Their hearts began to throb as well. This person is not simple. Just her voice alone can make a blue sun golden celestial like me feel this way. She's at least a great overarching golden celestial. I'm afraid even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to make me feel this way with just her voice alone. Some of the stronger guards in the prefectural governor's manor, as well as the outer mansion elders, inner mansion elders, and reverends, could tell from the voice that the owner of the voice was extraordinary. She was at least a great overarching golden celestial. In the county governor's mansion, only the county governor was capable of dealing with such a person. After all, the county governor was the only great overarching golden celestial left in the county governor's mansion. The other zenith heaven golden immortal, Zhou Tong, the former first consecrator of county governor manor, had died outside some time ago. The cause of his death was still unknown. Such an expert, if we approach her rashly, we will only offend her. It was precisely because they realized this that the group of outer court elders, inner court elders, and revered elders in the county governor's estate did not dare to rashly soar into the air and approach the uninvited guest. Whoosh! In the courtyard of the county governor of Nine Spectres County, a figure shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of the voice of the uninvited guest. At this moment, only Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, dared to approach the uninvited guest and came out from the courtyard of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This expert. Could he be an expert bought over by one of the other 15 counties? Tianjiu could not help but have such thoughts when he heard that the uninvited guest was looking for Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. After all, it was impossible. What Duan Lingtian did to the Lu clan only happened 5 days ago. Unless it's a zenith heaven golden immortal, it's impossible for him to reach the county city in 5 days. Tianjiu thought to himself, even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at full speed, it'll still take about 10 days to reach the county city closest to Nine Spectres County. For this reason, Tianjiu did not think the uninvited guest was a powerhouse bought over by one of the 15 counties to deal with Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for the other 15 counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Among the 15 counties, the county with the most zenith heaven golden immortals only had 3 zenith heaven golden immortals. For this reason, it was impossible for any of the counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in another county's county city. After all, it was a very wasteful and extravagant thing to do. Moreover, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tianjiu had information about the people planted in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the strongest person from the other 15 counties was only an indigo sun golden celestial. For this reason, he was certain the uninvited guest had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When Tianjiu arrived near the source of the voice, he suddenly slowed down and looked at the figure in the distance. It was an old woman dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman stood there motionless like a mountain. However, Tianjiu felt as though she had merged with heaven and earth. "You're the county governor of Nine Spectres County." All of a sudden, the old woman's turbid eyes narrowed without any warning, and she immediately met Tianjiu's gaze. In an instant, those cloudy eyes became as bright as the stars, extremely dazzling. A terrifying aura surged out of the old woman's body as soon as she met Tianjiu's eyes. It was as though a vast ocean had crashed into Tianjiu's body. Barf! Almost as soon as the old woman's aura hit Tianjiu, who had just been frightened by the old woman's bottomless eyes, suddenly trembled and couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. As the congested blood spurted out, Tianjiu's body trembled violently a few times. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps in the air. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County." Although Tianjiu was furious, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After he caught his breath, he bowed respectfully at the old woman. At the same time, Tianjiu's heart was also in turmoil. Even a peak great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me so severely with just her aura. In other words, this old woman is at least an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was even more powerful than a great overarching golden celestial. King Qin was the only person in King Qin's mansion who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Tianjiu shuddered when he realized the old woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The anger in his heart disappeared and was replaced by anxiety. Why would an overarching heavenly supreme celestial come to 9 Spectres County? Moreover, why was she looking for Duan Lingtian? "Where's Duan Lingtian?" the old woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at Tianjiu. "Senior, why are you looking for Duan Lingtian?" Tianjiu could not help but ask. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was related to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes flashed with killing intent when she mentioned Duan Lingtian. It was clear she did not come with good intentions. It was clear the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was looking for Duan Lingtian to kill Duan Lingtian. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You only need to answer my question, the old woman said coldly. Tianjiu felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard the old woman's cold voice. "Yes, yes." Tianjiu, who was so frightened that he sucked in a breath of cold air, quickly responded. He was as docile as a cat. Although Tianjiu was the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he had the backing of King Qin's mansion. However, the person standing before him was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was on par with King Qin, the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Even if the other party killed him, the Duke of Qin's manor wouldn't avenge him. It was impossible for King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, to offend an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for the sake of a mere county governor. "Senior, you're late." Duan Lingtian left the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. After taking a deep breath, Tianjiu said to the old woman while trembling with fear. "He left?" Hearing Tianjiu's words, the old woman's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. "I'll give you one more chance." "Say it again. If I find out that you're lying this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The old woman's voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Senior, I'm telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did leave the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago." Tianjiu smiled bitterly. "As for the reason why he left, I know as well. If you want to know, I can tell you now." Tianjiu said. "Speak." The old woman's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in the depths of her eyes, like bolts of lightning intertwining together. 5 days ago, almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, Tianjiu opened his mouth. He didn't dare to hesitate and told the old woman everything that had happened in the Lu family 5 days ago. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. The old woman frowned slightly. That brat who defiled Miss Bing has such innate talent. The old woman was slightly taken aback. However, although she was shocked, the killing intent in her eyes did not reduce in the slightest. She wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. In other words, he left the county city of 9 Spectres County because he was worried that the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him? The old woman asked coldly. "Yes." Tianjiu nodded. "Did he say he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion soon?" The old woman asked as her eyes flashed coldly. He didn't say anything. Tianjiyu replied. Naturally, he would not tell the old woman. He had already told Duan Lingtian that he would be in King Qin's mansion in time to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He still had to rely on Duan Lingtian to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had no choice but to tell the old woman the reason why Duan Lingtian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. He knew if the old woman asked around in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she would be able to guess the reason why Duan Lingtian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he did not dare to hide the truth. Chapter 2676. As for Duan Lingtian's participation in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, naturally, would not tell the old woman the truth. After all, the old woman would most likely come to King Qin's mansion and attack Duan Lingtian when the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. At that time, unless King Qin personally intervened, no one would be able to stop the old woman. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. He did not want to see that happen. After all, if Duan Lingtian died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. It would also mean that Duan Lingtian would not be able to win the competition and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for 9 Spectres County. The great overarching pills were something he had always dreamed of obtaining. He would not allow anyone to ruin his chances of obtaining the great overarching pills. Even if the person was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Humph. The old woman coldly snorted. Her powerful aura once again slammed into Tianjiyu, causing him to take a few steps back. Blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free. His blood dyed the sky like bloody roses, dazzling and dazzling. Your cultivation base is close to that of an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. You must have been stuck at this bottleneck for many years, right? The old woman asked as she glanced at Tianjiyu indifferently. Before Tianjiyu could reply, the old woman continued, at this time, if you have 2 or 3 great overarching pills, it won't be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. If I were you, I would definitely allow Duan Lingtian to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, you've said it yourself that with Duan Lingtian's strength, it won't be difficult for him to win the competition. That's why the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion wanted to get rid of him and prevent him from participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties after learning of his strength. The old woman finished speaking in one breath. Senior, you're right. Tianjiyu smiled bitterly and said, of course, I hope that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, I do want the great Luo pills. However, when he left and said goodbye to me, he hinted that he didn't want to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I even told him that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, I was willing to give him one of the 3 great Luo pills. However, he didn't seem to be interested at all. He even said that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, the other 15 counties would try to harm him. According to him, if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he can still survive. Once he participates, his life may be in danger at any time, so he doesn't want to take the risk. Tianjiyu said. Don't you know how to force him to stay and not let him leave? The old woman asked in a deep voice. Senior, if I force him to stay and don't let him leave, he will definitely die when the experts from the other 15 counties come. At that time, I won't be able to get anything out of it. If he leaves, even if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he might be grateful that I didn't force him. With his talent, he will have a bright future as long as his journey is smooth and he doesn't die prematurely. When he becomes stronger, as long as he's grateful that I didn't force him, he might be able to help me obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo pill. Therefore, letting him leave is the best choice for me. Senior, what do you think? Tianjiyu's words were watertight, and he could not find any flaws in them. He had said so much because he wanted to mislead the old woman and let her know that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Otherwise, if the old woman had waited for Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. Even he would be implicated and would not be able to obtain the great Luo pills that he wanted. One had to admit that Tian Jiyu's flawless words were very effective. At the very least, the old woman did not doubt his words. When he left, did he say where he was going? The old woman asked in a low voice as she looked at Tian Jiyu. When Tian Jiyu heard the old lady's question, he knew the old lady believed his words. She did not think Duan Lingtian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qing's mansion. For a moment, he was delighted, but he did not dare to show it on his face. When he left, I asked him where he wanted to go. However, at that time, he said he didn't know where he wanted to go. Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly as he said, therefore, when he left, he was aimless. I don't know where he's going now. However, it's only been 3 days since he left, so he should still be in the 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I find out that you know where he's going and don't tell me, you'll definitely die in the future. After the old woman finished speaking, she disappeared from Tian Jiyu's sight in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Tian Jiyu could not see the old woman at all. It was as though she had really disappeared into thin air. This old woman. I'm afraid she's not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After the old woman left, Tian Jiyu's eyes widened in shock. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion disappeared before his eyes at the fastest speed possible, he might not be as fast as this old woman who did not leave any traces behind. Tian Jiyu was thoroughly shocked by the old woman's strength. I wonder how Duan Lingtian managed to offend such a person. Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly. Wait a minute. Tian Jiyu suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Logically speaking, it's impossible for such a person to appear in the 9 Spectres County. Could it be that his origin isn't simple either? Or perhaps, he's from a powerful force and came to the 9 Spectres County because that force was annihilated. And that old woman just now was a member of the enemy force of the powerful force that had already been annihilated. The more Tian Jiyu thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Tian Jiyu's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been impressed by Tian Jiyu's imagination. Tian Jiyu had such thoughts because he did not know Duan Lingtian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago. I hope that old woman won't come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. If she comes, not only will Duan Lingtian be in trouble, but I'll be in trouble as well. After all, if she sees Duan Lingtian in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties, she'll definitely think I've deceived her. Tian Jiyu could not help but pray that the old woman would not appear in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, Duan Lingtian would be in King Qin's mansion at that time. Duan Lingtian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later, he would have been killed by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After leaving the county governor's estate 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian had been making his way to Bloody Spectre City. He wanted to greet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, before he left the 9 Spectres County. Although Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu were not close, Lu Fenggu had indeed helped him in the past. Moreover, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provided him with the celestial fire. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to meet Lu Fenggu before he left the 9 Spectres County. He wanted to leave behind some prominent celestial stones and primitive celestial pills, the spirit-hardening pills, for Lu Fenggu. High-grade celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills were easily obtainable to him now, and they weren't even worth mentioning. However, to Lu Fenggu, they were all precious treasures. I, Duan Lingtian, don't like to owe people favors. I'll leave behind some prominent celestial stones and spirit-hardening pills for City Governor Lu to repay him for telling me about the gray celestial fire. Perhaps I won't have anything to do with him in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian left the county city of Nine Spectres County and made his way to the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu. Duan Ling Tian? To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Lu Fenggu was overjoyed when he saw Duan Ling Tian. You're all right? It was as though Lu Fenggu was overjoyed to see Duan Ling Tian was fine. Duan Ling Tian could see a hint of guilt in the depths of Lu Fenggu's eyes. It was as though Lu Fenggu had done him wrong. City Governor. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He did not understand why Lu Fenggu would lose his composure when he saw him again. Why would Lu Fenggu feel guilty? Duan Ling Tian, forgive me. I had no choice. Lu Fenggu sighed when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not seem to know what had happened. Then, he told Duan Ling Tian everything that had happened. A few days ago, an old woman came looking for you. She asked me where you were. She even threatened the lives of the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon army. I had no choice but to tell her that you went to the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. She was too strong. Just her aura alone was enough to make me kneel on the ground. I was on my last breath, and I couldn't even stand up. It felt like she was even stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2677. Stronger than the county governor? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. With his current strength, even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of Nine Spectres County. After all, not only was the county governor of Nine Spectres County stronger than Zhou Tong, the great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed, but the county governor's celestial methods and divine abilities were superior as well. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian had consumed the gilded golden pill and become a green sun golden celestial, he did not dare to say he was stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Let alone someone stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Old woman? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, City Governor Lu, why is the old woman looking for me? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. He had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago. Why would someone stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County come looking for him? I don't know why she's looking for you. However, I'm certain she's up to no good. Although she didn't show it on her face when she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes. It's obvious she wants to kill you. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Kill me? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. It was as if waves of tempestuous waves had been set off in his heart. It's been less than 3 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I've been staying in Nine Spectres County for the past 3 years. How could I have offended someone so powerful? Could it be that Yunqing Yan from the Divine Offering Land sent someone to kill me? However, isn't the passage from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms closed? How could Yunqing Yan send someone to kill me when he's trapped in the Divine Offering Land? Moreover, if they're sent by Yunqing Yan, there's no need for them to search for me in Bloody Spectre City, right? Duan Ling Tian recalled the person Yunqing Yan had sent to the mundane realm to kill him. That person had appeared in Yan Huang realm through a tear in space. Based on his words, he had said he was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If Yunqing Yan had sent someone to kill him, there was no need for him to come to Nine Spectres County. Once he entered King Qin's mansion, he would be able to locate him with just a thought. If it wasn't Yunqing Yan, who could it be? Based on what I've done after coming to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've had any interactions with experts of that level, right? Duan Ling Tian could not understand why such a powerful existence would target him and even want to kill him. One needed a motive to kill someone. However, he really couldn't think of any motive that the old woman had to kill him. Duan Lingtian, you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 3 years. How did you offend such a powerful existence? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was completely baffled as well. He did not know how he could have offended such an existence. Could it be because of Zhou Tong? Lu Fenggu asked as he inhaled sharply. Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Put aside the fact that we're the only ones who know Zhou Tong was killed by you. We're the only ones who know I brought Zhou Tong to Bloody Spectre City and handed him over to you. If the old woman came for Zhou Tong, it's impossible for her to only target me. Moreover, she didn't make things difficult for you after meeting you. This means she's looking for me and wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian analyzed the situation. Lu Fenggu nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's analysis. Clearly, he agreed with Duan Lingtian's analysis. If that's the case, why is she targeting you? Could it be an expert hired by the other 15 counties to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. An expert hired by the other 15 counties? Lu Fenggu was stunned. Impossible. If she's hired by the other 15 counties to kill me, it's impossible that she doesn't know I'm in the county city of 9 Spectres County. Moreover, I'm afraid the other 15 county governors aren't aware of what I've done in the county city. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian felt it was impossible for the old woman to be hired by the other 15 counties. Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about? Why would the other 15 counties hire an expert to kill you? Lu Fenggu asked. Although news of what Duan Lingtian had done in the county city of 9 Spectres County had spread throughout 9 Spectres County, due to time constraints, it did not reach Bloody Spectre City. In response to Lu Fenggu's question, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan. Apart from that, he also told Lu Fenggu the reason he had left the county city and the county governor's estate. I see. Lu Fenggu exclaimed in realization. Lu Fenggu was enlightened. He could not help but rejoice as he said, it seems like the old lady who left our Bloody Spectre City for the county city passed by you. If that's the case, I'm lucky to have left the county city alive. As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, he could not help but rejoice. Duan Lingtian, since you've left the county city and 9 Spectres County, why are you here in Bloody Spectre City? Lu Fenggu asked. I'm here to bid farewell to you, city governor. Also, I want to thank you for telling me about the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. You obtained the celestial fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is it a primitive celestial fire? Lu Fenggu asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Initially, I didn't know what grade the celestial fire was. However, when I tried to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, I discovered it had run out of energy. At that time, I was certain it was a primitive celestial fire. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. He didn't tell Lu Fenggu that most of the gray flames were hidden in the metal fragments, and he couldn't use them yet. This was because he wasn't sure if he would be able to use the remaining gray flames in the future. If he could use the remaining gray flame, it would definitely be comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, since it's a primitive celestial fire that can only be obtained by a great overarching golden celestial, it's obviously not an ordinary primitive celestial fire. Duan Lingtian, congratulations on obtaining a primitive celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fenggu congratulated Duan Lingtian. It's all thanks to you, city governor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire and become a celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Fenggu. What's this? Lu Fenggu was stunned. I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. Take these as a reward for providing me with the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. When I betrayed you and told that old woman about your whereabouts, you've already repaid the favor you owed me. If we're talking about who owes you, I'm the one who owes you. You avenged my direct disciple, but I repaid your kindness with ingratitude. The more Lu Fenggu spoke, the guiltier the expression on his face became. City governor, you didn't have a choice. I understand. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Just accept it. It's a token of my appreciation. Under Duan Lingtian's persuasion, Lu Fenggu finally accepted the spatial ring. However, when he saw the mountain of prominent celestial stones and dozens of bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed the claim on the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, this is too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for yourself. Lu Fenggu handed the spatial ring back to Duan Lingtian. City governor, please accept it. I don't lack celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now. Duan Lingtian did not accept the spatial ring. He shook his head and said, now that I've achieved my purpose of returning to Bloody Spectre City, it's time for me to leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu called out to Duan Lingtian before he was about to leave. With a solemn expression on his face, Lu Fenggu asked, You. Don't tell me you're still going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? I've promised the county governor. Duan Lingtian said, moreover, if I win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'll definitely be valued by King Qin's mansion. At that time, I'll be able to use the cultivation environment and resources provided by King Qin's mansion to further improve my cultivation. But if that old woman is waiting for you in King Qin's mansion, won't you be in danger? After all, she's stronger than the county governor. At that time, even the county governor might not be able to protect you. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. King Qin's mansion is filled with experts. I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. It's hard to say. After all, I'm only certain she's stronger than the county governor. As for whether there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who can stop her, I can't say for sure. Lu Fenggu said with a hint of fear on his face, if she can't find you in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she'll be able to find out why you left the county city. She will most likely wait for you at King Qin's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties is held. Lu Fenggu said. Unless. You're certain she's not strong enough to cause any trouble in King Qin's mansion? Lu Fenggu added. Chapter 2678. After listening to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was impressed by Lu Fenggu's meticulous analysis of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Indeed. If the old woman was so strong that even King Qin's mansion could not defeat her, who would be able to save him if she waited for him in King Qin's mansion? That old woman. Who is she? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized the old woman's identity was not certain. Unless he could confirm the old woman's identity and strength, it would be risky for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was going to be held in King Qin's mansion. Initially, he knew the old woman's strength was on par with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect the old woman's strength to be stronger than the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion. After all, the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion were much stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Unless you can confirm the old woman's identity and strength, I don't approve of you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Thank you for your reminder, City Governor Lu. After thanking Lu Fenggu, the slightly upset Duan Lingtian left in the end. However, he remembered Lu Fenggu's final words and did not dare to be careless about it. After all, his life was at stake. Sigh, after Duan Lingtian left, Lu Fenggu sighed as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Unknowingly, he tightened his grip on the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll remember my words. It's best if you don't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion and stay away from the area that King Qin's mansion controls. Outside Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian walked in the air like a shooting star toward the border of 9 Spectres County, preparing to leave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know where he was going, so he walked aimlessly. At this very moment, his mind was in a complete mess. That old woman, who is she? Since she wants to kill me, there must be a reason. However, after I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've offended anyone with a backer like this old woman, right? Duan Lingtian began to recall everything that had happened since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He really wanted to know where exactly that old woman had come from, and why she had come. Could it be her? As he thought about it, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed. A figure also appeared in his mind and did not disappear for a long time. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He was originally walking aimlessly on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. All of a sudden, the noise and clamor in the surroundings seemed to come to an abrupt halt and completely disappeared. It was as though the people in the surroundings were being strangled and could not make a sound. At that time, Duan Lingtian had also stopped in his tracks. He realized that a group of people on the street were all looking behind him, as if there was something behind him that made them absent-minded. What's it that's causing them to be unable to make a sound? At that time, Duan Lingtian had also slowly turned around out of curiosity. As soon as Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw a graceful figure in front of him. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a beautiful woman." He thought to himself, "What a beautiful woman." The reason why such a large street had become strangely quiet was all because of that woman. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although there was a thin veil covering half of her face, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It made one have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could only imagine how beautiful she would be without the veil on her face. As the woman walked gracefully, the crowd quietly parted to form a path for her. At this moment, everyone, regardless of gender, was looking at the woman with infatuation. It was as though the woman had some kind of magical power. If it was any other time, many men would have lustful thoughts when they saw such a peerless beauty. However, at this moment, none of the men present had any strange expressions on their faces. When they looked at the woman, apart from a brief moment of amazement, there was only reverence in their eyes. It was as though the woman was a holy being who was high and mighty and could not be profaned. Murong Bing, after a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and sighed deeply. When he was in the mundane realm, he already had 2 wives and 1 confidant. He only acknowledged those 3 women in his heart. Although there were many other women around him, none of them had gained his approval. He had always treated them as ordinary friends. He had always thought he was very lucky to have 2 wives and 1 confidant. He had always hoped that his love life would be in question. He locked the door to his heart and allowed the beauties to swarm him, but he remained motionless. However, it did not cross his mind that he would fall into a trap. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Moreover, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Although they were not husband and wife in name, they were still husband and wife in reality. "I'll find you. The woman I, Duan Lingtian, have slept with can only belong to me, Duan Lingtian." That was what Duan Lingtian had said when Murong Bing left. In his heart, he had already regarded Murong Bing as his woman. Is that old woman related to her? If she wanted to kill me, she could have done it herself. There's no need for her to send someone to kill me now, right? As Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, he thought it was unlikely that Murong Bing had sent the old woman to kill him. If Murong Bing wanted to kill him, she would have done it herself. Even if she regretted not killing him and wanted to kill him again, there was no need for her to send someone else to do it. After all, as a woman, her chastity was very important to her. It was impossible for her to tell others that her chastity had been ruined. If the old woman didn't come for her, who did she come for? Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he'd once again returned to a dead end, and he was completely at a loss. If the old woman really came for her, I'm afraid I can't go to the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He had seen Murong Bing's strength before. She was very powerful. Moreover, Murong Bing's background was not simple. She seemed to be from a powerful sect that possessed a sect-guarding celestial weapon. If the old woman came for Murong Bing, it meant she was probably from that sect as well. It was impossible for someone from that sect to be afraid of King Qin's mansion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. The martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. The Duke of Qin's manor was not only a general name for a faction, but also a general name for a region. It was also a general name for a vast and boundless manor. The king's city of King Qin's mansion was located on a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the grassland. It lay there quietly and motionlessly as though it was asleep. This giant beast, which seemed to be asleep, opened its 4 bloody mouths at all times, allowing the passers-by to pass through it freely. It was rare to see people walking on the top of the giant beast's head. This was because King Qin's mansion had a rule in King Qin's mansion. Those who entered or left King Qin's mansion were not allowed to walk on air. They had to follow the rules and enter through the 4 gates of King Qin's mansion. King Qin's mansion was too big, and a big city meant a lot of people. When there were more people, it would naturally become chaotic. In order to better maintain the security of King Qin's mansion had set up such a rule. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, 2 groups of people came from 2 different directions. They came to the east gate of Royal City, and the number of people was about the same, a total of more than 30 people. The 2 groups of people were led by a middle-aged man who exuded a majestic aura. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. When the 2 groups of people arrived at the eastern gate of King Qin's mansion, they flew down together. They did not dare to violate the rule of not allowing people to enter or leave King Qin's mansion. County Governor Tian, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you outside King Qin's mansion. One of the middle-aged men said to the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was addressed as County Governor Tian was none other than Tian Jiyu, the County Governor of 9 Spectres County. Apart from the 2 inner mansion elders and a few revered elders, the rest of the people behind Tian Jiyu were all young men who were younger than 100 years old. There were 29 of them in total. One of the new faces was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of 9 Spectres County. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have recognized him immediately.